The History and Romance of Crime. Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The History and Romance of Crime. Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1. By Arthur Griffiths. General Introduction. The combat with crime is as old as civilization. Unceasing warfare is and ever has been waged between the lawmaker and the lawbreaker. The punishments inflicted upon criminals have been as various as the nations devising them, and have reflected with singular fidelity their temperaments or development. This is true of the death penalty, which in many ages was the only recognized punishment for crimes either great or small. Each nation has had its own special method of inflicting it. One was satisfied simply to destroy life, another sought to intensify the natural fear of death by the added horrors of starvation, or the withholding of fluid, by drowning, stoning, impaling, or by exposing the wretched victims to the stings of insects or snakes. Burning at the stake was a favourite method of religious fanaticism. This flourished under the Inquisition everywhere, but notably in Spain, where hecatombs perished by the auto de fe, or trials of faith, conducted with great ceremony, often in the presence of the sovereign himself. Indeed, so terrible are the records of the ages that one turns with relief to the more humane methods of the slowly advancing civilization. The electric chair, the rope, the garrote, and even to that sanguinary daughter of the Revolution, la guillotine. The timely and merciful invention of Dr. Guillotin, which substituted its swift and certain action for the barbarous hacking of blunt swords in the hands of brutal or unskilful executioners. Savage instinct, however, could not find full satisfaction even in cruel and violent death, but perforce must glut itself in primary tortures. Mankind has exhausted its fiendish ingenuity in the invention of hideous instruments for prolonging the sufferings of its victims. When we read to-day of the cold-blooded Chinese who condemns his criminal to be buried to the chin and left to be teased to death by flies, of the lust for blood of the Russian soldier who in brutal glee impales on his bayonet the writhing forms of captive children, or the recently revealed torture chambers of the Yildiz Kiosk, where Abdul Hamid wreaked his vengeance, or squeezed millions of treasure from luckless foes, or of the Congo slave wounded and maimed to satisfy the greed for gold of an unscrupulous monarch, we are inclined to think of them as savage survivals in darkest Africa, or in countries yet beyond the pale of Western civilization. Yet it was only a few centuries ago that Spain did to death by unspeakable cruelties the gentle races of Mexico and Peru, and sapped her own splendid vitality in the woeful chambers of the Inquisition. Even as late as the 18th century, enlightened France was filling with the noblest and best of her land those oubliettes of which the very names are epitomes of woe. La fin d'aise, the end of ease, la boucherie, the shambles, and la fosse, the pit, or grave, in the foul depths of which the victim stood waist deep in water, unable to rest or sleep without drowning. Buoyed up by hope of release, some endured this torture of la fosse for 15 days, but that was nature's limit. None ever survived it longer. The oubliettes of the Conciergerie, recently revealed by excavations below the level of the Seine, vividly confirm the story of Messrs de Latude, long confined in a similar one in Bicêtre. He says, "I had neither fire nor artificial light, and prison rags were my only clothing. To quench my thirst I sucked morsels of ice broken off from the open window. I was nearly choked by the effluvium from the cellars. Insects stung me in the eyes, I had nearly always a bad taste in my mouth, and my lungs were horribly oppressed. I endured unceasing pangs of hunger, cold, and damp. I was attacked by scurvy. In 10 days my legs and thighs were swollen to twice their ordinary size. My body turned black. My teeth loosened in their sockets so that I could not masticate. I could not speak, and was thought to be dead." Perhaps the refinement of torture, however, had been reached under the cowardly and superstitious Louis XI., whose iron cages were of such shape and size that the prisoners could languish in them for years, unable either to stand upright or to stretch full length upon the floor. One feels the grim humour of fate that condemned the Bishop of Verdun, their inventor, to be the first to suffer in them. Lifelong confinement under such conditions was the so-called clemency of rulers, desiring to be thought merciful. Supported first by hope, then deadened by despair, men endured life in these prisons for years, only to leave them bereft of health or reason. The famous names of those who languished in them is legion. Fouquet, the defaulting minister of Louis XIV., whose magnificence had rivalled that of the king himself, was punished by such captivity for 20 years. The man with the iron mask, whose identity, lost for 3 centuries, has been proved beyond a doubt, after careful comparison of all theories, pined his life away in one of them, accused, like Dreyfus, of having sold a secret of state. Records of like cruelty and indifference to human suffering blackened the pages of English history until the merciful ministrations of John Howard and of Elizabeth Fry aroused the slumbering pity of Great Britain, and alleviated the conditions of prisoners all over the world. In all lands, in all ages, in all stages of civilization, man has left grim records of vengeful passion. No race has escaped the stigma, perhaps no creed. It would almost seem that nations had vied with each other in the subtlety of their ingenuity for producing suffering. The stoical Indian, the inscrutable Chinese, the cruel Turk, the brutal Slav, the philosophic Greece, the suave and artistic Italian, the stolid German, the logical and pleasure-loving French, the aggressive English, all have left their individual seal on these records of man's inhumanity to man. From the gloom of these old prisons have sprung many of the most fascinating stories of the world, stories so dramatic, so thrilling, so pathetic, that even the magic fiction of Dickens or Dumas pales beside the dread realities of the Tower, the Bastille, the Spielberg, the leads of the Palace of the Doge, the mines of Siberia, or the Black Hole of Calcutta. What heroic visions history conjures for us! Columbus languishing in chains in Spain, Savonarola and Jeanne d'Arc passing from torture to the stake, Sir William Wallace, Sidney, Raleigh, Lady Jane Grey, Sir Thomas More, irradiating the dim cells of London's Tower, Madame Roland, Charlotte Corday, Marie Antoinette beautifying the foul recesses of the Conciergerie, gentle Madame Elizabeth soothing the sorrows of the Temple, Silvio Pellico in Spielberg, Settembrini and the patriots of the Risorgimento in the prisons of Italy, the myriad martyrs of Russia in the dungeons of the Tsar or the wilds of Siberia, all passed before us in those magic pages, uttering in many tongues, but in one accord, their righteous and eternal protest against the blind vengeance of man. End of general introduction. Section 2 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 2. Introduction. In antiquity and varied interest, old Newgate Prison, now passed away before the ceaseless movement of London change, yields to no place of durance in the world. A jail stood on this same site for almost 1,000 years. The first prison was nearly as old as the Tower of London, and much older than the Bastille. Hundreds of thousands of felons and trespassers have from first to last been incarcerated within. To many it must have been an abode of sorrow, suffering, and unspeakable woe, a kind of terrestrial inferno, to enter which was to abandon every hope. Imprisonment was often lightly and capriciously inflicted in days before British liberties were fully won, and innumerable victims of tyranny and oppression have been lodged in Newgate. Political troubles also sent their quota. The gaol was the half-way house to the scaffold or the gallows for turbulent or short-sighted persons who espoused the losing side. It was the starting-place for that painful pilgrimage to the pillory or whipping-post, which was too frequently the punishment for rashly uttered libels and philippics against constituted power. Newgate, again, was on the high-road to Smithfield. In times of intolerance and fierce religious dissensions, numbers of devoted martyrs went thence to suffer for conscience' sake at the stake. For centuries a large section of the permanent population of Newgate, as of all gaols, consisted of offenders against commercial laws. While fraudulent bankrupts were hanged, others more unfortunate than criminal were clapped into gaol to linger out their lives without the chance of earning the funds by which alone freedom could be recovered. Debtors of all degrees were condemned to languish for years in prison, often for the most paltry sums. The perfectly innocent were also detained. Gaol deliveries were rare, and the boon of arraignment and fair trial was strangely and unjustly withheld, while even those acquitted in open court were often haled back to prison because they were unable to discharge the gaoler's illegal fees. The condition of the prisoners in Newgate was long most deplorable. They were but scantily supplied with the commonest necessaries of life. Light scarcely penetrated their dark and loathsome dungeons. No breath of fresh air sweetened the fetid atmosphere they breathed. That they enjoyed the luxury of water was due to the munificence of a Lord Mayor of London. Their daily subsistence was most precarious. Food, clothing, fuel, were doled out in limited quantities as charitable gifts. Occasionally prosperous citizens bequeathed small legacies to be expended in the same articles of supply. These bare prison allowances were further eked out by the chance seizures in the markets, by bread forfeited as inferior or of light weight, and meat declared unfit to be publicly sold. All classes and categories of prisoners were herded indiscriminately together, men and women, tried and untried, upright but misguided zealots with hardened habitual offenders. The only principle of classification was a prisoner's ability or failure to pay certain fees. Money could purchase the squalid comfort of the master's side, but no immunity from the baleful companionship of felons equally well furnished with funds, and no less anxious to escape the awful horrors of the common side of the gaol. The weight of the chains, again, which innocent and guilty alike wore, depended upon the price a prisoner could pay for easement of irons, and it was a common practice to overload a newcomer with enormous fetters, and so terrify him into lavish disbursement. The gaol at all times was so hideously overcrowded that plague and pestilence perpetually ravaged it, and the deadly infection often spread into the neighbouring courts of law. The foregoing is an imperfect but by no means highly coloured picture of Newgate as it existed for hundreds of years, from the 12th century to the 19th. The description is supported by historical records, somewhat meagre at first, but becoming more and more ample and better substantiated as the period grows less remote. It is this actual Newgate, with all its terrors for the sad population which yearly passed its forbidding portals, which I have endeavoured to portray. End of introduction. Section 3 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 3. Medieval Newgate. The earliest authentic mention of Newgate as a gaol or prison for felons and trespassers occurs in the records of the reign of King John. In the following reign, A.D. 1218, Henry III. expressly commands the sheriffs of London to repair it, and promises to reimburse them for their outlay from his own exchequer. This shows that at that time the place was under the direct control of the king, and maintained at his charges. The prison was above the gate, or in the gatehouse, as was the general practice in ancient times. Thus Ludgate was long used for the incarceration of city debtors. To the gatehouse of Westminster were committed all offenders taken within that city, and the same rule obtained in the great provincial towns, as at Newcastle, Chester, Carlisle, York, and elsewhere. Concerning the gate itself, the Newgate, and its antiquity, opinions somewhat differ. Maitland declares it to be demonstrable that Newgate was one of the 4 original gates of the city, for after the fire of London in 1666, he goes on to say, in digging a foundation for the present Holborn Bridge, the vestigia of the Roman military way, called Watling Street, were discovered pointing directly to this gate, and this I take to be an incontestable proof of the original gate built over the said way in this place. Of that ancient Newgate, city portal and general prison house combined, but scant records remain. A word or two in the old chroniclers, a passing reference in the history of those troublous times, a few brief and formal entries in the city archives, these are all that have been handed down to us. But we may read between the lines and get some notion of mediæval Newgate. Foul, noisome, terrible are the epithets applied to this densely crowded place of durance. It was a dark pestiferous den, then, and for centuries later, perpetually ravaged by deadly diseases. Its inmates were of all categories, prisoners of state and the most abandoned criminals alike committed to it. Howell, quoted by Pennant, states that Newgate was used for the imprisonment of persons of rank long before the Tower was applied to that purpose. Thus Robert de Baldock, Chancellor of the Realm in the reign of Edward II., to whom most of the miseries of the kingdom were imputed, was dragged to Newgate by the mob. He had been first committed to the Bishop's prison, but was taken thence to Newgate as a place of more security. But the unmerciful treatment he met with on the way occasioned him to die there within a few days in great torment from the blows which had been inflicted on him. Again, Sir Thomas Percy, Lord Egmont, and other people of distinction are recorded as inmates in 1457. But the bulk of the prisoners were of meaner conditions, relegated for all manner of crimes. Some were parlous offenders. There was but little security for life or property in that old London. Yet the law made constant war against the turbulent and reckless roughs. Stowe draws a lively picture of the state of the city at the close of the 12th century. One night a brother of Earl Ferrers was slain privately in London. The king, Edward I., on hearing this, swore that he would be avenged on the citizens. It was then a common practice in the city for 100 or more in company of young and old to make nightly invasions upon the houses of the wealthy to the intent to rob them, and if they found any man stirring in the city, they would presently murder him, insomuch that when night was come no man durst adventure to walk in the streets. Matters at length came to a crisis. A party of citizens, young and wealthy, not mere rogues, attacked the storehouse of a certain rich man, and broke through the wall. The good man of the house was prepared, and lay in wait for them in a corner, and saw that they were led by one Andrew Bucant, who carried a burning brand in one hand and a pot of coals in the other, which he essayed to kindle with the brand. Upon this the master, crying "Thieves!" rushed at Bucant and smote off his right hand. All took flight, saving he that had lost his hand, whom the good man in the next morning delivered to Richard de Lucy, the king's justice. The thief turned informer, and appeached his confederates, of whom many were taken and many were fled. One, however, was apprehended, a citizen of great countenance, credit, and wealth, named John Senex, or John the Old, who, when he could not acquit himself by the water–dome, offered the king 500 marks for his acquittal. But the king commanded that he should be hanged, which was done, and the city became more quiet. Long before this, however, Edward I. had dealt very sharply with evil-doers. By the suspension of corporation government following that king's conflict with the city authority, all kinds of licentiousness had got leave to go forward without control. At length the frequency of robberies and murders produced the great penal statute of the 13th Edward I. 1287. By this act it was decreed that no stranger should wear any weapon, or be seen in the streets after the ringing of the couvre-feu bell at St. Martin's le Grand; that no vintners and victuallers should keep open house after the ringing of the said bell, under heavy fines and penalties; that whereas it was customary for profligates to learn the art of fencing, who were thereby emboldened to commit the most unheard-of villainies, no such school should be kept in the city for the future upon the penalty of 40 marks for every offence. Most of the aforesaid villainies were said to be committed by foreigners, who incessantly crowded into London from all parts. It was therefore ordered that no person not free of the city should be suffered to reside therein, and even many persons thus avouched were obliged to give security for their good behaviour. The Liber Albus, as translated by Riley, gives the penalties for brawling and breaking the peace about this date. It was ordained that any person who should draw a sword, misericorde, a dagger with a thin blade used for mercifully dispatching a wounded enemy, or knife, or any arm, even though he did not strike, should pay a fine to the city of half a mark, or be imprisoned in Newgate for 15 days. If he drew blood, the fine was 20 shillings, or 40 days in Newgate. In striking with the first 2 shillings, or 8 days imprisonment, and if blood was drawn, 40 pence, or 12 days. Moreover, the offenders were to find good sureties before release, and those on whom the offence was committed had still recovery by process of law. Nor were these empty threats. The laws and ordinances against prowlers and vagabonds, or night-walkers as they were officially styled, were continually enforced by the attachment of offenders. Many cases are given in the memorials of London. Thus Elmer de Multone was attached on indictment as a common night-walker in the ward of Cheap. In the day, it was charged, he was wont to entice persons and strangers unknown to a tavern, and there deceive them by using false dice. He was furthermore indicted in Tower ward for being a cruiser and night-walker against the peace, as also for being a common roarer. Multone was committed to prison. Others met with similar treatment. John de Rokesly was attached as being held suspected of evil, and of beating men coming into the city. Peter le Taverner, called Hola, the same, and for going with sword and buckler and other arms. John Bloom was indicted as a common vagabond, for committing batteries and other mischiefs in the ward of Aldersgate, and divers other wards. A chaplain, our modern curate, Richard Herring, was attached on similar charges, but was acquitted. Not only were the roarers themselves indicted when taken in this act, but also those who harboured them, like John Barroneau, mentioned in the same document as attacked for keeping open house at night, and receiving night-walkers and players at dice. The prohibition against fencing-masters was also rigorously enforced, as appears by the indictment of Master Roger le Skirmishar, for keeping a fencing-school for divers men, and for enticing thither the sons of respectable persons, so as to waste and spend the property of their fathers and mothers upon bad practices, the result being that they themselves become bad men. Master Roger, upon proof to a jury that he was guilty of the trespasses aforesaid, was committed to Newgate. Incarceration in Newgate, however, was meted out promptly for other offences than those against which the last-mentioned legislation was directed. Priests guilty of loose living, Jews accused rightly or wrongly, now of infanticide, of crucifying children, now of coining and clipping, found themselves in the gaol for indefinite periods. People again, who adulterated or sold bad food, were incontinently clapped into gaol. Thus William Coke of Hesse, or Hayes, was charged with carrying a sample of wheat in his hand in the market within Newgate, and following one William, the servant of Robert de la Lande, goldsmith, about from sack to sack, as the latter was seeking to buy wheat, telling him that such wheat as the sample could not be got for less than 21 pence per bushel, whereas on the same day and at the same hour the same servant could have bought the same wheat for 18 pence. Cook, when questioned before the mayor, recorder, and certain of the aldermen, acknowledged that he had done this to enhance the price of wheat to the prejudice of all the people. He was in consequence committed to gaol, and sentenced also to have the punishment of the pillory. The same fate overtook Allan de Lindsay and Thomas de Patemere, bankers, who were brought before the bench at Guildhall, and with them bread they had made of false, putrid, and rotten materials, through which persons who bought such bread were deceived and might be killed. The fear of imprisonment, again, was before the eyes of all who sought to interfere with the freedom of the markets. Thus it is recorded in the ordinances of the cheesemongers, that whereas the hoxters, or hucksters, and others who sell such wares by retail, do come and regrate such cheese and butter before prime rung, and before that the commonalty has been served, may it be ordained that no such hoxters shall buy of any foreigner before the hour of prime on pain of imprisonment at the will of the mayor. Similar penalties were decreed against regrating fish and other comestibles for the London markets. In 1316 Gilbert Penny was bound in the third time in default for selling bread deficient in weight. He had been twice drawn on the hurdle, and it was therefore now adjudged that he should be drawn once more, and should then forswear the trade of a baker in the city for ever. One of many similar cases is that of William Spayling, who, for selling putrid beef at Les Stokes, the stock market near Walbrook, was put upon the pillory, and the carcasses were burnt beneath. Another, who made shoes of unlawful material, had them forfeited. Bakers who stole dough from the moulding boards of other bakers were exposed to the pillory, and the dough hung about their necks. Richard le Forester, for attempting to defraud with a false garland or metal chaplet for the head, was sentenced to stand in the pillory, and afterwards to forswear the city for a year and a day. Traders convicted of having blankets vamped in foreign parts with the hair of oxen and of cows were punished, and the blankets were burnt under the pillory on Cornhill. Similarly, false gloves, braces, and pouches were burnt in the High Street of Cheap, near the Stone Cross there. John Penrose, a taverner, convicted of selling unsound wine, was adjudged to drink a draught of the said wine, and the remainder was then poured out on his head. Alice, wife of Robert de Cranstoun, was put in the thew, or pillory for women, for selling ale by short measure, and so was Marjorie Hoare for selling putrid soles, the fish being burnt, and the cause of her punishment proclaimed. 2 servants of John Naylere were placed in the stocks upon Cornhill for 1 hour, and their sacks burnt beside them, for selling a deficient measure of charcoal, while their master's 3 horses were seized and detained by the mayor's sergeant until he, Naylere, came and answered for the aforesaid falsity and deceit. William Abercroft having unsound wine, the sheriffs were ordered to pour all the wine in the street and wholly make away with it, according to the custom of the city. Interesting reference may also be made to the Liber Albus, which contains other ordinances against brawlers and loose livers. The former, whether male or female, were taken to the pillory, carrying a distaff dressed with flax and preceded by minstrels. The latter, whether male or female or clerics, were marched behind music to Newgate and into the Tun in Cornhill. Repeated offences were visited with expulsion, and the culprits were compelled to forswear the city for ever. The men on exposure had their heads and beards shaved, except a fringe on their heads 2 inches in breadth. Women who made the penance in a hood of rag or striped cloth had their hair cut round about their heads. Worse cases of both sexes were shaved, like an appealer, or false informer. The crime of riotous assembling was very sharply dealt with, as appears from the proclamation made on the King's (Edward III.) departure for France. It was then ordained that no one of the city, of whatsoever condition he shall be, shall go out of the city to maintain parties, such as taking leisure, or holding days of love (days of reconciliation between persons at variance), or making other congregations within the city or without, in disturbance of the peace of our lord the King, or in affray of the people, and to the scandal of the city. Any found guilty thereof were to be taken and put into the prison of Newgate, and there retained for a year and a day, and if he was a freeman of the city, he lost his freedom for ever. The city authorities appear to have been very anxious to uphold their prerogatives, jealous of their good name, and to have readily availed themselves of Newgate as a place of punishment for any who impugned it. A certain John de Hackford, about the middle of the 14th century, was charged with perjury in falsely accusing the chief men in the city of conspiracy. For this he was remanded by the mayor and aldermen to Newgate, there to remain until they shall be better advised as to their judgment. A little later, on Saturday the morrow of St. Nicholas, 6th of December, 1364, this judgment was delivered, to the effect that the said John shall remain in prison for 1 whole year and a day, and the said John, within such year, shall 4 times have the punishment of the pillory, that is to say, 1 day in each quarter of the year, beginning on the Saturday aforesaid, and in this manner: the said John shall come out of Newgate, without hood or girdle, barefoot and unshod, with a whetstone hung by a chain from his neck and lying on his breast, it being marked with the words, "A false liar," and there shall be a pair of trumpets trumpeting before him on his way to the pillory, and there the cause of this punishment shall be solemnly proclaimed, and the said John shall remain in the pillory for 3 hours of the day, and from thence shall be taken back to Newgate in the same manner, there to remain until his punishment be completed in manner aforesaid. This investiture of the whetstone was commonly used as a punishment for misstatement, for it is recorded in 1371 that one Nicholas Mollaire, servant of John Toppersfield, smith, that the punishment of the pillory and whetstone for circulating lies, amongst others, that the prisoners of Newgate were to be taken to the Tower of London, and that there was to be no longer a prison at Newgate. A sharper sentence was meted out about the same date to William Hughlot, who, for a murderous assault upon an alderman, was sentenced to lose his hand, and precept was given to the sheriffs of London to do execution of the judgment aforesaid. Upon this an axe was brought into court by an officer of the sheriffs, and the hand of the said William was laid upon the block, there to be cut off. Whereupon John Rove, the alderman aggrieved, in reverence of our lord the King, and at the request of divers lords, who entreated for the said William, begged of the mayor and aldermen that the judgment might be remitted, which was granted accordingly. The culprit was, however, punished by imprisonment, with exposure on the pillory, wearing a whetstone, and he was also ordered to carry a lighted wax candle, weighing 3 pounds, through Cheap and Fleet streets to St. Dunstan's church, where he was to make offering of the same. However sensitive of their good name, the mayor and aldermen of those times seem to have been fairly upright in their administration of the law. The following case shows this. A man named Hugh de Beaune, arraigned before the city coroner and sheriff for the death of his wife, stood mute and refused to plead, so as to save his goods after sentence. For thus refusing the law of England, the justiciary of our lord the King for the delivery of the gaol of Newgate committed him back to prison, there in penance to remain until he should be dead. Long years elapsed between the building of Newgate and the date when the city gained complete jurisdiction over the prison. King Henry III's orders to repair the gaol at his own charge has been mentioned already. 40 years later the same monarch pretended to be keenly concerned in the good government of Newgate. Returning from Bordeaux when his son Edward had married the sister of the King of Spain, Henry passed through Dover and reached London on St. John's Day. The city sent to congratulate him on his safe arrival, the messengers taking with them a humble offering of £100. The avaricious king was dissatisfied, and instead of thanking them, intimated that if they would win his thanks they must enlarge their present, whereupon they gave him a valuable piece of plate of exquisite workmanship, which pacified him for the present. But Henry was resolved to squeeze more out of the wealthy burgesses of London. An opportunity soon offered when a clerk convict, one John Frome, of Offram, charged with murdering a prior, and committed for safe custody to Newgate, escaped therefrom. The murdered man was a cousin of Henry's queen, and the king, affecting to be gravely displeased at this gross failure in prison administration, summoned the mayor and sheriffs to appear before him and answer the matter. The mayor laid the fault from him to the sheriffs, forasmuch as to them belonged the keeping of all prisoners within the city. The mayor was therefore allowed to return home, but the sheriffs remained prisoners in the Tower by the space of a month or more, and yet they excused themselves in that the fault rested chiefly with the bishop's officers, the latter having, at their lord's request, sent the prisoner to Newgate, but being still themselves responsible with the bishop for his safe keeping. These excuses did not satisfy the king, who, according to his usual justice, says Norfolk, demanded of the city, as an atonement of the pretended crime, no less than the sum of 3,000 marks. The fine was not immediately forthcoming, whereupon he degraded both the sheriffs, and until the citizens paid up the enormous sum demanded, he caused the chief of them to be seized and clapped into prison. The city was ready enough, however, to purchase substantial privileges in hard cash. Many of its early charters were thus obtained from necessitous kings. In this way the corporation ransomed, so to speak, its ancient freedom and the right of independent government. In 1327 a further point was gained. The support of the citizens had been freely given to Queen Isabella and her young son in the struggle against Edward II. On the accession of Edward III a new charter dated in the first year of his reign was granted to the city of London. After confirming the ancient liberties, it granted many new privileges. Chief among them was the concession that the mayor of London should be one of the justices for gaol delivery of Newgate, and named in every commission for that purpose. The king's marshal might in future hold no court within the boundary of the city, nor were citizens to be called upon to plead beyond them for anything done within the liberties. No market might be kept within 7 miles of London, while the citizens were permitted to hold fairs and a court of pie–powder therein. In other words, a court for the summary disposal of all offences committed by hawkers or pedlars or perambulating merchants, who have les pieds poudres or are dusty–footed. Other privileges were obtained from the king during his reign. A second charter granted them the bailiwick of Southwark, a village which openly harboured felons, thieves, and other malefactors, who committed crimes in the city and fled to Southwark for sanctuary. Again, the election of the mayor was established on a more settled plan, and vested in the mayor and aldermen for the time being. Another charter conceded to the corporation the honour of having gold and silver maces borne before the chief functionary, who about this period became the first entitled to take rank as Lord Mayor. The vast wealth and importance of this great civic dignitary was to be seen in the state he maintained. The Lord Mayor even then dispensed a princely hospitality, and one eminent citizen in his reign, Henry Pickard by name, had the honour of entertaining 4 sovereigns at his table, that is, the kings of England, France, Scotland, and Cyprus, with the Prince of Wales and many more notables. This Pickard was one of the guild of merchant vintners of Gascony, a Bordeaux wine merchant, in fact, and a Gascon by birth, although a naturalized subject of the English king. The vintners gave the city several lord mayors. Richard II was not so well disposed towards the city. Recklessly extravagant, wasteful, and profuse in his way of living, He was always in straits for cash. The money needed for his frivolous amusements and ostentatious display he wrung from the corporation by forfeiting its charters, which were only redeemed by the payment of heavy fines. The sympathies of the city were therefore with Henry Bolingbroke in the struggle which followed. It was able to do him good service by warning him of a plot against his life, and Henry, now upon the throne, to show his gratitude and cultivate the good understanding thus commenced with the city, granted it a new charter. The most important clause of Henry's charter was that which entrusted the citizens, their heirs and successors, with the custody, as well of the gates of Newgate and Ludgate, as all other gates and posterns in the same city. By this time the gate and prison had passed under the control of the civic authorities, and they enjoyed the privilege of contributing to its charges. This appears from an entry as far back as September 1339, in the account of expenditure of Thomas de Marius, chamberlain. The item is for moneys delivered to William Simond, serjeant of the chamber, by precept of the mayor and aldermen, for making the pavement within Newgate, £7 6s. 8d. How complete became the power and responsibility of the corporation and its officers is to be seen in the account, given in the Liber Albus, of the procedure when new sheriffs were appointed. They were sworn on appointment, and with them their officers, among whom were the governor of Newgate and his clerk. After dinner on the same day of appointment the old and new sheriffs repaired to Newgate, where the new officials took over all the prisoners by indenture, made between them and the old. They were also bound to place one safeguard there at their own peril, and were forbidden to let the gaol to fen or farm. Other restrictions were placed upon them. It was the sheriff's duty also, upon the vigil of St. Michael, on vacating their office, to resign into the hands of the mayor for the time being the keys of Newgate, the cocket or seal of Newgate, and all other things pertaining to the said sheriffwick. All the civic authorities, mayor, sheriffs, aldermen, and their servants, including the gaoler of Newgate, were forbidden to brew for sale, keep an oven, or let carts for hire. Nor shall they be regrators of provisions, or hucksters of ale, or in partnership with such. Penalties were attached to the breach of these regulations. It was laid down that any who took the oath and afterwards contravened it, or any who would not agree to abide by the ordinance, should be forthwith ousted from his office for ever. It was also incumbent upon the sheriffs to put a man sufficient and of good repute to keep the gaol of Newgate in due manner, without taking anything of him for such keeping thereof, by covenant made in private or openly. Moreover, the gaoler so appointed swore before the Lord Mayor and aldermen that neither he nor any of them shall take fine or extortionate charge from any prisoner by putting on or taking off his irons, or shall receive moneys extorted from such prisoners. He was permitted to levy 4d. from each upon release, as from ancient time has been the usage, but he shall take fees from no person at his entrance there. Indeed, he was warned that if he practised extortion he would be ousted from his office, and punished at the discretion of the mayor, aldermen, and common council of the city. It will be made pretty plain in subsequent pages that these wise and righteous regulations were both flagrantly ignored and systematically contravened. The rule against farming out the prison may have been observed, and it cannot be clearly proved that the sheriffs ever took toll from the gaoler. But the spirit of the law, if not its letter, was broken by the custom which presently grew general of making the gaolership a purchasable appointment. Thus the buying and selling of offices, of army commissions, for example, as we have seen practised till recent years in England, at one time extended also to the keeperships of gaols. It is recorded in the Calendar of State Papers that one Captain Richardson agreed for his place as keeper of Newgate for £3,000. A larger sum, that is £5,000, was paid by John Huggins to Lord Clarendon, who did by his interest obtain a grant of the office of keeper of the Fleet prison for the life of Huggins and his son. One James Whiston, in a book entitled England's Calamities Discovered, or Serious Advice to the Common Council of London, denounces this practice, which he stigmatizes as bartering justice for gold. Purchased cruelty, the right to oppress the prisoners, that is to say, in order to recover the sum spent in buying the place, is now grown so bold, that if a poor man pay not extortionary fees and ruinous chamber rent, he shall be thrown into holes, and common sides to be devoured by famine, lice, and disease. I would fain know, he asks, by what surmise of common sense a keeper of a prison can demand a recompense or fee from a prisoner for keeping him in prison? Can he believe that any person can deserve a recompense for opening the door of misery and destruction? But now such is the confidence of a purchaser, that to regain his sum expended he sells his tap–house at prodigious rates, he farms his sheets to mere harpies, and his great key to such a piece of imperious cruelty (presumably his chief turnkey) as is the worst of mankind. Following the same line of argument, he says, it will perhaps be thought impertinent to dispute a gaoler's demands for admitting us into his loathsome den, when even the common hangman, no doubt encouraged by such examples, will scarce give a malefactor a cast of his office without a bribe, demands very formally his fees, forsooth, of the person to be executed, and higgles with him as nicely as if he were going to do him some mighty kindness. Eventually an act was passed specifically forbidding the sale of such places. This statute affirms that none shall buy, sell, let, or take to farm the office of under–sheriff, gaoler, bailiff, under pain of £500, half to the king and half to him that shall sue. Let us return to mediæval Newgate. Whatever the authority, whether royal or civic, the condition of the inmates must have been wretched in the extreme, as the few brief references to them in the various records will sufficiently prove. The place was full of horrors, the gaolers rapacious and cruel. In 1334 an official inquiry was made into the state of the gaol, and some of the atrocities practised were brought to light. It was found that prisoners detained on minor charges were cast into deep dungeons, and there associated with the worst criminals. All were alike threatened, nay tortured, till they yielded to the keeper's extortions, or consented to turn approvers and swear away the lives of innocent men. These poor prisoners were dependent upon the charity and good–will of the benevolent for food and raiment. As far back as 1237 it is stated that Sir John Pulteney gave 4 marks by the year to the relief of prisoners at Newgate. In the year 1385 William Walworth, the stalwart mayor, whose name is well remembered in connection with Wat Tyler's rebellion, gave somewhat with the same good object. So have many others since, says the record. The water supply of the prison, Stowe tells, was also a charitable gift. Thomas Knowles, grocer, sometime mayor of London, by licence of Reynold, prior of St. Bartholomew's in Smithfield, and also of John Wakering, master of the hospital of St. Bartholomew, and his brethren, conveyed the waste of water at the cistern near unto the common fountain and chapel of St. Nicholas, situate by the said hospital, to the gaols of Ludgate and Newgate, for the relief of the prisoners. In 1451, by the will of Philip Malpas, who had been a sheriff some 12 years previous, the sum of £125 was bequeathed to the relief of poor prisoners. This Malpas, it may be mentioned here, was a courageous official, ready to act promptly in defence of city rights. In 1439 a prisoner under escort from Newgate to Guildhall was rescued from the officers' hands by 5 companions, after which all took sanctuary at the college of St. Martin's le Grand. But Philip Malpas and Robert Marshall, the sheriffs of London, were no sooner acquainted with the violence offered to their officer, and the rescue of their prisoner, than they, at the head of a great number of citizens, repaired to the said college, and forcibly took from thence the criminal and his rescuers, whom they carried in fetters to the Compter, and thence, chained by the necks, to Newgate. For food the prisoners were dependent upon alms or upon articles declared forfeit by the law. All food sold contrary to the statutes of the various guilds was similarly forfeited to the prisoners. The practice of giving food was continued through succeeding years and to a very recent date. A long list of charitable donations and bequests might be made out, bestowed either in money or in kind. A customary present was a number of stones of beef. Some gave penny loaves, some oatmeal, some coals. Without this benevolence it would have been hard with the poor population of the Gatehouse gaol. It was not strange that the prisons should be wasted by epidemics, as when in 1414 the gaoler died and prisoners to the number of 64, or that the inmates should at times exhibit a desperate turbulence, taking up arms and giving constituted authority much trouble to subdue them, as in 1457, when they broke out of their several wards in Newgate, and got upon the leads, where they defended themselves with great obstinacy against the sheriffs and their officers, insomuch that they, the sheriffs, were obliged to call the citizens to their assistance, whereby the prisoners were soon reduced to their former state. One other charitable bequest must be referred to here, as proving that the moral no less than the physical well-being of the prisoners was occasionally an object of solicitude. In the reign of Richard II. a prayer book was specially bequeathed to Newgate in the following terms: "Be it remembered that on the 10th day of June, in the 5th year, 1382, Henry Beaver, parson of the church of St. Peter in Brad Street, St. Peter the Poor, Broad Street, executor of Hugh Tracy, chaplain, came here before the mayor and aldermen, and produced a certain book called a Portor, which the same Hugh had left to the gaol of Newgate, in order that priests and clerks there imprisoned might say the service from the same, there to remain so long as it might last. And so in form aforesaid, the book was delivered unto David Bertelike, keeper of the gate aforesaid, to keep it in such manner so long as he should hold that office, who was also then charged to be answerable for it. And it was to be fully allowable for the said Henry to enter the gaol aforesaid twice in the year at such times as he should please, these times being suitable times for the purpose of seeing how the book was kept." We are without any very precise information as to the state of the prison building throughout these dark ages, but it was before everything a gatehouse, part and parcel of the city fortifications, and therefore more care and attention would be paid to its external than its internal conditions. It was subject, moreover, to the violence of such disturbers of the peace as the followers of Wat Tyler, of whom it is written that, having spoiled strangers in most outrageous manner, entered churches, abbeys, and houses of men of law, which in semblable sort they ransacked. They also brake up the prisons of Newgate and of both the compters, destroyed the books, and set the prisoners at liberty. This was in 1381. Whether the gaol was immediately repaired after the rebellion was crushed does not appear, but if so, the work was only partially performed, and the process of dilapidation and decay must soon have recommenced, for in Whittington's time it was almost in ruins. That eminent citizen and mercer, who was 3 times mayor, and whose charitable bequests were numerous and liberal, left moneys in his will for the purpose of rebuilding the place, and accordingly licence was granted in 1422, the first year of Henry VI's reign, to his executors, John Coventry, Jenkin Carpenter, and William Grove, to re-edify the gaol of Newgate, which they did with his goods. This building, such as it was, continued to serve until the commencement of the 17th century. I have been unable to ascertain any exact figure of this old Newgate, either in its ancient or improved aspect. The structure, such as it was, suffered so severely in the great fire of 1666 that it became necessary to rebuild it upon new and more imposing lines. This may be described as the third edifice, that of the 12th century being the first, and Richard Whittington's the second. Of this third prison details are still extant, of which description will be given hereafter. Section 4
Section 4 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Judy Derby. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 1 by Arthur Griffiths. Section 4. Newgate in the 16th Century. The prison records of the 16th century are very meager. No elaborate system of incarceration as we understand it existed. The only idea of punishment was the infliction of physical pain. The penalties inflicted were purely personal, and so to speak final, such as chastisement, degradation, or death. England had no galleys, no scheme of enforced labor at the oar, such as was known to the nations of the Mediterranean seaboard, no method of compelling perpetual toil in quarry or mine. The germ of transportation, no doubt, was to be found in the practice which suffered offenders who had taken sanctuary to escape punishment by voluntary exile. But it was long before the plan of deporting criminals beyond seas became the rule. In Henry VIII's time, says Froude, there was but one step to the gallows from the lash and the branding iron. Criminals did not always get their deserts, however. Although historians have gravely asserted that 72,000 executions took place in this single reign, the statement will not bear examination, and has been utterly demolished by Froude. As a matter of fact, offenders far too often escaped scot-free through the multiplication of sanctuaries, which refuges, like that of St. Martin's-le-Grand, existed under the very walls of Newgate, the negligence of pursuers, and not seldom the stout opposition of the inculpated. Benefit of clergy claimed and conceded on the most shadowy grounds was another easy and frequent means of evading the law. Some judges certainly had held that the tonsure was an indispensable proof, but all were not so strict, and putting on the book, in other words, the simple act of reading aloud, was deemed sufficient. So flagrant was the evasion of the law that jailers for a certain fee would assist accused persons to obtain a smattering of letters, whereby they might plead their clergy in court. It may be added that although the abuse of the privilege was presently greatly checked, it was not until the reign of William and Mary that benefit of clergy was absolutely denied to burglars, pickpockets, and other criminal offenders. Yet there were spasmodic intervals of the most extraordinary severity. 20 thieves, says Sir Thomas More in his Utopia, might then be seen hanging on a single gibbet. Special legislation was introduced to deal with special crimes. Although there was an appropriateness in the retribution which overtook him, the sentence inflicted upon the Bishop of Rochester's cook in 1531, under a new act passed for the purpose, was ferociously cruel. This man, one Richard Rose or Rouse, was convicted of having poisoned 16 persons with porridge specially prepared to put an end to his master. The crime had been previously almost unknown in England, and special statutory powers were taken to cope with it. An act was at once passed defining the offense to be high treason, and prescribing boiling to death as the penalty. Rose was accordingly, after conviction, boiled alive in Smithfield. It may be added that this cruel statute, which may be read in extenso in Froude, was soon afterwards repealed, but not before another culprit, Margaret Davy by name, had suffered under its provisions for a similar offense. It is only a passing glimpse that we get of the meaner sort of criminal committed to Newgate in these times. The jail, as I have said, was but the antechamber to something worse. It was the starting point for the painful promenade to the pillory. The jurors who were forsworn for rewards or favor of parties were judged to ride from Newgate to the pillory in Cornhill with paper mitres on their heads, there to stand, and from thence again to Newgate. Again, the ringleaders of false inquests, Darby, Smith, and Simpson by name, were, in the first year of Henry VII's reign, 1509, condemned to ride about the city with their faces to their horses' tails, and paper on their heads, and were set on the pillory at Cornhill. After that they were brought back to Newgate, where they died for very shame. A few extracts will serve further to describe the criminal inmates of Newgate in those times. The quotations are from the Remembrancia, 1579 to 1664. Searches appear to have been regularly made for suspected persons, who, when caught, were committed to ward. Thus, 1519, a search was made in the house of William Solcock in Holborn, and it was found that one Christopher Tillesley had lain there 2 nights. He has no master, and is committed to Newgate. Again, in the house of Christopher Arundel, one Robert Bailey has no master, and is committed to Newgate. To Newgate were also committed any who were bold enough to malign the great Cardinal Wolsey, in the plenitude of his power, as was Adam Green in June 1523, a prisoner in Ludgate, who repeated to the keeper what he had heard from a butcher, to the effect that Wolsey had told the king that all London were traitors to his grace. Green was warned to keep silent, but he said he would abide by it, for he had it from a substantial man who would also abide by it. Instances of more serious crimes are recorded. In March 1528, Stephen reports to Thomas Cromwell that between the hours of 6 and 7, 5 thieves knocked at the door of Roderigo the Spaniard, which dwelleth next the goldsmith, against your door. Being asked who was there, they answered, one from the court, to speak with Roderigo. When the door was opened, 3 of them rushed in and found the said Roderigo sitting by the fire, with a poor woman dwelling next to Miss Windsor. 2 tarried and kept the door, and strangled the poor woman that she should not cry. They then took Roderigo's purse, and killed him by stabbing him in the belly, but had not fled far before 2 of them were taken and brought to Newgate. Debtors were too small fry to be often referred to in the chronicles of the times. Now and again they are mentioned as fitting objects for charity, royal and private. In the King's Book of Payments is the following entry, under date May 1515. Master Almoner redeeming prisoners in Newgate, Ludgate, and the Compter, £20. The State Papers, 1581, contain a commission to the Lord Mayor, Recorder, and Sheriffs of London, and many others, all charitable folk, and some 60 in numbers, to compound with the creditors of poor debtors, at that time prisoners in Newgate, Ludgate, and the 2 Compters of the city. Although debtors in jail who volunteered for service on shipboard were discharged by proclamation from the demands of their creditors, as a general rule, committal to Newgate on account of monetary mismanagement appears to have been more easily compassed than subsequent release. The same volume of State Papers contains a petition from Richard Case to Lord Burleigh, to the effect that he had been committed to Newgate upon the unjust complaint of Mr. Benedict Spinola, relative to the lease of certain lands and tenements in London. The petitioner further desires to be discharged from prison, and to have the Queen's pardon. But there is no allusion to his enlargement. The impolicy of confining debtors was not to be fully realized till 3 more centuries had passed away. But as early as 1700, A pamphlet preserved in the Harleian Miscellany and entitled Labor in Vain anticipates modern feeling and modern legislation. The writer protests against the imprisonment of debtors, which he compares to shutting up a cow from herbage when she gives no milk. In England we confine people to starve, contrary to humanity, mercy, or policy. One may as reasonably expect his dog, he says, when chained to a post, should catch a hare, as that poor debtors, when in jail, should get wherewithal to pay their debts. Details of the incarceration and sufferings of prisoners for conscience' sake, in an age when polemics were backed up by the strong arm of the law, are naturally to be met with more frequently in the partisan writings of the time. Throughout the reigns of Henry VIII, Mary, and even in that of Elizabeth, intolerance stalked rampant through the land, filling the prisons and keeping Smithfield in a blaze. Henry was by turns severe on all creeds. Now Protestants, now Catholics suffered. He began as an ardent champion of Romish doctrines, and ended by denying the supremacy of the Pope. In the first stage he persecuted so-called heretics. In the second he despoiled church property, and sent monks and priors to jail and to the gallows. Fox gives a long and detailed list of the Protestant martyrs from first to last. One of the most prominent was Richard Bayfield, a monk of Bury, who became an inmate of Newgate. Fox relates that a letter of inquiry was issued by the Bishop of London to the Lord Mayor and sheriffs to be present at St. Paul's on the 20th November 1531, to receive the said Richard Bayfield, alias Soundesam, a relapsed heretic after sentence. The sheriffs carried him to Newgate, whence they were commanded again to bring him into Paul's upper choir, there to give attendance upon the bishop. Later on they are ordered to have him into the vestry, and then to bring him forth again in Antichrist's apparel to be degraded before them. When the bishop had degraded him, says old Fox, kneeling upon the highest step of the altar, he took his crosier's staff and smote him on the breast. Then he threw him down backwards and brake his head, so that he swooned. And when he came to himself again, he was led forth through the choir to Newgate, and there rested about an hour in prayer, and so went to the fire in his apparel manfully and joyfully, and there, for lack of a speedy fire, was 2/4 of an hour alive. Henry was, however, impartial in his severity. In 1533 he suffered John Frith, Andrew Hewitt, and other Protestants, to the number of 27, to be burned for heresy. The years immediately following he hunted to death all who refused to acknowledge him as the head of the Church. Besides such imposing victims as Sir Thomas More and Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, many priests suffered. In 1534 the prior of the London Carthusians, the prior of Hexham, Benace, a monk of Sion College, and John Haight, vicar of Isleworth, together with others, were sentenced to be hanged and quartered at Tyburn. In 1538 a friar, by name Forrest, was hanged in Smithfield upon a gallows, quick, by the middle and the armholes, and burned to death for denying the king's supremacy, and teaching the same in confession to many of the king's subjects. Upon the pile by which Forrest was consumed was also a wooden image brought out of Wales, called Darvel Gatherin, which the Welshmen much worshipped, and had a prophecy amongst them that this image would set a whole forest on fire, which prophecy took effect. The greatest trials were reserved for the religious dissidents who dared to differ with the king. Henry was vain of his learning and of his polemical powers. No true follower of Luther, he was a Protestant by policy rather than conviction, and he still held many tenets of the Church he had disavowed. These were embodied and promulgated in the notorious 6 Articles, otherwise the whip with 6 tails, or the bloody statute, so called from its sanguinary results. The doctrines enunciated were such that many could not possibly subscribe to them. The penalties were straight and bloody, and very soon they were widely inflicted. Fox, in a dozen or more pages, recounts the various presentments against individuals, lay and clerical, for transgressing one or more of the principles of the 6 Articles, and adds to the aforesaid, Dr. Taylor, parson of St. Peter's in Cornhill, South, parish priest of All Hallows in Lombard Street, Some, a priest, Giles, the king's beer brewer at the Red Lion in St. Catherine's, Thomas Lancaster, priest, all which were imprisoned likewise for the 6 Articles. To be short, he adds, such a number out of all parishes in London, and out of Calais, and divers other quarters, were then apprehended through the said Inquisition, that all prisons in London, including Newgate, were too little to hold them, insomuch that they were fain to lay them in the halls. At last, by the means of good Lord Audeley, such pardon was obtained of the king, that the said Lord Audeley, then Lord Chancellor, being content that one should be bound for another, they were all discharged, being bound only to appear in the Star Chamber the next day after All Souls, there to answer if they were called, but neither was there any person called, neither did any appear. Bonner, then Bishop of London, and afterwards one of the Queen's principal advisers, had power to persecute even under Henry. The Bible had been set up by the king's command in St. Paul's, that the public might read the sacred word. Much people used to resort thither, says Fox, to hear the reading of the Bible, and especially by one John Porter, a fresh young man, and of a big stature, who was very expert. It displeased Bonner that this Porter should draw such congregations, and sending for him, the bishop rebuked him very sharply for his reading. Porter defended himself, but Bonner charged him with adding expositions of the text, and gathering great multitudes about him to make tumults. Nothing was proved against Porter, but, in fine, Bonner sent him to Newgate, where he was miserably fettered in irons, both legs and arms, with a collar of iron about his neck, fastened to the wall in the dungeon, being there so cruelly handled that he was compelled to send for a kinsman of his, whose name is also Porter, a man yet alive, and can testify that it is true, and dwelleth yet without Newgate. He, seeing his kinsman in this miserable case, entreated Jewett, the keeper of Newgate, that he might be released out of those cruel irons, and so, through friendship and money, had him up among other prisoners, who lay there for felony and murder. Porter made the most of the occasion, and after hearing and seeing their wickedness and blasphemy, exhorted them to amendment of life, and gave unto them such instructions as he had learned of in the Scriptures, for which his so doing he was complained, and so carried down and laid in the lower dungeon of all, oppressed with bolts and irons, where, within 6 or 8 days, he was found dead. But the most prominent victim to the 6 Articles was Anne Askew, the daughter of Sir William Askew, Knight of Lincolnshire. She was married to one Kyme, but is best known under her maiden name. She was persecuted for denying the real presence, but the proceedings against her were pushed to extremity, it was said, because she was befriended in high quarters. Her story is a melancholy one. First, one Christopher Dean examined her as to her faith and belief in a very subtle manner, and upon her answers had her before the Lord Mayor, who committed her to the Compter. There, for 11 days, none but a priest was allowed to visit her, his object being to ensnare her further. Presently she was released upon finding sureties to surrender if required, but was again brought before the King's Council at Greenwich. Her opinions in matters of belief proving unsatisfactory, she was remanded to Newgate. Thence she petitioned the King, also the Lord Chancellor Wriothesley, to aid her in obtaining just consideration. Nevertheless she was taken to the Tower, and there tortured. Fox puts the following words into her mouth. On Tuesday I was sent from Newgate to the Sign of the Crown, where Master Rich and the Bishop of London, with all their power and flattering words, went about to persuade me from God. But I did not esteem their glozing pretences. Then Master Rich sent me to the Tower, where I remained till 3 o'clock. At the Tower, strenuous efforts were made to get her to accuse others. They pressed her to say how she was maintained in prison, whether divers gentlewomen had not sent her money. But she replied that her maid had gone abroad in the streets, and made moan to the prentices, who had sent her alms. When further urged, she admitted that a man in a blue coat had delivered her 10 shillings, saying it came from my Lady Hertford, and that another in a violet coat had given her 8 shillings from my Lady Denny. Whether it is true or not, I cannot tell. Then they said 3 men of the council did maintain me, and I said no. Then they did put me on the rack, because I confessed no ladies or gentlemen to be of my opinion, and thereon they kept me a long time. And because I lay still and did not cry, my Lord Chancellor and Master Rich took pains to rack me with their own hands till I was nigh dead. Then the lieutenant, Sir Anthony Knevet, caused me to be loosed from the rack. Incontinently I swooned, and then they recovered me again. After that I sat 2 long hours, reasoning with my Lord Chancellor on the bare floor. At last she was brought to a house and laid in a bed with as weary and painful bones as ever had patient Job. I thank my Lord God therefore. Then my Lord Chancellor sent me word, if I would leave my opinion, I should want nothing. If I did not, I should forthwith to Newgate, and so be burned. Fox gives full details of her torture in the Tower. At first she was let down into a dungeon, and the jailer, by command of Sir Anthony Knevet, pinched her with the rack. After this, deeming he had done enough, he was about to take her down, but Wriothesley, the Lord Chancellor, commanded the lieutenant to strain her on the rack again, which, because he denied to do, tendering the weakness of the woman, he was threatened therefore grievously of the said Wriothesley, saying he would signify his disobedience to the king. And so consequently upon the same, he, Wriothesley, and Master Rich, throwing off their gowns, would needs play the tormentors themselves. And so, quietly and patiently praying unto the Lord, she abode their tyranny till her bones and joints were almost plucked asunder, in such sort as she was carried away in a chair. Then the Chancellor galloped off to report the lieutenant to the king, but Sir Anthony Knevet forestalled by going by water, and obtained the king's pardon before the complaint was made. King Henry, says Fox, seemed not very well to like of their so extreme handling of the woman. Soon after, this Mistress Askew was again committed to Newgate, whence she was carried in a chair to Smithfield, because she could not walk on her feet by means of her great torments. When called upon to recant, she refused, as did the martyrs with her, whereupon the Lord Mayor, commanding fire to be put under them, cried, Fiat Justitia, and they were burned. The Marian persecutions naturally filled Newgate. It would weary the reader to give lengthened descriptions of the many martyrs who passed through that prison to Smithfield. but a few of the victims stand prominently forward. Two of the earliest were John Rogers, vicar of St. Sepulchre, and prebendary of St. Paul's, and Hooper, Bishop of Gloucester. Rogers was the proto-martyr, the first sacrificed to the religious intolerance of Mary and her advisers. Fox says that after being a prisoner in his own house for a long time, Rogers was removed to the prison called Newgate, where he was lodged among thieves and murderers for a great space. He was kept in Newgate a full year, Rogers tells us himself, at great costs and charges, having a wife and 10 children to find for, and I had never a penny of my livings, which was against the law. He made many supplications out of Newgate, and sent his wife to implore fairer treatment. But in Newgate he lay, till at length he was brought to the Compter in Southwark, with Master Hooper, for examination. Finally, after having been very uncharitably entreated, he was unjustly and most cruelly by wicked Winchester condemned. The 4th February 1555, he was warned suddenly by the keeper's wife of Newgate to prepare himself for the fire, who being then found asleep, scarce with much shogging could be awakened. Being bidden to make haste, he remarked, "If it be so, I need not tie my points." So was he had down first to Bonner to be degraded, whom he petitioned to be allowed to talk a few words with his wife before his burning, a reasonable request, which was refused. Then the sheriffs, Master Chester and Master Woodroove, took him to Smithfield, and his wife and children, 11 in number, 10 able to go, and 1 at the breast, met him as he passed. This sorrowful sight of his own flesh and blood could nothing move him, but that he constantly and cheerfully took his death with wonderful patience in the defence and quarrel of Christ's gospel. While detained in Newgate, Master Rogers devoted himself to the service of the ordinary prisoners, to whom he was beneficial and liberal, having thus devised that he with his fellows should have but 1 meal a day, they paying notwithstanding the charges of the whole. The other meal should be given to them that lacked on the other, or common, side of the prison. But Alexander their keeper, a straight man and a right Alexander, a coppersmith, indeed, would in no case suffer that. This Alexander Andrew, or Alexander as he is simply called, figures in contemporary records, more especially in the writings of Fox, as a perfect type of the brutal jailer. Of jailers, says Fox, Alexander, keeper of Newgate, exceeded all others. He is described as a cruel enemy of those that lay there, Newgate, for religion. The cruel wretch, to hasten the poor lambs to the slaughter, would go to Bonner, Story, Cholmley, and others, crying out, "Rid my prison! Rid my prison! I am too much pestered by these heretics." Alexander's reception of an old friend of his, Master Philpot, when committed to Newgate, is graphically told by the old chronicler. "Ah, thou hast well done to bring thyself hither," he says to Philpot. "I must be content," replied Philpot, "for it is God's appointment, and I shall desire you to let me have some gentle favour, for you and I have been of old acquaintance." "Well," said Alexander, "I will show thee great gentleness and favour, so thou wilt be ruled by me." Then said Master Philpot, "I pray you show me what you would have me to do." He said, "If you will recant, I will show you any pleasure I can." "Nay," said Master Philpot, "I will never recant whilst I have my life, for it is most certain truth, and in witness thereof I will seal it with my blood." Then Alexander said, "This is the saying of the whole pack of you heretics." Whereupon he commanded him to be set upon the block, and as many irons upon his legs as he could bear, for that he would not follow his wicked mind. "But, good Master Alexander, be so much my friend that these irons may be taken off." "Well," said Alexander, Give me my fees, and I will take them off. If not, thou shalt wear them still. Then Master Philpot said, Sir, what is your fee? He said 4 pounds was his fee. Ah, said Master Philpot, I have not so much. I am but a poor man, and I have been long in prison. What wilt thou give me then? Said Alexander. Sir, said he, I will give you 20 shillings, and that I will send my man for, or else I will lay my gown to gage. For the time is not long, I am sure, that I shall be with you, for the bishop said I should be soon dispatched. Then said Alexander unto him, What is that to me? And with that he departed for a time, and commanded him to be had into limbo. And so his commandment was fulfilled, but before he could be taken from the block, the clerk would have a groat. Then one Willerence, steward of the house, took him on his back, and carried him down his man knew not whither. Wherefore Master Philpot said to his man, Go to Master Sheriff, and show him how I am used, and desire Master Sheriff to be good unto me. And so his servant went straightway, and took an honest man with him. And when they came to Master Sheriff, which was Master Ascham, and showed him how Master Philpot was handled in Newgate, the sheriff, hearing this, took his ring off his finger, and delivered it unto that honest man that comes with Master Philpot's man, and bade him go unto Alexander the keeper, and command him to take off his irons, and handle him more gently, and give his man again that which he had taken from him. And when they came to the said Alexander, and told their message from the sheriff, Alexander took the ring, and said, Ah, I perceive that Master Sheriff is a bearer with him, and all such heretics as he is. Therefore tomorrow I will show it to his betters. Yet at 10 by the clock he went to Master Philpot where he lay, and took off his irons, and gave him such things as he had taken before from his servant. Alexander's zeal must have been very active. In 1558 it is recorded that 22 men and women were committed to Newgate for praying together in the fields about Islington. They were 22 weeks in the prison before they were examined, during which Alexander sent them word that if they would hear a mass they should be delivered. According to Fox, a terrible vengeance overtook this hard-hearted man. He died very miserably, being so swollen that he was more like a monster than a man. The same authority relates that other persecutors came to a bad end. Bishop Hooper soon followed Rogers to the stake. The same Monday night, February 4th, 1555, the keeper of Newgate gave him an inkling that he should be sent to Gloucester to suffer death, and the next day following, about 4 o'clock in the morning before day, the keeper with others came to him and searched him and the bed wherein he lay, to see if he had written anything. And then he was led to the sheriffs of London, and other their officers forth of Newgate, to a place appointed not far from Dunstan's church, Fleet Street, where 6 of the Queen's guards were appointed to receive him, and to carry him to Gloucester, where execution was to be done. We obtain a curious insight into the jail at Newgate during Mary's reign from the narrative of the Hot Gospeller. Edward Underhill, a yeoman of the guard, was arrested in 1553 for putting out a ballad which attacked the Queen's title. Underhill was carried before the council, and there got into dispute with Bourne, a fanatic priest whom he called a papist. Sir John Mason asked what he meant by that, and he replied, If you look among the priests of Paul's, you will find some Mompsimuses there. This caused much heat, and he was committed to Newgate. At the door of the prison he wrote to his wife, asking her to send his nightgown, Bible, and lute, and then he goes on to describe Newgate as follows. In the centre of Newgate was a great open hall. As soon as it was supper time, the board was covered in the same hall. The keeper, whose name was Alexander, with his wife came and sat down, and 6 prisoners that were there for felony, Underhill being the first that for religion was sent into that prison. One of the felons had served with him in France. After supper this good fellow, whose name was Bristow, procured one to have a bed in his (Underhill's) chamber, who could play well upon a rebeck. He was a tall fellow, and after one of Queen Mary's guard, yet a Protestant, which he kept secret, or else he should not have found such favour as he did at the keeper's hands and his wife's, for to such as loved the gospel they were very cruel. "Well," said Underhill, "I have sent for my Bible, and by God's grace therein shall be my daily exercise. I will not hide it from them." "Sir," said he, "I am poor, but they will bear with you, for they see your estate is to pay well, and I will show you the nature and manner of them, for I have been here a good while. They both do love music very well, wherefore you with your lute, and I to play with you on my rebeck, will please them greatly. He loveth to be merry and to drink wine, and she also. If you will bestow upon them, every dinner and supper, a quart of wine and some music, you shall be their white son, and have all the favour they can show you." The honour of being white son to the governor and governess of Newgate was worth aspiring after, as it meant many privileges and much favour. Underhill duly provided the desired entertainment. The governor gave him the best room in the prison, with all other admissible indulgences. At last, however, the evil savour's great unquietness, with over many draughts of air, threw the poor gentleman into a burning ague. He shifted his lodgings, but to no purpose. The evil savours followed him. The keeper offered him his own parlour, where he escaped from the noise of the prison, but it was near the kitchen, and the smell of the meat was disagreeable. Finally the wife put him away in her store-closet, amidst her best plate, crockery, and clothes, and there he continued to survive till the middle of September, when he was released on bail through the interference of the Earl of Bedford. There was a truce to religious persecution for some years after Mary's death. Throughout Edward's reign and the better part of Elizabeth's, it was only the ordinary sort of criminal who was committed to the jail of Newgate. The offences were mostly coining, horse-stealing, and other kinds of thefts. One named Ditch was apprehended at the session holden at Newgate on 4th December 1583, 19 times indicted, whereof he confessed 18, who also between the time of his apprehension and the said sessions impeached many for stealing horses, whereof, divers being apprehended, 10 were condemned and hanged in Smithfield on the 11th December, being Friday, and horse market there. The Remembrancia gives a letter from Mr. Valentine Dale, one of the masters of the Court of Requests, to the Lord Mayor, stating that the wife of John Hollingshead had petitioned the Queen to grant a reprieve and pardon to her husband, a condemned felon, and directing the execution to be stayed, and a full account of his behaviour and offence forwarded to her Majesty. The Lord Mayor, in reply, says that he had called before him the officers of Newgate, who stated that Hollingshead had been for a long time a common and notorious thief. This was the 4th time he had been in Newgate for felonies, and upon the last occasion he had been branded with the letter T, thief. Coiners were very severely dealt with. The offence was treason, and punished as such. There are many cases on record, such as: on the 27th of January, Philip Michel, a Frenchman, and 2 Englishmen were drawn from Newgate to Tyburn, and there hanged. The Frenchman quartered, who had coined gold counterfeit. Of the Englishmen, the one had clipped silver, and the other cast testers of tin. The 30th of May, Thomas Green, goldsmith, was drawn from Newgate to Tyburn, and there hanged, beheaded, and quartered for clipping of coin, both gold and silver. Towards the end of the reign, in spite of the stringent acts against vagrancy, the country swarmed with rogues and beggars, vagabonds who laid the farmers under contribution, and terrified all honest folk out of their lives. In London, crime was rampant. Even then it had its organization. There were houses which harbored thieves, in which schools were maintained for the education of young pickpockets. Maitland tells us that in the spring of 1585, Fleetwood, the recorder, with several other magistrates, searched the town and discovered 7 houses of entertainment of felons. They found also that one Walton, a gentleman born, once a prosperous merchant, but fallen into decay, who had kept an alehouse which had been put down, had begun a new business. He opened his house for the reception of all the cut-purses in and about the city. In this house was a room to teach young boys to cut purses. 2 devices were hung up. One was a pocket, the other was a purse. The pocket had in it certain counters, and was hung round with hawks' bells, and over them hung a little sacring bell. The purse had silver in it, and he that could take out a counter without any noise was allowed to be a public foister, and he that could take a piece of silver out of the purse without noise of any of the bells was adjudged a clever nipper. These places gave great encouragement to evildoers in these times, but were soon after suppressed. In 1581 a fresh religious persecution began, happily without the sanguinary accessories of that of Mary's reign. Elizabeth had no love for the Puritans. She also began now to hate and fear the Papists. Orthodoxy was insisted upon. People who would not go to church were sent first to prison, then haled before sessions, and fined a matter of £20 each. Still worse fared the adherents or emissaries of Rome. In 1569 a man named John Felton had been drawn from Newgate into Paul's churchyard, and there hanged and quartered as a traitor for affixing a bull of Pope Pius V on the gate of the Bishop of London's palace. In 1578 it is recorded that the Papists are stubborn. So also must have been the Puritans. One Sherwood, brought before the Bishop of London, behaved so stubbornly that the bishop will show no more favor to those miscalled Puritans. Next began a fierce crusade against the seminary priests, who swarmed into England like missionaries, dispatched in partibus infidelium to minister to the faithful few, and bring back all whom they could to the fold. Newgate was now forever full of these priests. They adopted all manner of disguises, and went now as soldiers, now as private gentlemen, now openly as divines. They were harbored and hidden by faithful Roman Catholics, and managed thus to glide unperceived from point to point, intent upon their dangerous business. But they did not always escape observation, and when caught they were invariably laid by the heels and hardly dealt with. Gerard Dance, alias Ducat, a seminary priest, was arraigned in 1581 at the Old Bailey before the Queen's justices, and affirmed that although he was in England, he was subject to the Pope in ecclesiastical causes, and that the Pope had now the same authority in England as he had 100 years ago, in which he exercised at Rome, with other traitorous speeches, for which he was condemned to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. The same year William Dios, a Spaniard, keeper of Newgate, sent a certificate of the names of the recusants now in Newgate, viz., Lawrence Wakeman and others, the 2 last being of the precise sort. April 20, 1586, Robert Raleigh, taken upon seas by Captain Burrows going to Scotland, is committed first to the Marshalsea, and from thence to Newgate. Next year, August 26th, Richard Young reports to Secretary Walsingham that he has talked with sundry priests remaining in the prisons about London. Some, he says, are very evil affected, and unworthy to live in England. Simpson, alias Haygate, and Flower, priests, have justly deserved death, and in no wise merit Her Majesty's mercy. William Wiggs, Leonard Hyde, and George Collinson, priests in Newgate, are dangerous fellows, as are also Morris Williams and Thomas Pound, the latter committed as a layman, but in reality a professed Jesuit. Francis Tyrrell is an obstinate papist, and is doubted to be a spy. We read as follows in an intercepted letter from Cardinal John Allen, rector of the English College at Rheims, to Mr. White, seminary priest in the Clink prison, and the rest of the priests in Newgate, the Fleet, and the Marshalsea. Pope Sextus sends them his blessing, and will send them over, for their comfort, Dr. Reynolds, chief Jesuit of the college at Rheims, who must be carefully concealed, with others, whose discourses would be a great joy to all heretics. They will bring some consecrated crucifixes, late consecrated by His Holiness, and some books to be given to the chiefest Catholics, their greatest benefactors. This letter was taken upon a young man, Robert Weston, travelling to seek service, who seems to have had considerable dealings with recusants, and to have made very full confessions. It was easier for all such to get into Newgate at that time than to obtain release. Henry Ashe and Michael Jennison, being prisoners in Newgate, petitioned Lord Keeper Pickering for a warrant for their enlargement upon putting in good security for their appearance. They were long since committed by Justice Young and the now Bishop of London for recusancy, where they remain, to their great shame and utter undoing, and are likely to continue, unless he extend his mercy. In 1598, George Barkworth petitions Secretary Cecil that he was committed to Newgate 6 months ago on suspicion of being a seminary priest, which he is not, has been examined 9 times, and brought up at sessions 4 times, begs the same liberty of the house at Bridewell, which was granted him at Newgate. Political prisoners were not wanting in Newgate in the Elizabethan period. In 1585 instructions are given to the recorder to examine one Hall, a prisoner in Newgate, charged with the design for conveying away the Queen of Scots. This was a part of Babington's conspiracy, for which Throgmorton also suffered. Other victims, besides the unfortunate Queen herself, were Babington, Tichborne, and many more, who after trial at the Old Bailey, and incarceration in Newgate, were hanged in St. Giles Fields. The execution was carried out with great barbarity. 7 of the conspirators were cut down before they were dead and disembowelled. Another plot against Elizabeth's life was discovered in 1587, the actors in which were one Moody, an idle, profligate fellow, then prisoner in Newgate, and one Stafford, brother to Sir Edward Stafford. The great Queen Bess, in these last days of her reign, went in constant terror of her life, and a third conspiracy to poison her, originating with her own physician and Lopez, a Jew, led to their execution as traitors. Again, Squires, a disbanded soldier, was charged with putting poison on the pommel of her saddle, and although he admitted his guilt upon the rack, he declared when dying that he was really innocent. All this time within Newgate there was turbulence, rioting, disorders, accompanied seemingly by constant oppression. The prisoners were ready to brave anything to get out. General jail deliveries were made otherwise than in due course of law. Those that were fit to serve in the sea or land forces were frequently pardoned and set free. A petition to the Lord Admiral, 1589, is preserved, in which certain prisoners, shut out from pardon because they are not by law bailable, beg that the words may be struck out of the order for release, and state that they will gladly enter Her Majesty's service. Many made determined efforts to escape. the 16th December, 1556, says Holinshed, Gregory, carpenter and smith, and a Frenchman born, were arraigned for making counterfeit keys wherewith to have opened the locks of Newgate, to have slain the keeper and let forth the prisoners, at which time of his arraignment, having conveyed a knife into his sleeve, he thrust it into the side of William Whiteguts, his fellow prisoner, who had given evidence against him, so that he was in great peril of death thereby. For the which fact he was immediately taken from the bar into the street before the Justice Hall, when, his hand being first stricken off, he was hanged on a gibbet set up for the purpose. The keeper of Newgate was arraigned and indicted for that the said prisoner had a weapon about him and his hands loose, which should have been bound. Yet the keeper of Newgate and other jailers were sometimes kept within bounds. 2 cases may be quoted in which these officials were promptly brought to book. In 1555, the keeper of the Bread Street Compter, by name Richard Husband, pasteler, being a wilful and headstrong man, who with servants like himself had dealt hardly with the prisoners in his charge, was sent to the jail of Newgate by Sir Rowland Hill, mayor, with the assent of a court of aldermen. It was commanded to the keeper to set those irons on his legs which were called widows' alms. These he wore from Thursday till Sunday in the afternoon. On the Tuesday he was released, but not before he was bound over in 100 marks to act in conformity with the rules for the managing of the compters. All which notwithstanding, he continued as before. The prisoners were ill-treated. Prison was made a common lodging-house at 4d. the night for thieves and night-walkers, whereby they might be safe from searches that were made abroad. He was indicted for these and other enormities, but did rub it out, and could not be reformed, till the prisoners were removed, for the house in Bread Street was his own by lease or otherwise, and he could not be put from it. A searching inquiry was also made into the conduct of Crowder, the keeper of Newgate, in 1580 or thereabouts. The state papers contain an information of the disorders practised by the officers of Newgate prison, levying fines and taking bribes, by old and young Crowders, the jailers. Crowder and his wife, says the report, be most horrible blasphemers and swearers. The matter is taken up by the Lords of the Council, who write to the Lord Mayor, desiring to be fully informed of all disorders committed, and by whom. They are sending gentlemen to repair to the prison to inquire into the case, and requesting the Lord Mayor to appoint 2 persons to assist them. Sir Christopher Hatton also writes to the Lord Mayor, drawing attention to the charges against Crowder. The Lord Mayor replies that certain persons had been appointed to inquire, but had not yet made their report. The Court of Inquiry are willing to receive Crowder, but he persists in refusing to explain. He would not come to their meeting, but stood upon his reputation. The result, so far as can be guessed, was that Crowder was pensioned off, but he found powerful friends in his adversity. His cause was espoused by Sir Thomas Bromley, Lord Chancellor, who informs the Lord Mayor that he thinks Crowder has been dealt with very hardly, and that his accusers were persons unworthy of credit.
End of Section 4. Newgate in the 16th Century.
Section 5 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allie Mae. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 1, by Arthur Griffiths, Section 5. Chapter 3, Newgate in the 17th Century. The disturbing elements of society continued much the same in the early part of the 17th century as in the years immediately preceding. There were the same offences against law and order, dealt with in the same summary fashion. Newgate was perpetually crowded with prisoners charged with the same sort of crimes, Bigotry and intolerance continued to breed persecution. All sects which differed from the faith professed by those in power were in turn under the ban of the law. The Romish priest still ventured into the hostile heretic land where his life was not worth a minute's purchase. Puritans and nonconformists were committed to jail for refusing to surrender their heterodox opinions. These last coming into power were ruthlessly strict towards the openly irreligious backslider. Side by side with these sufferers in the cause of independent thought swarmed the depredators, the wrongdoers, whose criminal instincts and the actions they produced were much the same as they had been before, and as they are now. The devoted courage of the Jesuit emissaries in those days of extreme peril for all priests who dared to cross the Channel claims for them a full measure of respect. They were forever in trouble. When caught, they met hard words, scant mercy, often only a short shrift. Repeated references are made to them. In the State Papers, July 1602, is a list of priests and rescuants in prison, viz. Newgate, Pound, already mentioned, desperate and obstinate. In the Clink, Marshalsea, King's Bench, are others. Among them Douce, a forward intelligence. Twichborne, Webster, perverter of youth, etc. They were ever the victims of treachery and espionage. William Richardson, a priest of Seville College, the date is 1603, was discovered to the Chief Justice by one whom he trusted, and arraigned and condemned at Newgate for being a priest and coming to England. When examined he answered stoutly, yet with great modesty and discretion, moving many to compassionate him and speak against the Chief Justice, on whom he laid the guilt of his blood. He was executed at Tyburn, hanged and quartered, but his head and quarters were buried. Such spectacles, says the writer, Ant Avers to Giacomo Gretolo, Venice, do nothing to increase the gospel. A further account says that William Richardson, alias Anderson, was betrayed by a false brother, sent to Newgate, and kept close prisoner over a week, no one being allowed to see him. The Chief Justice, interrupting other trials, called for him, and caused him to be indicted of high treason for being a priest and coming to England, all of which he confessed, and there being no evidence against him, the Chief Justice gave his confession in writing to the jury, who found him guilty. He thanked God, and told the Chief Justice he was a bloody man, and sought the blood of the Catholics. He denied that he was a Jesuit or New Garnet. Priests were subject to espionage even beyond the realm. A deposition is given in the State Papers made by one Arthur Saul, to the effect that he had been employed by Secretary Winwood and the Archbishop of Canterbury to report what English were at Douay College, particulars of priests who have returned to England, of their meeting places and conveyance of letters. These were days of widespread oppression, when Strafford, Laud, the Star Chamber, and ecclesiastical courts gave effect to the king's eager longings for arbitrary power. The following is from a half-mad fanatic who has offended the relentless Archbishop. The petition of Richard Farnham, a prophet of the Most High God, a true subject to my King and a prisoner of my Saviour Christ, in Newgate, to Archbishop Laud and the rest of the High Commissioners, whom he prays to excuse his plainness, being no scholar. Desires to know the cause of his being detained so long in prison, where he has been kept a year next April, without coming to his answer. Thinks they have forgotten him. If he be a false prophet, and a blasphemer and a seducer, as most people report that he is, the High Commissioners would do well to bring him to trial. What he wrote before he came into prison, and what he has written since, he will stand to. If he does not get his answer this summer, he intends to complain to the king, believing that it is not his pleasure his subjects should suffer false imprisonment, to satisfy the Archbishop's mind. Of the same year, and the same character, is this other petition from William King, a prisoner in Newgate, for a little treatise delivered to Lord Leppington. Has remained in thraldom 27 months. Expresses contrition, and prays enlargement on bail, or that he may be called to answer. 40 years more were to elapse before the passing of the Habeas Corpus Act, but the foregoing will show how grievously this so-called palladium of an Englishman's liberties was required. Pardons, free or more or less conditional, were, however, vouchsafed at times. Release from prison was still as before, and for long after, frequently accompanied by the penalty of military service. This had long been the custom. On declaration of war in the earlier reigns, it was usual to issue a proclamation offering a general pardon to those guilty of homicides and felonies, on condition of service for a year and a day. Even without this obligation, prisoners in durance might sue out a pardon by intercession of some nobleman serving abroad with the king. But later on the release was distinctly conditional on personal service. The Lord Mayor certifies to the king (1619) that certain prisoners in Newgate, whose names and offences are given, are not committed for murder, so they are reprieved as being able-bodied and fit to do service in foreign parts. Another certificate states that William Dominic, condemned to death for stealing a purse, value £4, is reprieved, this being his first offence, and he an excellent drummer, fit to do the king's service. Again, the king requires the keeper of Newgate to deliver certain reprieved prisoners to Sir Edward Conway, Jr., to be employed in his Majesty's service in the Low Countries. Recorder Finch reports that he has furnished Conway's son with 7 prisoners fit for service, sends a list of prisoners now in Newgate, but reprieves. Some have been long in jail, and were saved from execution by the prince's return, with Buckingham from Spain, on that day. They pester the jail, which is already reported crowded this hot weather, and would do better service as soldiers, if pardoned, for they would not dare to run away. A warrant is made out, June 5, 1629, to the sheriffs of London to deliver such persons as the Swedish ambassador shall appoint, 47 persons, one of whom was Elizabeth Leach. Was she to be employed as a sutler or a vivendiere? Being prisoners condemned of felonies, and remaining in the jails of Newgate and Bridewell, who are released, to the end that they may be employed in the service of the King of Sweden, Gustavus Adolphus, at that time our ally. There are numerous entries of this kind in the state papers. Sometimes the prisoners volunteer for service. John Taps, by the displeasure of the late Lord Chief Justice, and the persecution of James the clerk and one of the keepers, has been kept from the benefit of the pardon which has been stayed at the Great Seal, begs Lord Conway to perfect his work by moving the Lord Keeper on his behalf, and in the meantime sending some powerful warrant for his employment as a soldier. Certain other convicted prisoners in Newgate, who had been pardoned in respect of the birth of Prince Charles II, petitioned that they are altogether impoverished and unable to sue out their pardons. They pray that by warrant they may be transported into the state of Venice under the command of Captain Ludovic Hamilton. This document is endorsed with a reference to the Lord Chief Justice of the Common Pleas to certify concerning these delinquents and their crimes. George Gardiner, a prisoner in Newgate, also petitions the king in March 1630, stating that he was committed by the council on the information of James Ingram, deputy warden of the Fleet, to prevent petitioner prosecuting the said Ingram for his notorious extortions. He has remained in Newgate since April previous, and by Ingram's procurement was shut up amongst felons in the common jail, whereby he might have been murdered, and prays that he may be allowed to go abroad on security. Here is another petition, that of Bridget Gray to the council. She states, July 19, 1618, that her grandson, John Throckmorton, is a prisoner in Newgate for felony, and prays that he may be discharged, this being his first offence, and Sir Thomas Smythe being ready to convey him beyond seas. Upon this is endorsed an order that if the mayor or recorder will certify that Throckmorton was not convicted of murder, burglary, highway robbery, rape, or witchcraft, a warrant may be made for his banishment. The certificate is forthcoming, and is to the effect that Throckmorton's crime was aiding in stealing a hat, value 6 shillings, for which the principal, Robert Wisson, an old thief, was hanged. The jail calendar reflects the vicissitudes of these changing, troublous times. There were many London citizens who, sharing the patriotic spirit of Hampden and Pym, found themselves imprisoned for refusing to submit to the illegal taxations of Charles I. In 1639 3 citizens stand committed to Newgate, not because they refused to pay ship money, but because they refused to enter into bond to attend the board to answer their not paying the same. Divers others refused, and were sent to Newgate, but upon better consideration they paid their money and were released again. The temper of the government as regards ship money is further shown by the arrest and trial of the keeper of Newgate for permitting a prisoner committed for non-payment of this unlawful tax to go at large. It appears that the offender, Richard Chambers, had been several times remanded to the same custody, and had been allowed to escape. It was highly dangerous to speak lightly of dignities in these ticklish times. The state trials give an account of the hard measures meted out to one Edward Floyd for scandalizing the Princess Palatine Elizabeth, daughter of James I and titular Queen of Bohemia. Floyd was charged with having said, while he was a prisoner in the Fleet, "I have heard that Prague is taken, and good man Palsgrave and good wife Palsgrave have taken to their heels and run away." This puerile gossip seriously occupied both Houses of Parliament, and eventually the Lords awarded and adjudged that Edward Floyd be deemed an infamous person, incapable of bearing arms as a gentleman, whose testimony was not to be taken in any court or cause. He was also sentenced to ride with his head to his horse's tail from Westminster to the pillory in Cheapside, after this to be whipped from the Fleet to Westminster, there again to stand on the pillory. He was to pay a fine of £5,000 to the king, and be imprisoned in Newgate during his life. There is nothing especially remarkable in the purely criminal cases of this period. Offences have a strong family likeness to those of our own day. Culprits are cast for life for taking a chest of plate out of a house, or for taking £100 from a gentleman, and so forth. Now and again appears a case of abduction, a common crime in those and latter days. Sarah Cox prays the king's pardon for Roger Fulwood, who was convicted of felony for forcibly marrying her against her will, but she begs at the same time for protection for person and estate from any claims in regard to the pretended marriage. Knights of the Road have already begun to operate. They have already the brevet rank of captain, and even lads of tender years are beguiled into adopting the profession of highway robbery. Counterfeiting the king's or other great seals was an offence not unknown. A Captain Farrer is lodged in Newgate, 1639, accused of counterfeiting His Majesty's signature and privy signet. His method of procedure was simple. Having received a document bearing His Majesty's privy seal for the payment of a sum of £190, he removed the seal and affixed it to a paper purporting to be a licence from the king to levy and transport 200 men beyond seas. This he published as a royal licence. When arraigned, he admitted that the charge was true, but pleaded that he had done the same according to the king's commands. He was reprieved until further orders. The conditions of the prisoners within Newgate continued very deplorable. This is apparent from the occasional reference to their treatment. They were heavily ironed, lodged in loathsome dungeons, and all but starved to death. Poor Stephen Smith, the fishmonger, who had contravened the precautionary rules against the plague, petitions the council that he has been very heavily laden with such intolerable bolts and shackles that he is lamed, and being a weak and aged man, is likely to perish in the jail. Having always lived in good reputation, and been a liberal benefactor where he has long dwelt, he prays enlargement on security. The prison is so constantly overcrowded that the prisoners have an infectious malignant fever which sends many to their long home. The magistrates who think them unfit to breathe their native air when living bury them as brethren when dead. All kinds of robbery and oppression were practised within the precincts of the jail. Inside, apart from personal discomfort, the inmates do much as they please. There are seditious preachings by Fifth Monarchy men at Newgate, says the records, and prayers for all righteous blood. Some time previous, when the Puritans were nominally the weakest, they also held their services in the prison. Samuel Eaton, a prisoner committed to Newgate as a dangerous schismatic, is charged with having conventicles in the jail, some to the number of 70 persons. He was, moreover, permitted by the keeper to preach openly. The keeper was petitioned by one of the inmates to remove Eaton and send him to some other part of the prison, but he replied disdainfully, threatening to remove the petitioner to a worse place. An instruction to the Lord Mayor and Sheriffs in the State Papers, December 1649, directs them to examine the miscarriages of the under-officers of Newgate, who were favourers of the felons and robbers there committed, and to remove such as appear faulty. The nefarious practices of the Newgate officers were nothing new. They are set forth with much quaintness of diction and many curious details in a pamphlet of the period, entitled The Black Dog of Newgate. There was a tavern entitled the Dog Tavern in Newgate, as appears by the State Papers, where the place is indicated by an informer for improper practices. The pamphlet sheds a strong light upon the evil doings of the turnkeys, who appear to have been guilty of the grossest extortion, taking advantage of their position as officers of the law to levy blackmail alike on criminals and their victims. Of these swindling turnkeys or bailiffs, whom the writer designates coney-catchers, he tells many discreditable tales. The term coney-catching had long been in use to define a species of fraud, akin to our modern confidence trick, or, as the French call it, the vol américain. Shakespeare, in The Merry Wives of Windsor, makes Falstaff call Bardolph, Nymph, and Pistol coney-catching rascals. The fraud was then of but recent introduction. It is detailed at length by Robert Greene in his notable Discovery of Cozenage, published in 1591. He characterizes it as a new art. 3 parties were needed to practise it, called respectively the setter, the verser, and the barnacle. Their game, or victim, was the coney. The first was the decoy, the second was a confederate who plied the coney with drink, the third came in by accident should the efforts of the others to beguile the coney into a deceit at cards have failed. In the end the countryman was completely despoiled. Later on there was a new nomenclature. The setter became the beater. The tavern to which the rogues adjourned was the bush, and the quarry was the bird. The verser was the retriever, the barnacle was the pot-hunter, and the game was called bat-fowling. Green's exposure was supposed to have deprived the coney-catchers of a collop of their living, but they still prospered at their nefarious practices, according to the author of The Black Dog. Plain symptoms of the approaching struggle between the King and the Commons are to be met with in the prison records. Immediately after the meeting of the Long Parliament, orders were issued for the enlargement of many victims of Star Chamber oppression. Among them was the celebrated Prynne, author of the Histriomatrix, who had lost his ears in the pillory, Burton, a clergyman, and Bastwick, a physician, who had suffered the same penalties, all came out of prison triumphant, wearing ivy and rosemary in their hats. Now Strafford was impeached and presently beheaded. Laud also was condemned. The active interference of Parliament in all affairs of state extended to the arrest of persons suspected of treasonable practices. There are many cases of imprisonment, more or less arbitrary, in these troubled times. Another petition may be quoted, that of Richard Overton, a prisoner in the most contemptible gaol of Newgate, under an order of the House of Lords. Overton tells us how he was brought before the House in a warlike manner, under pretence of a criminal fact, and called upon to answer interrogations concerning himself, which he conceived to be illegal and contrary to the national rights, freedoms, and properties of the free commoners of England, confirmed to them by Magna Charta, the Petition of Right, and the Act for the abolishment of the Star Chamber. Overton was therefore emboldened to refuse subjection to the said House. He was adjudged guilty of contempt and committed to Newgate, where he was seemingly doomed to lie until their lordships' pleasure should be further signified, which may be perpetual if they please, and may have their wills, for your petitioner humbly conceiveth that he is made a prisoner to their wills, not to the law, except their wills may be a law. On this account he appealed to the Commons as the most sovereign court of judicature in the land, claiming from them repossession of his just liberty and freedom, or else that he may undergo the penalty prescribed by the law if he be found a transgressor. Whether Overton was supported by the Commons against the Lords does not appear, but within 3 years the Lower House abolished the House of Peers. Here is yet another petition from a better-known inmate of Newgate, the obstinately independent Colonel Lilburne, commonly called Freeborn John. Lilburne was always at loggerheads with the government of the city. In 1637, when following the trade of a bookseller, he was convicted by the Star Chamber for publishing seditious libels, and sentenced to the pillory, imprisonment, and a fine of £5,000. In 1645 he fell foul of the Parliament, and wrote a new treatise calling in question their power. Lilburne was eventually banished by the Rump Parliament, but in 1653 he returned to England, and threw himself upon the tender mercies of the Protector. Cromwell would do nothing, and left him to the law. Lilburne was then arrested and committed to Newgate. At the next session he was arraigned, but refused to plead unless furnished with a copy of his indictment. He managed to put off his trial by various expedients till the next sessions, when he was acquitted by the jury. In Thurloe's State Papers it is stated that John Lilburne was 5 times at his trial at the Sessions House, where he most courageously defended himself from the Recorder's violent assaults with his old buckler, the Magna Charta, so that they have left him alone. Freeborn John was so popular with malcontents of all shades of opinion that the authorities, from Oliver Cromwell downward, were really afraid of him. Oliver professed to be enraged against him, and anxious for his punishment, yet he privately paid him a pension equal to the pay of a lieutenant-colonel, and, as Thurloe says, thought the fellow so considerable that during the time of his trial he kept 3 regiments continually under arms at St. James. The jury which acquitted Lilburne were summoned to answer for their conduct before the Council of State, yet there is little doubt that the court was overawed by the mob, for Thurloe says there were 600 or 700 men at the trial, with swords, pistols, bills, daggers, and other instruments that, in case they had not cleared him, they would have employed in his defence. The joy and acclamation were so great after he was acquitted that the shout was heard an English mile. All this time prisoners of great mark were at times confined in Newgate. That noted royalist, Judge Jenkins, was among the number. His crime was publishing seditious books, and sentencing to death people who had assisted against the Parliament. He was indeed attainted of high treason under an ordinance passed by the House of Commons. A committee was sent from the Commons House to Newgate, which was to interview Judge Jenkins, and make the following offer to him, viz., that if he would own the power of Parliament to be lawful, they would not only take off the sequestrations from his estates, amounting to £500 per annum, but they would also settle a pension on him of £1,000 a year. His reply was to the following effect: "Far be it from me to own rebellion, although it was lawful and successful." As the judge refused to come to terms with them, he remained in Newgate till the Restoration. People of still higher rank found themselves in jail. The brother of the Portugal ambassador, Don Pantaleon Sa, is sent, with others, to Newgate for a murder committed by them near the Exchange. It was a bad case. They had quarrelled with an English officer, Gerard, who, hearing the Portuguese discoursing in French upon English affairs, told them they did not represent certain passages aright. One of the foreigners gave him the lie, and all 3 fell upon him and stabbed him with a dagger, but Colonel Gerard being rescued out of their hands by one Mr. Anthurcer, they retired home, and within 1 hour returned with 20 more, armed with breastplate and headpieces. But after 2 or 3 turns, not finding Mr. Anthurcer, they returned home that night. Next day the Portuguese fell upon a Colonel Mayo, mistaking him for Anthuther, wounding him dangerously, and killed another person, Mr. Greenaway. The murderers were arrested in spite of the protection afforded them by the Portuguese ambassador, and committed to Newgate. Don Pantaleon made his escape from prison a few days later, but he was retaken. Strenuous efforts were then made to obtain his release. His trial was postponed on the petition of the Portuguese merchants. The Portuguese ambassador himself had an audience of Cromwell, the Lord Protector, but the law took its course. Don Pantaleon pleaded his relationship, and that he had a commission to act as ambassador in his brother's absence. This was disallowed, and after much argument the prisoners pleaded guilty, and desired to be tried by God and the country. A jury was called, half denizens, half aliens, 6 of each, who, after a full hearing, found the ambassador's brother and 4 others guilty of murder and felony. The Lord Chief Justice Rolls then sentenced them to be hanged, and fixed the day of execution, but by the desire of the prisoners it was respited 2 days. This was the 6th July, 1654. On the 8th, Don Pantaleon Sa had his sentence commuted to beheading. On the 10th he tried to escape, without success, and on the same day he was conveyed from Newgate to Tower Hill in a coach and 6 horses in mourning, with divers of his brother's retinue with him. There he laid his head on the block, and it was chopped off at 2 blows. The rest, although condemned, were all reprieved, except one, an English boy concerned in the murder, who was hanged at Tyburn. Their first victim, Colonel Gerard, survived only to be executed on Tower Hill the same year for conspiring to murder the Lord Protector. Other distinguished inmates a few years later were Charles Lord Buckhurst, Edward Sackville, and Sir Henry Bellairs, K.B., who, being prisoners in Newgate, petitioned the Lord Chief Justice March 10th to be admitted to bail, one of them being ill of the smallpox. They were charged seemingly with murder. Their petition sets forth that while returning from Waltham to London on the 8th February, they aided some persons who complained that they had been robbed and wounded in pursuit of the thieves, and in attacking the robbers wounded one who afterward died. Sir Thomas Towris, Baronet, petitions the King, Charles II, not to suffer him to lie in that infamous place, where he has not an hour of health nor the necessaries of life. He states that he has been 4 months in the Tower and 5 weeks in Newgate, charged with counterfeiting his Majesty's hand by the malice of an infamous person, who, when registrar accountant at Worcester House, sold false debentures. Sir Thomas wished to lay his case before his Majesty at his first coming from Oxford, but was deceived, and the way to bounty was thus stopped. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allie Mae. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 1, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 6. Newgate after the Great Fire, Part 1. Newgate was refronted and refaced in 1638, but no further change or improvement was made in the building until a total reedification became inevitable after the Great Fire in 1666. It is difficult to exaggerate the horrors of Newgate, the mismanagement, tyranny, and lax discipline which prevailed at that time. Its unsanitary condition was chronic, which at times, but only for influential inmates, was pleaded as an excuse for release. Luttrell tells us Lord Montgomery, a prisoner there in 1697, was brought out of Newgate to the King's Bench Court, there to be bailed, upon 2 affidavits, which showed that there was an infectious fever in Newgate, of which several were sick and some dead. He was accordingly admitted to bail himself in £10,000 and 4 sureties, the Duke of Norfolk, the Earl of Yarmouth, Lord Carrington, and Lord Jeffreys in £5,000 each. An effort to secure release was made less successfully some years later in regard to Jacobite prisoners of note, although the grounds alleged were the same and equally valid. Some effort was made to classify the prisoners. There was the master's side, for debtors and felons respectively, the common side, for the same 2 classes, and the press yard, for prisoners of note. If a prisoner was hopelessly despondent, he could generally compass the means of committing suicide. A Mr. Norton, natural son of Sir George Norton, condemned for killing a dancing-master because the latter would not suffer him to take his wife away from him in the street, poisoned himself the night before his reprieve expired. The drug was conveyed to him by his aunt without difficulty, who participated in the same dose, but she is likely to recover. Nor were prisoners driven to this last desperate extremity, to escape from durance. Pepys tells us, in 1667, August 1st, that the gates of the city were shut, and at Newgate we find them in trouble, some thieves having this night broken open prison. Within the jail all manner of evil communication went forward unchecked among the prisoners. That same year Sir Richard Ford, the recorder, states that it has been made appear to the Court of Aldermen that the keeper of Newgate hath at this day made his house the only nursery of rogues, prostitutes, pickpockets, and thieves in the world, where they were held and entertained, and the whole society met, and that for the sake of the sheriffs they durst not this day commit him for fear of making him let out the prisoners, but are fain to go by artifice to deal with him. The keeper at this time was one Walter Cowday, as appears from a state pardon, for 7 prisoners ordered to be transported by their own consent, which he endorses. Sharper measure was dealt out to his successor, Mr. Fells, the keeper in 1696, who was summoned to appear before the Lords Justices for conniving at the escape of Birkenhead, alias Fish, alias South, East, West, etc., one of the conspirators in Sir John Fenwick's business, and who lay in prison to be speedily tried. On examination of Fells, it was stated that Birkenhead's escape had been effected by a bribe, whereupon the sheriffs were instructed to find out the truth in order to displace Fells. Fells was furthermore charged with showing favour to Sir John Fenwick by suffering him to have pens, ink, and paper alone. A little later he was convicted, on 2 indictments, before Lord Chief Justice Holt at Guildhall, viz., for the escape of Birkenhead already mentioned, and of another prisoner imprisoned for non-payment of fine. Fell's sentence was postponed till the next term at the King's Bench Bar, but he moved the court in arrest of judgment, a motion which the King's Bench took time to consider, but which must have been ultimately decided in his favour, as 2 years later Fells still held the office of gaoler of Newgate. The crimes of the latter half of the 17th century are of the same character as those of the previous epochs. Many had, however, developed in degree, and were more widely practised. The offence of clipping and coining had greatly increased. The extent to which it was carried seems almost astounding. The culprits were often of high standing. A clipper, by name White, under sentence of death, was reprieved by the king upon the petition of the House of Commons, in order that a committee of the House might examine him in Newgate as to his accomplices and their proceedings. Accordingly White made a large discovery to the committee, both of clippers and coiners, and particularly of Esquire Strode, who had been a witness at the trial of the Earl of Bath, 1697. Luttrell says, among 20 persons convicted of coining was Atkinson, the beau who made such a figure in town about 8 years before, and spent an estate of £500 per annum in Yorkshire. In the lodgings of a parson, by name Salisbury, who was arrested for counterfeiting stamped paper, several instruments for clipping and coining were found. University men were beguiled into the crime of clipping. So were seemingly respectable London tradesmen. Goldsmiths and refiners were repeatedly taken up for these malpractices. A goldsmith in Leicester Fields and his servants are committed to Newgate for receiving large quantities of broad money from Exeter to clip it. A refiner's wife and 2 servants were committed to Newgate for clipping. The husband escaped. Bird, a laceman, in custody for coining, escaped, but surrendered and impeached others. Certain gilders committed to Newgate petitioned therefrom that, if released, they would merit the same by a discovery of 100 persons concerned in the trade. The numbers engaged in these nefarious practices were very great. In 1692 information was given of 300 coiners and clippers dispersed in various parts of the city, for several of whom warrants were issued, some by the Treasury, others by the Lord Chief Justice. The profits were enormous. Of 3 clippers executed at Tyburn in 1696, one, John Moore, the tripe man, was said to have got a good estate by clipping, and to have offered £6,000 for his pardon. 3 other clippers, arrested in St. James's Street and committed to Newgate, were found to be in possession of £400 in clippings, with a pair of shears and other implements. The information of one Gregory, a butcher, who discovered near 100 persons concerned in the trade, went to prove that they made as much as £6,000 a month in counterfeit money. All their utensils and moulds were shown in court, the latter being in very fine clay, which performed with great dexterity. The extent of the practice is shown by the ingenuity of the machinery used. All sorts of material for coining was found in a house in Kentish Town, with stamps for all coins from James I. The work was performed with that exactness no banker could detect the counterfeit. So bold were the coiners that the manufacture went forward even within the walls of Newgate. 3 prisoners were taken in the very act of coining in that prison. One of the medals or tokens struck in Newgate as a monetary medium among the prisoners is still to be seen in the Beaufoy collection at Guildhall. Upon the obverse of the coin the legend is inscribed, "Belonging to the seller on the master's side, 1669." On the reverse side is a view of Newgate and the debtors' prison. The heaviest penalties did not check this crime. The offence was high treason. Men sentenced for it were hanged, drawn, and quartered, and women were burnt. In 1683 Elizabeth Hare was burnt alive for coining in Bunhill Fields. Special legislation could not cope with this crime, and to hinder it the Lords of the Treasury petitioned Queen Mary, in the absence of William III, to grant no pardon to any sentenced for clipping, unless before their conviction they discovered their accomplices. Highway robbery had greatly increased. The roads were infested with banditti. Innkeepers harboured and assisted the highwaymen, sympathizing with them, and frequently sharing in the plunder. None of the great roads were safe. The mails, high officials, foreigners of distinction, noblemen, merchants, all alike were stopped and laid under contribution. The following are a few of the cases which were of constant occurrence. His Majesty's mails from Holland robbed near Ilford in Essex, and £5,000 taken, belonging to some Jews in London. The Worcester waggon, wherein was £4,000 of the king's money, was set upon and robbed at Gerrard's Cross, near Uxbridge, by 16 highwaymen. The convoy, being near their inn, went on ahead, thinking all secure, and leaving only 2 persons on foot to guard it, who, having laid their blunderbusses in the waggon, were on a sudden surprised by the 16 highwaymen, who took away £2,500, and left the rest for want of conveniences to carry it. 2 French officers, on their way to the coast, were robbed by 9 highwaymen of 110 guineas, and bidden to go home to their own country. Another batch of French officers was similarly dealt with on the Portsmouth road. 15 butchers going to market were robbed by highwaymen, who carried them over a hedge and made them drink King James's health. The Portsmouth mail was robbed, but only of private letters, but the same men robbed a captain going to Portsmouth with £5,000 to pay his regiment with. 3 highwaymen robbed the Receiver General of Bucks of 1,000 guineas, which he was sending up by the carrier in a pack. The thieves acted on excellent information, for although there were 17 pack-horses, they went directly to that which was laden with the gold. 7 on the St. Albans road, near Pinner, robbed the Manchester carrier of £15,000 king's money, and killed and wounded 18 horses to prevent pursuit. The purser of a ship landed at Plymouth, and rode to London on horseback with £6,000 worth of rough diamonds belonging to some London merchants, which had been saved out of a shipwreck. Crossing Hounslow Heath, the purser was robbed by highwaymen. Oath was thereupon made before a justice of the peace, says Luttrell, in order to sue the 100 for the same. The Bath coach was stopped in Maidenhead thicket, and a footman who had fired at them was shot through the head. The Dover stage-coach with foreign passengers was robbed near Shooter's Hill, but making resistance one was killed. The Western mail was robbed by the 2 Arthurs, who were captured and committed to Newgate. They soon escaped therefrom, but were again arrested at a tavern by Doctors' Commons, being betrayed by a companion. They confessed that they had gone publicly about the streets, disguised in Grecian habits, and that one Ellis, a tobacconist, assisted them in their escape, for which he was himself committed to Newgate. John Arthur was soon afterwards condemned and executed. Henry Arthur was acquitted, but soon after quarrelling about a tavern bill in Covent Garden, he was killed in the mêlée. All manner of men took to the road. Some of the royal guards were apprehended for robbing on the highway. Life guardsmen followed the same gentlemanly occupation when off duty. Thompson, a life guardsman, committed on suspicion of robbing Welsh drovers, was refused bail, there being fresh evidence against him. Captain Bow, or Bow, formerly of the Guards, was seized at Knightsbridge as a highwayman, and afterwards poisoned himself. 7 of his gang were committed to Newgate. Harris, the life guardsman tried at the Old Bailey for robbing on the Black Mare, and acquitted, was again tried a month later and condemned. He was then reprieved, and Sir William Penn obtained the Queen's pardon for him, with a commission as lieutenant in the Pennsylvania militia, to which colony he was to transport himself. Persons of good social status engaged in the perilous trade. One Smith, a parson and a lecturer at Chelsea, when brought up at Westminster for perjury, was found to be a confederate with 2 highwaymen, with whom they had shared a gold watch, and planned to rob Chelsea Church of its plate. Smith, when arraigned, appeared in court in his gown, but he was sent to Newgate, and is like to be hanged. Disguised highwaymen were often detected in reputable citizens and quiet tradesmen, who upon the surface seemed honest folk. A mercer of Lombard Street was taken out of his bed and charged by a cheesemonger as being the man that robbed him 2 years previously. Another mercer was taken up near Ludgate on suspicion of being a highwayman, and committed. Saunders, a butcher of St. James's Market, was charged with robbing the Hampton coach, and discovered 3 confederates, who were captured on Sunday at Westminster Abbey. Of 2 highwaymen taken near Highgate, one was said to be a broken mercer, the other a fishmonger. 2 of Whitney's gang were said to be the tradesmen in the Strand, one a goldsmith and one a milliner. Nothing could exceed the cool impudence with which reputed robbers showed themselves in public places. They did not always escape capture, however. A noted highwayman in a scarlet cloak, says Luttrell, and coat laced with gold, taken in Covent Garden. Another was taken in the Strand and sent to Newgate. 5 more were captured at the Rummer, Charing Cross. 3 others, notorious highwaymen, taken at the Cheshire Cheese. At times they fought hard for liberty. One Wake, a highwayman, pursued to Red Lion Fields, set his back against the wall and faced the constables and a mob. He shot the former and wounded others, but was at last taken and sent to Newgate. Whitney, the famous highwayman, was taken without Bishopsgate, being discovered by one Hill, as he, Whitney, walked the street. Hill observed where the robber housed, and, calling for assistance, went to the door. Whitney defended himself for about an hour, but the people increasing, and the officers of Newgate being sent for, he surrendered himself, but not before he had stabbed Hill with a bayonet, not mortal. He was handcuffed and shackled with irons, and committed to Newgate. Whitney had done business on a large scale. He had been arrested before by a party of horse dispatched by William III, which had come up with him lurking between St. Albans and Barnet. He was attacked, but made a stout defence, killing some and wounding others before he was secured. He must have got free again very soon afterwards. His second arrest, which has just been detailed, was followed by that of many others of his gang. 3 were seized near Chelsea College by some soldiers. 2 more were in company, but escaped. On Sunday 2 others were taken, one kept a livery stable at Moorfields. Soon after his committal there was a strong rumour that he had escaped from Newgate, but he continued closely confined there, and had 40 pounds weight of irons on his legs. He had his tailor make him a rich embroidered suit, with peruke and hat, worth 100 pounds, but the keeper refused to let him wear them, because they would disguise him. Whitney made many attempts to purchase pardon. He offered to discover his associates, and those that give notice when and where the money is conveyed on the roads, in coaches and waggons. He was, however, put upon his trial, and eventually convicted and sentenced to death. He went in the cart to the place of execution, but was reprieved and brought back to Newgate with a rope round his neck, followed by a vast crowd. Next night he was carried to Whitehall and examined as to the persons who hired the highwaymen to rob the mails, but he was again ordered for execution, and once more sought to gain a reprieve by writing a letter, in which he offered, if he might have his pardon, to betray a conspiracy to kill the king. His last appeal was refused, and he suffered at Porter's Block, near Cow Cross, Smithfield. Determined efforts were made from time to time to put down these robberies, which were often so disgracefully prevalent that people hardly dared to travel along the roads. Parties of horse were quartered in most of the towns along the great highways. Handsome rewards were offered for the apprehension of offenders. A proclamation promised £10 for every highwayman taken, and this was ere long increased to £40 to be given to any one who might supply information leading to an arrest. Horses standing at livery in and about London, whose ownership was at all doubtful, were seized upon suspicion, and often never claimed. It was customary to parade before Newgate persons in custody who were thought to be highwaymen. They were shown in their riding dresses with their horses, and all gentlemen who had been robbed were invited to inspect this singular exhibition. But the robberies flourished, in spite of all attempts at repression. One or two types of the highwaymen of the 17th century may here be fitly introduced. One of the earliest and most celebrated was Jack Cottington, alias Mulled Sack, who had been a depredator throughout the Commonwealth epoch, and who enjoyed the credit of having robbed Oliver Cromwell himself on Hounslow Heath. His confederate in this, Horne, once a captain in Downe's foot regiment, was overtaken, captured, and hanged, but Cottington escaped. Jack Cottington began as a chimney-sweep, first as an apprentice, then on his own account, when he gained his sobriquet from his powers of drinking mulled sack. From this he graduated, and soon gained a high reputation as a pickpocket, his chief hunting ground being churches and Puritan meeting-houses, which he frequented demurely dressed in black, with a black roquelaire. He succeeded in robbing Lady Fairfax of a gold watch set with diamonds, and a gold chain, as she was on her way to Dr. Jacom's lecture at Ludgate; and a second time by removing the linchpin from her ladyship's carriage, when on her way to the same church he upset the coach, and giving her his arm, relieved her of another gold watch and seals. After this he became the captain of a gang of thieves and night prowlers, whom he organized and led to so much purpose that they alarmed the whole town. His impudence was so great that he was always ready to show off his skill as a thief in any public house, if he was paid for it, in a performance he styled "moving the bung." He was not content to operate in the city, but visited the Parliament House and courts of law at Westminster, and was actually caught in the act of picking the Protector's pocket. He narrowly escaped hanging for this, and, on coming out of gaol, took permanently to the highway, where he soon achieved a still greater notoriety. With half a dozen comrades he robbed a government waggon conveying money to the army, and dispersed the 20 troopers who escorted it, by attacking them as they were watering their horses. The waggon contained £4,000, intended to pay the troops quartered at Oxford and Gloucester. Another account states that near Wheatley, Cottington put a pistol to the carrier's head and bade him stand, at which both carter and guard rode off for their lives, fearing an ambuscade. The town of Reading he laid under frequent contribution, breaking into a jeweller's shop in that town and carrying off the contents, which he sported on his person in London. Again at Reading, hearing that the Receiver General was about to send £6,000 to London in an ammunition waggon, he entered the receiver's house, bound the family, and decamped with the money. Being by this time so notorious a character, he was arrested on suspicion, and committed for trial at Abington Assizes. There, however, being flush of cash, he found means to corrupt the jury and secure acquittal, although Judge Jermyn exerted all his skill to hang him. His fame was now at its zenith. He became the burthen of street songs, a criminal hero who laughed the gallows to scorn. But about this time he was compelled to fly the country for the murder of Sir John Bridges, with whose wife he had had an intrigue. He made his way to Cologne, to the court of Charles II, whom he robbed of plate worth £1,500. Then he returned to England, after making overtures to Cromwell, to whom he offered certain secret papers, if he might be allowed to go scot-free. But he was brought to the gallows, and fully deserved his fate. Claude Duval is another hero whose name is familiar to all readers of criminal chronology. A certain halo of romance surrounds this notorious and most successful highwayman. Gallant and chivalrous in his bearing toward the fair sex, he would spare a victim's pocket for the pleasure of dancing a coranto with the gentleman's wife. The money he levied so recklessly, he lavished as freely in intrigue. His success with the sex is said to have been extraordinary, both in London and in Paris. Maids, widows, and wives, says a contemporary account, the rich, the poor, the noble, the vulgar, all submitted to the powerful Duval. When justice at length overtook him, and he was cast for death, crowds of ladies visited him in the condemned hold. Many more in masks were present at his execution. After hanging, he lay in state in the Tangier Tavern at St. Giles, in a room draped with black and covered with escutcheons. 8 wax tapers surrounded his bier, and as many tall gentlemen in long cloaks. Duval was a Frenchman by birth, a native of Domfront, in Normandy, once a village of evil reputation. Its curé was greatly surprised, it is said, at finding that he baptized as many as 100 children, and yet buried nobody. At first he congratulated himself in residing in an air producing such longevity, but on closer inquiry he found that all who were born at Domfront were hanged at Rouen. Duval did not long honour his native country with his presence. On the restoration of Charles II he came to London as footman to a person of quality, but soon took to the road. Numerous stories are told of his boldness, his address, and fertility of resource. One of the most amusing is that in which he got an accomplice to dress up a mastiff in a cow's hide, put horns on his head, and let him down a chimney into a room where a bridal merrymaking was in process. Duval, who was one of the guests, dexterously profited by the general dismay to lighten the pockets of an old farmer whom he had seen secreting £100. When the money was missed, it was supposed that the devil had flown away with it. On another occasion, having revisited France, he ingratiated himself with a wealthy priest by pretending to possess the secret of the philosopher's stone. This he effected by stirring up a potful of molten inferior metal with a stick, within which were enclosed a number of sprigs of pure gold, as black lead is in a pencil. When the baser metals were consumed by the fire, the pure gold remained at the bottom of the pot. Overjoyed at Duval's skill as an alchemist, the priest made him his confidant and bosom friend, revealing to him his secret hoards and where they were bestowed. One day, when the priest was asleep after dinner, Duval gagged and bound him, removed his keys, unlocked his strong boxes, and went off with all the valuables he could carry. Duval was also an adroit card sharper, and won considerable sums at play by slipping a card. And he was most astute in laying and winning wagers on matters he had previously fully mastered. His career was abruptly terminated by his capture, when drunk at a tavern in Chandos Street, and he was executed after 10 years of triumph at the early age of 27. William Nevison, a native-born member of the same fraternity, may be called, says Rain, the Claude Duval of the North. The chroniclers of his deeds have told us of his daring and his charities, for he gave away to the poor much of the money he took from the rich. Nevison was born at Pontefract in 1639, and began as a boy by stealing his father's spoons. When chastised by the schoolmaster for this offence, he bolted with his master's horse, having first robbed his father's strong-box. After spending some time in London thieving, he went to Flanders, and served, not without distinction, in a regiment of English volunteers commanded by the Duke of York. He returned presently to England, and took to the road. Stories are told of him similar to those which made Duval famous. Nevison was on the king's side, and never robbed royalists. He was especially hard on usurers. On one occasion he eased a Jew of his ready money, then made him sign a note of hand for £500, which by hard riding he cashed before the usurer could stop payment. Again he robbed a bailiff who had just distrained a poor farmer for rent. The proceeds of the sale, which the bailiff thus lost, Nevison restored to the farmer. In the midst of his career, having made one grand coup, he retired from business and spent 8 years virtuously with his father. At the old man's death he resumed his evil courses, and was presently arrested and thrown into Leicester gaol. From this he escaped by a clever stratagem. A friendly doctor, having declared he had the plague, gave him a sleeping draught, and saw him consigned to a coffin as dead. His friend demanded the body, and Nevison passed the gates in the coffin. Once outside, he was speedily restored to life, and now extended his operations to the capital. It was soon after this that he gained the sobriquet Swift Nick, given by Charles II, it is said. There seems to be very little doubt that Nevison was actually the hero of the great ride to York, commonly credited to Turpin. The story goes that he robbed a gentleman at Gadshill, then riding to Gravesend crossed the Thames, and galloped across Essex to Chelmsford. After baiting, he rode on to Cambridge and Godmanchester, thence to Huntingdon, where he baited his mare and slept for an hour. After that, holding to the road north, and not galloping his horse all the way, reached York the same afternoon. Having changed his clothes, he went to the bowling green, where he made himself noticeable to the Lord Mayor. By and by, when recognized and charged with the robbery at Gadshill, Nevison called upon the mayor to prove that he had seen him at York, whereupon he was acquitted, on the bare supposition that it was impossible for a man to be at two places so remote on one and the same day. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ali May. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 1, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 7. Newgate after the Great Fire, Part 2. Nevison appears to have been arrested and in custody in 1676. He was tried for his life, but reprieved and drafted into a regiment at Tangier. He soon deserted, and returning to England, again took to the road. He was next captured at Wakefield, tried and sentenced to death, but escaped from prison, to be finally taken up for a trifling robbery, for which he suffered at York. The depositions preserved by the Surtees Society shows that he was the life and centre of a gang of highway robbers who worked in association. They levied blackmail upon the whole countryside, attended fairs, race meetings, and public gatherings, and had spies and accomplices, innkeepers and ostlers, who kept them informed of the movements of travellers, and put them in the way of likely jobs to be done. Drovers and farmers who paid a tax to them escaped spoliation, but all others were very roughly handled. The gang had its headquarters at the Talbot Inn, Newark, where they kept a room by the year, and met at regular intervals to divide the proceeds of their robberies. Many instances are recorded of another crime somewhat akin to highway robbery. The forcible abduction of heiresses was nothing new, but it was now prosecuted with more impudence and daring than heretofore. Luttrell tells us, under date 1st June 1683, that one Mrs. Snyderfin, a rich widow, was taken out of her carriage on Hounslow Heath by a Captain Clifford and his comrades. They carried her into France, to Calais, against her will, and with much barbarous ill-usage made her marry Clifford. Mrs. Snyderfin, or Clifford, was, however, rescued, and brought back to England. Clifford escaped, but presently returning to London, was seized and committed to custody. He pleaded in defence his great passion for the lady, and his seeing no other way to win her. It was not mere fortune-hunting, he declared, as he possessed a better estate than hers. But the Lord Chief Justice charged the jury that they must find the prisoner guilty, which they did, and all were sentenced to imprisonment in Newgate for 1 year. Captain Clifford was also to pay a fine of £1,000, 2 of his confederates £500 each, and 2 more £100. In the same authority is an account how Yesterday a gentleman was committed to Newgate for stealing a young lady worth £10,000 by the help of bailiffs, who arrested her and her maid in a false action, and had got them into a coach, but they were rescued. Again, a year or two later, one Swanson, a Dane, who pretends to be a deal merchant, is committed to Newgate for stealing one Miss Rawlins, a young lady of Leicestershire, with a fortune of £4,000. 3 bailiffs and a woman, Swanson's pretended sister, who assisted, are also committed, they having forced her to marry him. Swanson and Mrs. Baynton were convicted of this felony at the King's Bench Bar, but the bailiffs who arrested her on a sham action were acquitted, with which the court was not well pleased. Swanson was sentenced to death and executed, as also the woman, but she being found with child, her execution was respited. A more flagrant case was the abduction of Miss Mary Wharton in 1690, the daughter and heiress of Sir George Wharton, by Captain James Campbell, brother to the Earl of Argyll, assisted by Sir John Johnson. Miss Wharton, who was only 13 years of age, had a fortune of £50,000. She was carried away from her relations in Great Queen Street on the 14th November, 1690, and married against her will. A royal proclamation was forthwith issued for the apprehension of Captain Campbell and his abettors. Sir John Johnson was taken, committed to Newgate, and presently tried and cast for death. Great application was made to the king and to the relations of the bride to save his life, but to no purpose, which was thought the harder as it appeared upon his trial that Miss Wharton had given evident proof that the violence Captain Campbell used was not so much against her will as her lawyers endeavoured to make it. Luttrell says, Sir John refused pardon unless requested by the friends of Mrs. Wharton. On the 23rd December he went in a mourning coach to Tyburn, and there was hanged. No mention is made of the arrest of Captain Campbell, whom we may conclude got off the Continent. But he benefited little by his violence, for a bill was brought into the House of Commons within 3 weeks of the abduction to render the marriage void, and this, although the Earl of Argyll, on behalf of his brother, petitioned against it, speedily passed both houses. The affair of Count Königsmarck may be classed with the foregoing as another notorious instance of an attempt to bring about marriage with an heiress by violent means. The lady in this case was the last of the Percys, the only child and heiress to the vast fortune of Jocelyn, the Earl of Northumberland. Married, when still of tender years, to the Earl of Ogle, eldest son of the Duke of Newcastle, she was a virgin widow at 15, and again married against her consent, it was said, to Thomas Thynne, Esquire, of Longleat, Tom of 10,000, as he was called on account of his income. This second marriage was not consummated. Lady Ogle either repented herself of the match and fled into Holland, or her relatives wished to postpone her entry into the matrimonial state, and she was sent to live abroad. Previous to her second marriage, a young Swedish nobleman, Count Königsmarck, when on a visit to England, had paid his addresses to her, but he had failed in his suit. After his rejection, he had conceived a violent hatred against Mr. Thynne. The Count was a fine person of a man, with the longest hair I ever saw, and very quick of parts. He was also possessed of great wealth and influence. One of the greatest men, Sir John Reresby tells us, in the kingdom of Sweden, his uncle being at that time governor of Pomerania, and near upon marrying the King of Sweden's aunt. Königsmarck could command the devoted service of reckless men, and among his followers he counted one Captain Vratz, to whom he seems to have entrusted the task of dealing with Mr. Thynne. Vratz, although a brave soldier, who had won his promotion at the siege of Mons under the Prince of Orange, and to whom the King of Sweden had given a troop of horse, was willing to act as an assassin. The Count came to London, living secretly in various lodgings, as he declared, to hide a distemper from which he suffered, but no doubt to direct privately the operation of his bravos. Vratz associated with himself one Stern, a Swedish lieutenant, and Borowski, a Polander, who had arrived in England destitute, and whom, it was subsequently proved, the Count had furnished with clothes and arms. The murderers, having set a watch for their victim, attacked him at the corner of Pall Mall, about the spot where Her Majesty's Theatre now stands, as he was riding on Sunday night, the 21st February, 1681, in his carriage from the Countess of Northumberland's house. One of them cried to the coachman, "Stop, you dog!" and a second, Borowski, immediately fired a blunderbuss charged with bullets into the carriage. 4 bullets entered Mr. Thyne's body, each of which inflicted a mortal wound. The murderers then made off. The unfortunate gentleman was carried dying to his own house, where he was presently joined by the Duke of Monmouth, his intimate friend, Lord Mordaunt, and Sir John Reresby, specially sent by King Charles, who feared that some political construction would be put upon the transaction, and was anxious that the perpetrators of the crime should be apprehended. Reresby, who was an active magistrate, granted warrants at once against several suspected persons, and he himself, accompanied by the Duke of Monmouth and others, made a close search, which ended in the arrest of Vratz in the house of a Swedish doctor in Leicester Fields. His accomplices were also soon taken, and all 3 were examined by the King in Council, when they confessed that they had done the deed at the instigation of Count Königsmarck, who was lately in England. At the same time, a Monsieur Faubert, who kept an academy in London, which a younger brother of Count Königsmarck attended, was arrested as being privy to the murder, and admitted that the elder brother had arrived incognito 10 days before the said murder, and lay disguised till it was committed, which gave great cause to suspect that the Count was at the bottom of the whole bloody affair. The King dispatched Sir John Reresby to seize Königsmarck, but the bird had flown. He went away early on the morning of the day after the deed was perpetrated. He went down the river to Deptford, then to Greenwich, and the day after to Gravesend, where he was taken by 2 King's messengers, accompanied by Mr. Gibbon, servant to the Duke of Monmouth, and Mr. Kidd, a gentleman to Mr. Thyne. He was dressed in a very mean habit, under which he carried a naked sword. When seized he gave a sudden start, so that his wig fell off, and the fact that he wore a wig instead of his own hair as usual was remembered against him at his trial as an attempt at disguise. The Count was carried to an inn at Gravesend, where he expressed very great concern when he heard that his men had confessed, declaring that it, the murder, was a stain upon his blood, although one good action in the wars, or lodging on a counter-scrap, would wash all that away. His captors received the £200 reward promised in the Gazette, and in addition the £500 offered by Sir Thomas Thyne, Mr. Thyne's heir. They carried him at once to London, before the King in Council, where he was examined, but the Council being unwilling to meddle on account of his quality, as connected with the kingdom of Sweden, he was then taken before Chief Justice Pemberton, who could, if he thought fit, send him to gaol. He was examined again till 11 at night, and at last, much against the Count's desire, was committed to Newgate. He stood upon his innocency, and confessed nothing, yet people are well satisfied that he is taken. While in Newgate, Count Königsmarck was lodged in the governor's house, and was daily visited by persons of quality. Great efforts were now made to obtain his release. The Monsieur Faubert, already mentioned, came to Sir John Reresby and offered him any money to withdraw from the prosecution, but the overtures were stoutly rejected, and his emissary was warned to be cautious how he made any offers to pervert justice. A more effectual attempt at bribery was probably made on the jury, of whom the prisoner challenged 18. He had their names on a list, and knew beforehand whom he could or could not trust. The judge, Lord Chief Justice Pemberton, was also clearly in his favour. The defence set up was that Vratz had taken upon himself to avenge an affront offered by Mr. Thyne to his master, and Count Königsmarck denied all knowledge of his follower's action. The Count tried to explain the privacy in which he lived, and his sudden flight, but the counsel for the prosecution laid great stress on the intimacy between him and the murderers, the absence of any object on the part of the latter, unless instigated by the former. The Chief Justice, however, summed up for the court, assuring the jury that a master could not be held responsible for the act of his servants, if ignorant of them, and that if they thought the Count knew nothing of the murder till after it was done, they must acquit him, which they did, to the no small wonder of the auditory, as Luttrell says, as more than probable good store of guineas went amongst them. Konigsmark was set at liberty at the end of the trial, but before his discharge he was bound in heavy securities, in £2000 himself and £2000 from two friends, to appear at the King's Bench bar the first day of the following term. Yet notwithstanding, the Count is gone into France, and it is much doubted whether he will return to save his bail. After his departure he was challenged by Lord Cavendish and Lord Mordaunt, but no duel came off, Konigsmark declaring that he never received the cartel till too late. His agents, or accomplices, or whatever they may be called, were convicted and executed. Count Konigsmark did not long survive Mr. Thynne, nor did he succeed in winning Lady Ogle's hand. That doubly widowed yet virgin wife presently married the Duke of Somerset, by whom she had two sons. As for Konigsmark, according to the Amsterdam Historical Dictionary, quoted in Chambers' Book of Days, he resumed the career of arms, and was wounded at Cambray in 1683. He afterwards went to Spain with his regiment, and distinguished himself on several occasions. After that he accompanied an uncle Otto William to the Moray, where he was present at the Battle of Argas. In this action he so overheated himself that he was seized with pleurisy, and died at the early age of 27, within little more than 4 years of the murder of Mr. Thynne. It was another Count Konigsmark, near relative of this one, Count Philip, whose guilty intrigue with Sophia Dorothea, wife of George I, when Elector of Hanover, led to his assassination in the Electoral Palace. In the foregoing, the softer sex were either victims or the innocent incentives to crime. In the case of that clever and unscrupulous impostor Mary Moders, otherwise Carelton, commonly called the German Princess, it was exactly the opposite. The daughter of a chorister in Canterbury Cathedral, she first married a shoemaker, then, dissatisfied with her lot, ran off to Dover, and committed bigamy with a doctor. She was apprehended for this, tried, and acquitted for want of evidence. She next passed over to Holland, and went the round of the German spas, at one of which she encountered a foolish old gentleman of large estate, who fell in love with her and offered marriage. She accepted his proposals and presents, but having cajoled him into entrusting her with a large sum to make preparations for the wedding, she absconded to Amsterdam and Rotterdam, where she took a ship and came over to London. Alighting at the Exchange Tavern kept by a Mr. King, she assumed the state and title of a princess, giving herself out as the ill-used child of Count Henry van Wolway, a sovereign prince of the Empire. John Carelton, a brother-in-law of her landlord, at once, in the most dutiful and submissive manner, paid his addresses to her, and she at last condescended to marry him. Carelton was presently undeceived by an anonymous letter, which proved his wife to be a cheat and impostor. The princess was arrested, committed to Newgate, and tried for polygamy at the Old Bailey, but was again acquitted. On her release, deserted by Carelton, she took to the stage, and gained some reputation in a piece especially written for her, entitled The German Princess. Her fame spread through the town, and she was courted by numberless admirers, two of whom she played off against each other, and having fleeced both of several £100, flouted them for presuming to make love to a princess. Another victim to her wiles was an elderly man, worth about £400 per annum, who loaded her with gifts. He was continually gratifying her with one costly present or another, which she took care to receive with an appearance of being ashamed he should heap so many obligations on her, telling him she was not worthy of so many favours. One night, when her lover came home in liquor, she got him to bed, and when he was asleep, rifled his pockets, securing his keys, and a bill on a goldsmith for £100. Opening all his escritoires and drawers, she stole everything, gold pieces, watches, seals, and several pieces of plate, and then made off. After this she led a life of vagabondage, moving her lodgings constantly and laying her hands on all she could steal. She was adroit in deceiving tradesmen, and swindled first one and then another out of goods. At last she was arrested for stealing a silver tankard in Covent Garden, and committed again to Newgate. This time she was found guilty and cast for death, but the sentence was commuted to transportation. She was sent in due course to Jamaica, but within a couple of years escaped from the plantations and reappeared in England. By some means she managed to pass off as a rich heiress, and inveigled a rich apothecary into marriage, but presently robbed him of above £300 and left him. Her next trick was to take a lodging in the same house with a watchmaker. One night she invited the landlady and the watchmaker to go to the play, leaving her maid, who was a confederate, alone in the house. The maid lost no time in breaking open the watchmaker's coffers, and stole therefrom 30 watches with about £200 in cash, which she carried off to a secure place in another part of the town. Meanwhile the princess had invited her dupes to supper at the Green Dragon Tavern in Fleet Street, where she managed to give them the slip and joined her maid. This was one of the last of her robberies. Soon afterward fate overtook her quite by accident. The keeper of the Marshalsea, in search of some stolen property, came to the house where she was lodged, in New Spring Gardens, and saw her walking in the 2 pair of stairs room in a nightgown. He went in, and continuing his search came upon 3 letters, which he proceeded to examine. Madame seemed offended with him, and their dispute caused him to look at her so steadfastly that he knew her, called her by name, and carried away both her and her letters. She was committed and kept prisoner till 16th January 1673, when she was arraigned at the Old Bailey as the woman Mary Carrollton, for returning from transportation. On the last day of the sessions she received sentence of death, which she heard with a great deal of intrepidity. She appeared more gay and brisk than ever on the day of her execution. When the irons were removed from her on her starting for Tyburn, she pinned the picture of her husband Carrollton to her sleeve, and carried it with her to the gallows. She discovered herself to a gentleman in the crowd as a Roman Catholic, and having conversed with him for some time in French, on parting said, "Mon ami, le bon Dieu vous bénisse." At the gallows she harangued the crowd at some length, and died as she had lived, a reckless, although undoubtedly a gifted and intelligent woman. Prominent among the criminal names of this epoch is that of the informer Titus Oates, no less on account of the infamy of his conduct than from the severe retribution which overtook him in the reign of James II. The arraignment of Green, Barry, and Lawrence Hill for the trial of Sir Edmund Bury Godfrey, who were brought for the purpose from Newgate to the King's Bench Bar, is a well-known judicial episode of the year 1678. Oates was the principal witness against them, but he was followed by Praunce, an approver, and others. After much evidence for and against, and much equivocation, the Lord Chief Justice Scroggs summed up the evidence strongly for conviction. When the jury soon returned a verdict of guilty, the Lord Chief Justice commended them, and said, if it were the last word he had to speak, he would have pronounced them guilty. Sentence was then given, and within a fortnight they were executed. These victims of the so-called Popish plot were, however, amply and ruthlessly avenged. Macaulay tells the story. Oates had been arrested before Charles II's death for defamatory words, and cast in damages of £100,000. He was then, after the accession of James II, tried on 2 indictments of perjury, and it was proved beyond doubt that he had by false testimony deliberately murdered several guiltless persons. His offence, though in a moral light murder of the most aggravated kind, was in the eye of the law merely a misdemeanour. But the tribunal which convicted made its punishment proportionate to the real offence. Brutal Judge Jeffreys was its mouthpiece, and he sentenced him to be unfrocked and pilloried in Palace Yard, to be led round Westminster Hall with an inscription over his head declaring his infamy, to be pilloried in front of the Royal Exchange, to be whipped from Aldgate to Newgate, and, after an interval of 2 days, to be whipped from Newgate to Tyburn. He was to be imprisoned for life, and every year to be brought from his dungeon and exposed in different parts of the capital. When on the pillory he was mercilessly pelted and nearly torn to pieces. His first flogging was executed rigorously in the presence of a vast crowd, and Oates, a man of strong frame, long stood the lash without a murmur. But at last his stubborn fortitude gave way. His bellowings were frightful to hear. He swooned several times, but the scourge still continued to descend. When he was unbound, it seemed he had borne as much as the human frame could bear without dissolution. After an interval of 48 hours, Oates was again brought out from his dungeon. He seemed unable to stand, and it was necessary to drag him to Tyburn on a sledge. He was again flogged, although insensible, and a person present counted the stripes as 1700. The doors of the prison closed upon him. During many months he remained ironed in the darkest hole in Newgate. A contemporary account, written by one of his own side, declares he received upwards of 2000 lashes. Such a thing was never inflicted by any Jew, Turk, or heathen but Jeffreys. Had they hanged him they had been more merciful. Had they flayed him alive, it is a question whether it would have been so much torture. Dangerfield, another informer of the Oates type, but of lesser guilt, was also convicted and sentenced to be similarly flogged from Aldgate to Newgate, and from Newgate to Tyburn. When he heard his doom he went into agonies of despair, gave himself up for dead, and chose a text for his funeral. His forebodings were just. He was not indeed scourged quite so severely as Oates had been, but he had not Oates' iron strength of body and mind. On his way back to prison he was assaulted by Mr. Francis, a Tory gentleman of Gray's Inn, who struck him across the face with a cane and injured his eye. Dangerfield was carried dying into Newgate. This dastardly outrage roused the indignation of the bystanders. They seized Francis, and were with difficulty restrained from tearing him to pieces. The appearance of Dangerfield's body, which had been frightfully lacerated by the whip, inclined many to believe that his death was chiefly, if not wholly, caused by the stripes which he had received. The government laid all the blame on Francis, who was tried and executed for murder. Religion and politics still continued to supply their quota of inmates. The law was still cruelly harsh to Roman Catholics, Quakers, and all nonconformists. The Fifth Monarchy men in 1661, when discomfited and captured, were lodged in Newgate, to the number of 20 or more. Venner, the ringleader, was amongst them. The state trials give the trial of one John James, who was arraigned at the King's Bench for high treason. He was found guilty of compassing the death of the king, and suffered the cruel sentence then in force for the crime. James has left some details of the usage he received in Newgate, especially in the matter of extortion. Fees to a large amount were exacted of him, although a poor and needy wretch, originally a small coal-man. In the press yard he paid 16 shillings to the keeper Hicks for the use of his chamber, although he only remained there 3 or 4 days. The hangman also came to demand money, that he might be favourable to him at his death, demanding £20, then falling to 10, at last threatening, unless he got 5, to torture him exceedingly. To which James said he must leave himself to his mercy, for he had nothing to give him. Yet at the execution the report says the sheriff and the hangman were so civil to him as to suffer him to be dead before he was cut down. After that he was dismembered. Some of the parts were burned, but the head and quarters brought back to Newgate in a basket, and exposed upon the gates of the city. Venner and several others suffered in the same way. Many Quakers were kept in Newgate, imprisoned during the king's pleasure for refusing to take the oaths of allegiance and supremacy. Thus John Crooke, Isaac Grey, and John Bolton were so confined, and incurred a praemunary or forfeiture of their estates. But the most notable of the Quakers were Penn and Mead. In its way this is a most remarkable trial, on account of the overbearing conduct of the bench toward the prisoners. In 1670 these two, the first described as a gentleman, the second as linen draper, were indicted at the Old Bailey for having caused a tumultuous assembly in Gracechurch Street. The people collected, it was charged, to hear Penn preach. The demeanour of the prisoners in the court was so bold that it drew down on them the anger of the recorder, who called Penn troublesome, saucy, and so forth. The jury were clearly in their favour, and brought in a verdict of not guilty, but the court tried to menace them. The Lord Mayor, Sir Samuel Stirling, was especially furious with Penn, crying, "Stop his mouth, gaolers! Bring fetters and stake him to the ground!" At last the jury, having refused to reconsider their verdict, were locked up, while Penn and Mead were remanded to Newgate. Next day the jury came up and adhered to their verdict, whereupon the recorder fined them 40 marks apiece for not following his good and wholesome advice, adding, "God keep my life out of your hands." The prisoners demanded their liberty, being freed by the jury, but were detained for their fines imposed by the judge for alleged contempt of court. Penn protested violently, but the recorder cried, "Take him away!" and the prisoners were once more hauled to Newgate. Edward Bushnell, one of the above-mentioned jurors, who was committed to Newgate in default of payment of fine, subsequently sued out a habeas corpus, and was brought before Lord Chief Justice Vaughan, who decided in his favour, whereupon he and the other jurymen were discharged from gaol. There were Roman Catholics, too, in Newgate, convicted of participation in the Popish plot. Samuel Smith, the ordinary, publishes in 1679 an account of the behaviour of 14 of them, late Popish malefactors, whilst in Newgate. Among them were Whitehead, provincial, and Fenwick, procurator of the Jesuits in England, and William Harcourt, pretended rector of London. The account contains a description of Mr. Smith's efforts at conversion and ghostly comfort, which were better meant than successful. After the Revolution of 1688 there was an active search after Roman priests, and many were arrested. Among them 2 bishops, Ellis and Lyburn, were sent to Newgate. They were visited in gaol by Bishop Burnet, who found them in a wretched plight, and humanely ordered their situation to be improved. Other inmates of Newgate at this troublous period were the ex-Lord Chief Justice Wright and several judges. It was Wright who had tried the 7 bishops. Jeffreys had made him a judge, although the Lord Keeper styled him the most unfit person in the kingdom for that office. Macaulay says very few lawyers of the time surpassed him in turpitude and effrontery. He died miserably in Newgate about 1690, where he remained under a charge of attempting to subvert the government. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 8. The Press Yard. The press yard of the prison was intended especially for state prisoners, or those incarcerated on "commitments of state," and was deemed to be part and parcel of the governor's house, not exactly within the precincts of the prison. This was a pious fiction, put forth as an excuse for exacting fees in excess of the amounts prescribed by Act of Parliament. A sum of 20 guineas was charged for admission to this favoured spot, in other words, for liberty of having room enough to walk 2 or 3 of a breadth. "The gentlemen admitted here are moreover under a necessity of paying 11 shillings each per week, although 2 and sometimes 3 lie in a bed, and some chambers have 3 or 4 beds in them." The Act referred to specially provided that keepers might not charge more than half a crown per week as rent for every chamber. This rule the governor of Newgate, for this haughty commander-in-chief over defenceless men was styled by the same name as the Constable of the Tower, entirely ignored, and the prisoner committed to his custody had to decide between submitting to the extortion or taking up his abode in the common gaol, where he had thieves and villains for his associates, and was perpetually tormented and eaten up by distempers and vermin. The extortion practised about 1715 is graphically described by one who endured it. The author of "The History of the Press Yard," after having been mulcted on first arrival at the lodge for drink and garnish, was, although presumably a state prisoner, and entitled to better treatment, at once cast in the condemned hold. In this gruesome place he lay seized with a panic dread, at the survey of his new tenement, and willing to change it for another on almost any terms. "As this was the design of my being brought hither, so was I made apprised of it by an expected method, for I had not bewailed my condition more than half an hour before I heard a voice from above crying out from a board taken out of my ceiling, which was the speaker's floor, 'Sir, I understand your name is , and that you are a gentleman too well educated to take up your abode in a vault set apart only for thieves, parricides, and murderers. From hence criminals after sentence of death are carried to the place of execution, and from hence you may be removed to a chamber equal to one in any private house, where you may be furnished with the best conversation and entertainment, on a valuable consideration.'" The speaker went on to protest that he acted solely from good will, that he was himself a prisoner, and had suffered at first in the same manner, but had paid a sum to be removed to better quarters, and which he thanked God he enjoyed to his heart's content, wanting for nothing that a gaol could afford him. The victim begged to know the terms, and to be put in communication with the proper officer to make a contract for release. The other promised accordingly, and a quarter of an hour afterwards, "clang went the chain of my door and bolts, and in comes a gentlemanlike man of very smiling aspect," who apologized profusely, swearing that those who had ill used a gentleman in such an unhandsome manner should be well trounced for it. "He moreover excused the want of suitable entertainment for persons of condition in prison houses, and assured me that I should be immediately conducted to the governor's house, who would take all imaginable care of my reception. After this he very kindly took me by the hand to lead me down into the lodge, which I rightly apprehended as a motive to feel my pulse, and therefore made use of the opportunity to clap 2 pieces, which he let my hand go to have a fast grip of, in his." His deliverer was the head turnkey, by name Bodenham Rouse, whom he accompanied to the lodge, and there again stood drink, and was his firm friend. The moment was one of considerable political excitement. The Pretender's first attempt had collapsed in the north, and the press yard was about to be crowded with more eminent guests. Our author is aroused one fine morning by loud joy bells pealing from the churches, and he immediately learns from his Jacobite companion that the king's affairs were ruined, and that the generals Willis and Carpenter had attacked the Jacobite forces in Preston, and taken all prisoners at discretion. Newgate is convulsed by the news. Its officers are wild with delight, calling for liquor after an extravagant manner, and drinking to their good luck, which was to arise from the ruin and loss of lives and fortunes in many good families. In 1716, Mr. Pitt, the governor, appears upon the scene, accompanied by other officials, to survey the rooms, and estimate the number of new tenants that could be accommodated therein. All due preparations made, a few days more brought to Newgate the unfortunate noblemen and gentlemen who had surrendered at discretion, hoping thus, although vainly, to save both life and estate. On their arrival in London, they were led in triumph through the streets to their respective places of durance, that is, the Tower, the Marshalsea, Newgate, and the Fleet. The prisoners, on arrival at Highgate, were met by Major General Tarleton, with 2 battalions of Royal Foot Guards, completely armed. Cords were also brought sufficient to pinion each prisoner after the manner of condemned criminals, and to lead their horses, for each, from the lord to the footman, was accommodated with a grenadier to that end. Thus, under safe conduct, they marched from the hill of Highgate to their several places of confinement. The Major General led the way, being preceded by several citizens of more loyalty than compassion, who made repeated huzzas to excite the mob to do the like. After the general commanding came a company of the 1st Regiment of Guards, who made a very fine appearance. Then came the division for the Tower, 2 and 2, the Earl of Derwentwater and Lord Widdrington in the first rank, the other lords and noblemen following with haltered horses, bound like common malefactors, and reviled and hooted. Those for Newgate brought up the rear. They were civilly and humanely treated on arrival there. The prison officers received them under the gateway, and no sooner were the prisoners alighted from their horses, and their names called over, than their cords were immediately cut from their arms and shoulders, and refreshment of wine brought to them. Their number was about 70, says our author, and amongst them in particular I could not but cast my eye upon one Mr. Archibald Bolair, who, in the 16th year of his age, was said to have signalized his courage, and have displayed as much skill and dexterity in feats of arms in the battle of Preston as the oldest commander of them, Brigadier Mackintosh himself, though trained up in warlike affairs not excepted. What induced me to distinguish him from the rest was the fearless way of expression he made use of when the clerk of the prison cut his cords. "By my soul, man," said he, "you should not have done that, but kept it whole, that I might either have been hanged with it, or have it to show, if I escaped the gallows, how I had been led like a dog in a string for twice 2 miles together." Mr. Bolair then inquired feelingly for his followers, who had been brought so many miles from home out of observance of his orders, and he was anxious that they should not want. Young Mr. Bolair was told off to the same room as our author, in which 2 additional beds were placed, for the convenience of the keeper, who by 4 beds in one room, filled each with 3 tenants, got £6 per week, besides the sums paid as entrance money. The prisoners included many persons of note. 2 of them, Mr. Forster, who thought himself slighted and ill used because, in consideration of his seat in Parliament, he had not been imprisoned in the Tower, and Francis Anderson, Esquire, commonly called Sir Francis, a gentleman of £2000 per annum, had apartments in the governor's house at £5 per head per week. There were also Colonel Oxborough, Brigadier Mackintosh, the 2 Talbots, the Shaftos, Mr. Wogan, and Captain Menzies, who, with their adherents and servants, were thrust into the worst dungeons, such as the Lion's Den and the Middle Dark, till for better lodgment they had advanced more money than would have rented one of the best houses in Piccadilly or St. James's Square. The fee or premium paid by Mr. Forster and Sir Francis Anderson for being accommodated in the governor's house was £60, and it cost the latter 25 guineas more to keep off his irons. Mr. Widdrington, Mr. Ratcliffe, and others paid 20 guineas apiece for the like favour at their first coming in, and every one that would not be turned to the common side, 10 guineas, besides 1 guinea and 10 shillings per man for every week's lodging, although in some rooms the men lay 4 to a bed. As the result of these extortions, it was computed that Mr. Pitt cleared some £3000 or £4000 in 3 or 4 months, besides valuable presents given in private, and among others a stone horse. Money was, however, plentiful among the incarcerated Jacobites, and so far as was consistent with their situation, they lived right royally. Sympathetic friends from without plied them with wines and luxurious diet. They had every day a variety of the choicest eatables in season, and that too as early as the greatest and nicest ladies. 40 shillings for a dish of peas was nothing to their pockets, nor 13 shillings for a dish of fish. These, with the best French wine, was an ordinary regale. They lived in this profuse manner, and fared so sumptuously through the means of daily visitants and helps from abroad. Money circulated plentifully within the prison. While it was difficult to change a guinea at any house in the street, Nothing was more easy than to have silver for gold in any quantity in Newgate. Nor did many of them lack female sympathy. Ladies of the first rank and quality, even tradesmen's wives and daughters, made a sacrifice of their husbands' and parents' rings and precious movables for the use of those whom the law had appointed to be so many sacrifices themselves. It is not to be supposed that a champion so noted for the cause as Captain Silk was neglected, for he had his full share of those treats which soon made his clothes too little for his corpse. When not feasting and chambering, the prisoners found diversion in playing shuttlecock, at which noble game the valiant Forster beat all who engaged him, so that he triumphed with his feather in the prison, though he could not do it in the field. For long there was nothing among them but flaunting apparel, venison pasties, hams, chickens, and other costly meats, but soon all their jollity came abruptly to an end. The news of the sad fate of the two peers Derwentwater and Kenmure, who had been brought to trial and executed upon Tower Hill, abated their gaiety. They were yet more unmistakably reminded of their perilous position by the notice which now came to them to provide themselves with counsel and witnesses for their own defence. Fresh committals, too, were made to Newgate. Prisoners were sent in from the Tower of the Fleet. Among them were Mr. Howard, brother to the Duke of Norfolk, the Master of Nairn, Mr. Baird Hamilton, a gentleman who behaved with wonderful gallantry at the action of Preston, Mr. Charles Radcliffe, Lord Derwentwater's brother, a youth of extraordinary courage, Mr. Charles and Mr. Peregrine Widdington, two gentlemen of diversion and pleasure, both Papists, the two Mr. Cottons, father and son, nondurant Protestants, and of great estate in Huntingdonshire, Mr. Thomas Errington, a gentleman that had been in the French service, with the Laird of Mackintosh, Colonel Mackintosh, and Major Mackintosh, together with other Scotch gentlemen. Brought thus face to face with their very pressing danger, all more or less cast about them for some means of escape. Several desperate attempts were made to break prison. Thus, on the 14th of March, 1717, it was discovered that several had tried to get out by breaking through the press yard wall, from which they were to be let down by a rope, instead of being tucked up by one at Tyburn. For this several were placed in irons. Some time later Mr. Forster got clean away, as did Brigadier Mackintosh and 8 others. Mr. George Budden, formerly an upholsterer near Fleet Bridge, also effected his escape. And last, but not least, Mr. Charles Radcliffe, Lord Derwentwater's brother. After Mr. Forster's escape, the Government took greater precautions, and a lieutenant with 30 men of the Foot Guard was ordered to do constant duty at Newgate. Mr. Pitt, the keeper, was strongly suspected of collusion, and was attached on a charge of high treason, being after arrested, committed to the custody of one Wilcox, a messenger, who used him in a barbarous manner, contrary, no doubt, to the instruction of the noble lord that issued the warrant for his confinement. The city authorities, no doubt exercised at the insecurity of their gaol, also roused themselves to look better after the prison of Newgate, and instead of leaving Mr. Rouse chief turnkey in charge of the whole place, specially appointed Mr. Carleton Smith, an officer of the Lord Mayor's, and with him Mr. Russell, to take care of the rebels in the press yard. These new officials performed their part so well, it is said, by examining all the visitors, debarring entrance to all riding hoods, cloaks, and arms, and by sitting up all night in the prison, each in his turn, that not one man escaped from thence during their time. The new keepers appear to have stirred up much animosity from their punctual discharge of their duties. Mr. Russell, we read, shortly after his appointment, was very much abused and threatened by Captain Silk and some of the rebels, who surrounded him in the press yard, but he made his retreat without any harm. There must have been some in the reigning monarch's service with secret sympathies for the Pretender, for it is recorded, May 14th, that an officer of the Guards with 2 others conversed with the rebels all day. They were, moreover, humoursome and abusive to the new keepers because of their care in looking after their prisoners; whereof Messrs. Carleton Smith and Russell complained to the Lord Mayor, who thereupon ordered that no officer should be permitted to visit the prisoners without the express permission of the Secretary of State. The next day, it is stated, the officer in fault was submissive and sorry for his offence. This was not the first offence of the kind. A few days previous to this, the officer of the guard went in, contrary to custom, with his sword on, to see the prisoners. He continued with them for some hours, and whether heated with wine or otherwise, beat one of the turnkeys as he brought in a rebel from trial. This officer was placed in arrest, and another mounted guard in his place, who prevented the drunkenness and other irregularities of the soldiers which might have given the prisoners an opportunity to escape. Matters were not too comfortable for the military guard. The men at the gate were liable to insults, as on the 19th of May, when they were reviled by a Tory constable. They were also exposed to efforts to wean them from their allegiance. One day Mr. Carleton Smith detected a prisoner, Isaac Dalton, in durance for libel, endeavouring to corrupt the sentinels by giving them money to drink the Pretender's health. But he missed his aim. The soldiers heartily drank to King George in wine supplied by Mr. Smith, and declared they would oppose the Pretender to the last drop of their blood. All the guards were not equally loyal, however. On another occasion the soldiers of the guard had the impudence to sing Captain Silk's dearly beloved tune, "The King shall have his own again," for which their officer, Captain Reeve, a very loyal gentleman, threatened them with imprisonment. The peril of the prisoners bred a certain reckless turbulence among them. On the 29th of May a mob collected in great numbers outside, carrying oaken boughs on pretence of commemorating the Restoration. The guard was reinforced, lest the mob should attempt to break open the gaol. Inside, the rebels were very noisy, and insulted their keepers; but they were soon put out of a capacity of doing much harm, for by way of precaution they were all locked up before 10 o'clock. This hour of early closing was continued, and greatly resented by them. A few days later they made a great disturbance at the sound of a bell set up by order of the Lord Mayor to ring them to their apartments at the regular hour. They asked for the order. It was read to them, to their manifest dissatisfaction, for it referred the recent escapes to the unaccountable liberty of indulgence permitted them, and insisted that upon the ringing of the bell in question all should betake themselves to their apartments. 10 was the hour of retiring at farthest. Any infringement of the rule would be followed by the deprivation of all freedom, and double irons for the offenders. Except Captain Silk, however, all acquiesced in the order. He alone, with his usual impudence, bullied the keeper, and made many unbecoming reflections upon the Lord Mayor and sheriffs. Nor did insubordination end here. A day or two later the Lord Mayor's notice, which had been posted up in the various press yard rooms, was torn down by the rebels in contempt of authority. A fresh and more serious riot soon occurred in the streets, on the occasion of the thanksgiving on the anniversary of Preston fight. Several visitors came to the rebels with rue and thyme in their hats and bosoms, in contempt of the day; but the new keepers made bold to strip them of their badges, and strew the floors with them, as more worthy to be trodden under foot than be worn by way of insult on that glorious day. About midnight brickbats were thrown from the neighbouring houses upon the soldiers on guard, and the guard in retaliation fired up at the places whence came the attack. Mr. Carleton Smith, whose turn it was to sit up, feared some attempt was being made to break the gaol, and, leaping out to know the occasion of the firing, searched several of the houses, in doing which he was like to have been shot by a ball which came up to the room where he was. But the attachment of the rebels to their cause was not to be checked. It broke out again on the 10th of June, the anniversary of the Pretender's birth. Captain Booth, whose window looked into Phoenix Court, was so insolent as to put out a great bunch of white roses at his window. and several visitors of both sexes came wearing the same religious badges. But again the keepers pulled them out and threw them on the floor. In all these disturbances Captain Silk was a ringleader. He is continually ready to make a noise. Now he swears revenge upon the keeper for not allowing supper to be carried in to him and his conrogues after 10 p.m. Now he incites other prisoners to riot. They are for the most part very drunk and rude, so that it was with great difficulty that they were got to their rooms by 1 o'clock in the morning. Next day Captain Silk continues his insolence. He threatens Mr. Smith for refusing to pass in visitors after regulated hours. Again he and his companions are drunk and insolent, and cannot be got to their rooms till the same late hour. A night or two later they crowded about the doors when they were opened, cursing and assaulting the person who rang the night bell. Captain Silk, as before, encouraged them, and, to provoke them further, when the bell sounded, cried out, "Get up, ye slaves, and go!" Sadder moments soon supervened. The trials were proceeding, and already the law had condemned several. Among the first to suffer were Colonel Oxborough and Mr. Gascoigne. The latter was offered his pardon on conditions which he rejected, and both began to make great preparations for their great change. Colonel Oxborough, who lay in the condemned hold, behaved with an astonishing serenity of mind, and when his friends expressed their concern in tears, he gravely rebuked them, showing an easiness very unaccustomed in the bravest minds under such a sentence. Next an order of the court came down for the execution of 24 more who had been condemned, and universal sorrow prevailed in the gaol. Parson Paul, one of the number, was so dejected he could not eat. Most of the other prisoners retired to their apartments to vent their grief, and a vast number of their friends in tears came to condole with them. After this all were busy with petitions to the court. Some were immediately successful. Handsome young Archibald Bolair was discharged, at which Lady Faulconbridge, his supposed benefactress, went out with a smiling countenance. Next night he returned in his kilt to visit his friends, but was denied entrance. That same midnight there were great shouts of joy in the prison. A reprieve had come down for all but Parson Paul and Justice Hall, both of whom were led next day to Tyburn. Neither would admit the ministrations of the ordinary, to whom they behaved rudely, and they were attended at the place of execution by priests of their own stamp, in a lay habit. The condemned were hardened to the highest degree, says their implacable opponent, and gave free vent to their treason in seditious speeches at the gallows. Great consternation prevailed after these executions. It was greatly increased by the known displeasure of the government at the demeanour of some of the condemned at Tyburn. But the king, George I., was now gone on a visit to Hanover, and the Prince of Wales, as regent, was pleased to put an end to the further effusion of blood. Rumours of an act of indemnity were spread abroad, and abundance of visitors came to congratulate the prisoners on their approaching release. But the happy day being still postponed, the Jacobites became turbulent once more. Mr. Pitt, the old governor, who had been tried for neglect in allowing Mr. Forster and others to escape, had been acquitted, upon which the Lord Mayor and sheriffs recalled Messrs. Carleton Smith and Russell. The latter delivered up their charge, having performed it so well that not one prisoner had escaped. But Mr. Pitt was again unfortunate, and suffering another man, Flint, to escape, the Court of Aldermen resolved to reinstate Smith and Russell. This gave great dudgeon to the rebels in the press yard, who soon proved very refractory, refusing to be locked up at the proper time. Then they made bitter reflections on the advice given to the new keepers in the Flying Post, a Whiggish organ, who were, as the author of the Secret History observes sarcastically, "so inhuman that they would let none of the rebels make their escape, either in the habits of women, footmen, or parsons." It was difficult for the keepers not to give cause of offence. Their prisoners were angry with them because they would not sit down and drink with them, as did their former keepers, even upon the bribe offered, when the indemnity loomed large, of swallowing a bumper to King George. Captain Silk was troublesome as ever. One Sunday he cursed and swore prodigiously because the doors had been shut during divine service, and his roaring companions could not have access to him. Another time the prisoners insulted the keepers, asking them why they carried arms. The Jacobites declared they could not endure the sight since the Battle of Preston. Another prisoner added greatly to the trials of the keepers about this period. This was Mr. Freeman, who was committed for firing a pistol in the playhouse when the prince was present. Freeman was continually intoxicated when in gaol. He was also very mischievous, and kept a burning candle by him the greater part of the night, to the danger of the prison, especially when in his mad freaks. "He is a lusty, strong, raw–boned man, has a stern, dogged look, is of an obstinate temper when vexed, but fawning and treacherous when pleased." In a day or two Freeman showed the cloven hoof. He flew into a violent passion, and beat one of the female servants of the prison, shutting the door against the keepers, after he had wounded one of them with a fork which he held in one hand, having a knife and pistol in the other. He was overpowered, and carried to the condemned hold, where he was put in irons. His villainous designs there appeared by his setting his handkerchief alight and concealing it in his hat near his bed, and it was suspected that he wished to set the gaol on fire, so that the prisoners might have the opportunity to escape. A day later Mr. Freeman regretted that he had not murdered his keeper in the last scuffle, and the same day Mr. Menzies and Mr. Nairn did honestly tell the keepers that the prisoners meant to injure them, Freeman's disturbance having been raised chiefly to that end, and that the female servant he only pretended to assault, so as to make her cry out murder before she was in the least hurt. Royal clemency was still delayed, and the advancing summer of 1717 was intensely hot. The close confinement of so many persons in a limited space began to tell seriously on the prisoners. A spotted fever, which had before shown itself with evil effects, reappeared. It had proved fatal to Mr. Pitcairn the previous August, and in the winter Mr. Butler had died of the same. Now it carried off Mr. Kellett, Sir Francis Anderson's man. Mr. Thornton was also attacked, but through the care of his doctors recovered. The following month Mr. David Drummond died, and Mr. Ratcliffe was indisposed. It was generally feared that the distemper would become contagious, whereupon some of the principal inmates, among them Mr. Ratcliffe, the two Mr. Widdingtons, Mr. Murray, and Mr. Seaton, who is styled by them the Earl of Dunfermline, petitioned the Prince Regent and Council for enlargement to more commodious prisons. The king's physicians were accordingly dispatched to the prison to inquire into its sanitary condition. Their report was that no contagious distemper existed. The matter was therefore ordered to stand until his Majesty's pleasure should be known at his arrival from Hanover. George I soon afterwards returned, and signified his orders for an Act of Grace, which duly passed both Houses of Parliament. The news of an amnesty was joyfully received in the press yard. One of the first acts of the prisoners so soon to be set free was to get in a poor fiddler, whom they set to play tunes adapted to their treasonable ballads, but this was so shocking to the keepers that they turned the fiddler out. Next the prisoners had a badger brought in, and baited him with dogs. Other already pardoned rebels came and paid ceremonious visits, such as Mr. Townley, who appeared with much pomp and splendour after his discharge from the Marshalsea. Several clergymen also visited, and a noted common council man, whose friends stood a bowl of punch that night in Captain Silk's room. The state prisoners were soon very busy in getting new rigging, and sending away their boxes and trunks, so that they looked like so many people removing from their lodgings and houses on quarter day. On July 4 a member of Parliament came to assure Mr. Grierson that the Act of Indemnity would surely pass in a few days. This occasioned great joy. A fortnight later the pardon was promulgated, and all the prisoners remaining were taken to Westminster to plead the Act, where many were so very ungrateful that they refused to kneel or speak out in asking the king's pardon till they were forced to do it. According to this last quoted writer, the rebels in Newgate were not of exemplary character. Their daily practice in prison was profane swearing, drunkenness, gluttony, gaming, and lasciviousness. That such was permitted speaks volumes as to the shameful negligence of prison rule in those unsettled times. There were other rebel prisoners who did not seem to have benefited by this act of grace, and who remained much longer in prison. It is recorded in the Weekly Journal of January 24th, 1727, that George I. had pardoned another batch of Jacobites, who had been capitally convicted in the first year of his reign for levying war against him. The pardoned traitors were Robert Stewart of Appin, Alexander MacDonald of Glencoe, Grant of Glenmorrison, Maclimin of that ilk, Mackenzie of Fairburn, Mackenzie of Dagmalnack, Chisholm of Shapglass, Mackenzie of Ballunakey, MacDonald of Lorn, and two others more notable than all the rest, James, commonly called Lord Ogilvy, and Robert Campbell, alias Macgregor, commonly called Rob Roy. They had been under durance in London, for it is added that on Tuesday last they were carried from Newgate to Gravesend, to be put on shipboard for transportation to Barbadoes. Rob Roy marching handcuffed to Lord Ogilvy through the London streets from Newgate to the prison barge at Blackfriars, and thence to Gravesend, is an incident that has escaped the notice of Walter Scott and all of Rob's biographers. The barge load of Highland chiefs and of some thieves seems, however, to have been pardoned, and allowed to return home. Before leaving the press yard, some reference must be made to certain political suspects who were lodged therein for terms varying from 19 to 40 years. Their case is remarkable, as being the last instance of the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act in England, with the full knowledge and sanction of Parliament, and in spite of repeated strongly urged petitions from the prisoners for release. Their names were John Bernardi, Robert Cassilis, Robert Meldrum, Robert Blackburn, and James Chambers. Of these the first named, Major Bernardi, has told his own story in a volume penned in Newgate, and printed by J. Newcombe in the Strand, for the benefit of the author, 1729. Macaulay is disposed to discredit the version given by Bernardi, although there is a certain air of truthfulness in the prisoner's narrative. Bernardi begins at the beginning. He was of Italian extraction, he tells us. His ancestors had been in the diplomatic service. Count Philip de Bernardi, his grandfather, came to England with a Genoese embassy. Francis Bernardi, son of the former, and father of Major John, was also accredited to Charles II on the Restoration, but when replaced as resident, being English born, he preferred to live and die in the land of his birth. According to his son, he was a stern parent, ready to award him penal treatment, with imprisonment for trifles, in a dark room or dungeon, allowing only bread and small beer when so confined. By and by John ran away from home, and through the favour of Lady Fisher was employed as a listed soldier, in a company at Portsmouth, when barely 15 years of age. A year or two later his godfather, Colonel Ansell, took him to the Low Countries, where by gallant conduct in the wars he gained an ensigncy from the Prince of Orange. At the siege of Maestricht he lost an eye, and was badly wounded in the arm. When scarcely 20 he was promoted to a lieutenancy, and 8 years later obtained a company in Colonel Monk's regiment. He was now, by his own account, arrived at a high pitch of fortune. He was a captain at 27 in an established service, was personally well known to the Prince of Orange, afterwards William III, had married well, and was, with his wife's fortune, in the receipt of a considerable income. James II, on coming to the throne, summoned home all English officers in the service of the States. Among the few who obeyed was Major Bernardi, and he then gave up, as he says, a certainty for an uncertainty. Very soon his former chief, the Prince of Orange, replaced James upon the throne, and Bernardi, unfortunately for himself, thereafter espoused the wrong side. He refused to sign the association put about by General Kirke, under which all officers bound themselves to stand by William against all persons whomsoever, and proceeded to France to throw in his lot with the exiled king. When James embarked for Ireland, Bernardi followed in command of a party of newly organized adherents. He was at several of the engagements in that island, and was presently commissioned major. After that he went to the Highlands with Seaforth Mackenzie on a special mission, and on his return had the honour of dining at the same table with King James. A second mission to Scotland followed, after which Bernardi made his way south, and escaping great perils by the way, reached London, meaning, when he had disposed of horses and effects, to cross over to Flanders. At Colchester, however, from which he hoped to reach easily a port of embarkation, he was seized and committed on suspicion, first to the town gaol and then to that of Chelmsford. After being much harassed, he at length obtained his release, only to be soon involved in still greater trouble. To his great misfortune he now fell in with one Captain Rookwood. It was about the time of the discovery of the assassination plot, of which Major Bernardi declares that he was in absolute ignorance till he heard of it like the rest of the world. He was by chance in the company of Captain Rookwood at a tavern, and was with him arrested on suspicion of being evil-minded men. While in the Compter Rookwood incautiously revealed his own identity, and was lost. Rookwood seems at the same time to have unintentionally betrayed Bernardi, whose name had, it appears, and in spite of his protestations of perfect innocence, been included in a proclamation. The inference is that the government was in the possession of certain information that Bernardi was mixed up in the plot. Both men were carried before the council, and committed close prisoners to Newgate, loaded with heavy irons and put into separate, dismal, dark, and stinking apartments. Rookwood was speedily condemned and executed at Tyburn. Bernardi remained in prison without trial until after Sir John Fenwick had suffered. Then, with his fellow prisoners, he was taken to the Old Bailey to be bailed out, but at the instance of the Treasury solicitor, who whispered the judges upon the bench. They were relegated to Newgate, and a special act passed rapidly through the House to keep them for another 12-month on the plea of waiting for further evidence against them. A second act was passed prolonging the imprisonment for another year, then a third, to confine them during the king's pleasure. On the death of the king, William III., a fresh act extended the imprisonment during the reign of Queen Anne. During this long lapse of time repeated applications were made to judges, but the release of the prisoners was always bitterly opposed by the law officers. Bernardi's doctors certified that imprisonment was killing him. He was said to suffer from fits and the constant trouble of an old wound. Nevertheless he lived on, and when in his 68th year he married, in Newgate, a second virtuous, kind, and loving wife, who proved a true helpmeet, supporting him by her good management, and keeping his heart from breaking in the English Bastille. Bernardi had 10 children born in Newgate of his second wife. The imprisonment continued through the reigns of George I. and II. Frequent petitions were unheeded, and finally Bernardi died in Newgate in 1736, the last survivor after 40 years' incarceration, and aged 82. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 9. The universal instinct of self-preservation underlies the whole theory of legal punishments. Society, from the earliest beginnings, has claimed through its rulers to inflict penalties upon those who have broken the laws framed for the protection of all. These penalties have varied greatly in all ages and in all times. They have been based on different principles. Many, especially in ruder and earlier times, have been conceived in a vindictive spirit. Others, notably those of Mosaic law, were retaliatory, or aimed at restitution. All, more or less, were intended to deter from crime. The criminal had generally to pay in his person or his goods. He was either subjected to physical pain applied in degrading, often ferociously cruel ways, and endured mutilation, or was branded, tortured, put to death. He was mulcted in fines, deprived of liberty, or adjudged as a slave to indemnify by manual labour those whom he had wronged. Imprisonment, as practised in modern times, has followed from the last named class of punishments. Although affecting the individual, and in many of its phases with brutal and reckless disregard for human suffering, it can hardly be styled a purely personal punishment, as will be shown from a closer examination of the various methods of corporeal punishment. In sharp contrast with the privations and terrible discomforts of the poorer sort was the wild revelry of the aristocratic prisoner of the press yard. They had every luxury to be bought with money, freedom alone excepted, and that was often to be compassed by bribing dishonest officials to suffer them to escape. Taking first the punishments which fell short of death, those most common in England, until comparatively recent times, were branding, mutilation, dismemberment, whipping, and degrading public exposure. Branding was often carried out with circumstances of atrocious barbarity. Vagabonds were marked with the letter V, idlers and masterless men with the letter S, betokening a condemnation to slavery. Any church brawler lost his ears, and for a second offence might be branded with the letter F, as a fraymaker and fighter. Sometimes the penalty was to bore a hole in the compass of an inch through the gristle of the right ear. Branding was the commutation of a capital sentence on clerk convicts, or persons allowed benefit of clergy, and it was inflicted upon the brawn of the left thumb, the letter M being used in murder cases, the letter T in others. In the reign of William and Mary, when the privilege of benefit of clergy was found to be greatly abused, an act was passed by which the culprit was branded or burnt in the most visible part of the left cheek nearest the nose. Mutilation was an ancient Saxon punishment, no doubt perpetuating the Mosaic law of retaliation, which claimed an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a limb for a limb. William the Conqueror adopted it in his penal code. It was long put in force against those who broke the forestry laws, coiners, thieves, and such as failed to prove their innocence by ordeal. Although almost abandoned by the end of the 16th century, the penalty of mutilation, extending to the loss of the right hand, still continued to be punishment for murder and bloodshed within the limits of a royal residence. The most elaborate ceremonial was observed. All the hierarchy of court officials attended. There was the sergeant of the wood yard, the master cook to hand the dressing knife, the sergeant of the poultry, the yeoman of the scullery with a fire of coals, the sergeant farrier, who heated and delivered the searing irons, which were applied by the chief surgeon after the dismemberment had been effected. Vinegar, basin, and cloths were handed to the operator by the groom of the salcery, the sergeant of the ewry, and the yeoman of the chandray. "After the hand had been struck off and the stump seared, the sergeant of the pantry offered bread, and the sergeant of the cellar a pot of red wine, of which the sufferer was to partake with what appetite he might." Readers of Sir Walter Scott will remember how Nigel Oliphant, in the Fortunes of Nigel, was threatened with the loss of his hand for having committed a breach of privilege in the Palace of Greenwich and its precincts. Pistols are found on his person when he accidentally meets and accosts James I. For the offence he may be prosecuted, so Sir Mungo Malagrother complacently informs him, usque ad mutilationem, even to dismemberation. The occasion serves the garrulous knight to refer to a recent performance, A pretty pageant when Stubbs, the Puritan, was sentenced to mutilation for writing and publishing a seditious pamphlet against Elizabeth. With Stubbs, Page, the publisher, also suffered. They lost their right hands." The wrists being divided by a cleaver driven through the joint by the force of a mallet. "I remember," says the historian Camden, "being then present, that Stubbs, when his right hand was cut off, plucked off his hat with his left, and said with a loud voice, 'God save the Queen!' The multitude standing about was deeply silent, either out of horror of this new and unwonted kind of punishment, or out of commiseration towards the man." The process of mutilation was at times left to the agonized action of the culprit, as in the brutal case of one Penedo, who, in 1570, for counterfeiting the seal of the Court of Queen's Bench, was twice put in the pillory on market day in Cheapside. The first day, one of his ears was to be nailed to the pillory in such a manner that he should be compelled, by his own proper motion, to tear it away, and on the second day he was to lose his other ear in the same cruel fashion. William Prynne, it will be remembered, also lost his ears on the pillory, but at the hands of the executioner. The Earl of Dorset, in giving the sentence of the Star Chamber Court, asked his fellow judges "whether he should burn him in the forehead, or slit him in the nose. I should be loath he should escape with his ears. Therefore I would have him branded in the forehead, slit in the nose, and his ears cropped too." Having suffered all this on the pillory, he was again punished 3 years later, when he lost the remainder of his ears, and was branded with the letters S.L. (seditious libeller) on each cheek. Dr. Bastwick and others were similarly treated. Dr. Bastwick's daughter, Mrs. Poe, after his ears were cut off, called for them, put them in a clean handkerchief, and carried them away with her. Prynne was a voluminous writer, and is said to have produced some 200 volumes in all. A contemporary, who saw him in the pillory at Cheapside, says that they burned his huge volumes under his nose, which almost suffocated him. Although mutilations and floggings were frequently carried out at the pillory, that well-known machine was primarily intended as a means of painful and degrading exposure, and not for the infliction of physical torture. The pillory is said to have existed in England before the Norman Conquest, and it probably dates from times much more remote. The thailiu of the Greeks, the pillar on which offenders were publicly exhibited, seems to have been akin to the pillory, just as the guiffon or wooden collar was the prototype of the French carcan, or iron circlet, which was riveted around the culprit's neck, and attached by a chain to the posts or pillory. In England the pillory or stretch neck was at first applied only to fraudulent traders, perjurers, forgers, and so forth, but as years passed it came to be more exclusively the punishment of those guilty of infamous crimes, amongst whom were long included rash writers who dared to express their opinions too freely before the days of freedom of the press. Besides Prynne, Leighton, Burton, Warton, and Bastwick, intrepid John Lilburne also suffered under the Star Chamber decree, which prohibited the printing of any book without a licence from the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of London, or the authorities of the 2 universities. Daniel Defoe, again, was pilloried in 1703 for his pamphlet The Shortest Way with the Dissenters. Defoe gave himself up, and was pilloried first in Cheapside and afterwards in the Temple. The mob so completely sympathized with him that they covered him with flowers, drank his health, and sang his "Ode to the Pillory" in chorus. Dr. Shebbeare was pilloried in 1759 for his Letters to the People of England, but he found a friend in the under sheriff, Mr. Beardmore, who took him to the place of penitence in a stage coach, and allowed a footman in rich livery to hold an umbrella over the doctor's head as he stood in the pillory. Beardmore was afterwards arraigned for neglect of duty, found guilty, and sentenced to fine and imprisonment. In 1765 Williams, the publisher, who reprinted Wilkes's North Briton, stood in the pillory in Palace Yard for an hour. For the moment he became popular. He arrived in a hackney coach numbered 45, attended by a vast crowd. He was cheered vociferously as he mounted the pillory with a sprig of laurel in each hand, and a gentleman present made a collection of 200 guineas for him in a purple purse adorned with orange ribbons. In front of the pillory the mob erected a gallows, and hung on it a boot with other emblems, intended to gibbet the unpopular minister Lord Bute. Williams was conducted from the pillory amid renewed acclamations, and the excitement lasted for some days. Lampoons and caricatures were widely circulated. Several street ballads were also composed, one of which began, "Ye sons of Wilkes and Liberty, who hate despotic sway, the glorious 45 now crowns this memorable day. And to New Palace Yard let us go, let us go." Lord Dundonald, in 1814, was actually sentenced to the pillory, but the Government shrank from inflicting the punishment upon that much wronged naval hero. The pillory ceased to be a punishment, except for perjury, in 1815, but was not finally abolished until 1837, and as late as 1830 one Dr. Bossy suffered on it for perjury. The earliest form of pillory was simply a post erected in a cross road by the lord of the manor, as a mark of his seigneury. It bore his arms, and on it was a collar, the carcan already mentioned, by which culprits were secured. This was in course of time developed, and the pillory became a cross piece of wood fixed like a signboard at the top of a pole, and placed upon an elevated platform. In this cross were 3 holes, one for the head, the other 2 for the wrists. The cross piece was in 2 halves, the upper turning on a hinge to admit the culprit's head and hands, and closed with a padlock when the operation of insertion was completed. A more elaborate affair, capable of accommodating a number of persons, is figured in mediæval woodcuts, but this sort of pillory does not appear to have been very generally used. The curious observer may still see specimens in England of this well-known instrument of penal discipline. One is preserved in the parish church of Rye, Sussex; another is in the museum at Brighton. The stocks served like the pillory to hold up offenders to public infamy. The first authentic mention of them is in a statute of Edward III., by which they were to be applied to unruly labourers. Soon after this they were established by law in every village, often near the parish church. They were the punishment for brawling, drunkenness, vagrancy, and all disorderly conduct. Wood stealers, or hedge tearers, were set in the stocks, about the year 1584, for a couple of days with the stolen wood in front of them. The story goes that Cardinal Wolsey, when a young parish priest, was put in the stocks at Lymington by Sir Amyas Paulet, for having exceeded at the village feast. The old chap books contain numerous references to the stocks, of course. Welsh Taffy, the unfortunate traveller, was put into the stocks for calling a justice of the peace a booby, and Simple Simon, when he interfered in a butter–woman's quarrel, was adjudged to be drunk and put into the stocks between the 2 viragos, who scolded him all the time. The story of Lord Camden is probably well known. When a young barrister, he had a desire to try the stocks, and was left in them by an absent–minded friend, for the greater part of the day. The last stocks in London were those of St. Clement's Danes, in Portugal Street, which were removed in 1826 to make way for local improvements. As late as 1860, one John Gambles, of Stanningley, was sentenced to sit in the stocks for 6 hours for Sunday gambling, and actually endured his punishment. Stocks were last to be seen at Heath, near Wakefield, Painswick in Gloucestershire, and other places. In all cases the physical discomfort of the stocks, no less than that of the pillory, was generally aggravated by the rude horseplay of a jeering and actively offensive mob. A reference to the inconvenient attentions of the bystanders at such an exhibition will be found in an old chap book entitled The True Trial of the Understanding, in which among other riddles the following is given. Promotion lately was bestowed Upon a person mean and small, Then many persons to him flowed, Yet he returned no thanks at all. But yet their hands were ready still To help him with their kind good will. The answer is, a man pelted in the pillory. Worse sometimes happened, and in several cases death ensued from ill usage in the pillory. Thus when John Walter, alias Trevor, was pilloried in 1732 in 7 Dials, for falsely accusing innocent men, so as to obtain the reward given on the conviction of highwaymen, so great was the indignation of the populace that they pelted him to death. The coroner's inquest returned a verdict of wilful murder, but against persons unknown. In 1763 a man who stood in the pillory at Bow for an unnatural crime was killed by the mob. Anne Marrow, who had been guilty of the strange offence of disguising herself as a man, and as such marrying 3 different women, was sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment and exposure on the pillory at Charing Cross. So great was the resentment of the populace, principally those of the female sex, that they pelted her till they put out both her eyes. No account of the minor physical punishments formerly inflicted would be complete without reference to the methods of coercing ill-conditioned females. These were mostly of the same character as the pillory and stocks. Chief among them was the ducking or cucking stool, a scourge for scolds, and once as common in every parish as the stocks. Other varieties of it were known under the names of tumbrel, the gum–stole, the try–back, the tree–bucket, and the reeve. It may be described briefly as consisting of a chair or seat fixed at the end of a long plank, which revolved on a pivot, and by some simple application of leverage upset the occupant of the chair into a pond or stream. Mr. Cole (1782) describes one which was hung to a beam in the middle of a bridge. The Leominster stool, which is still preserved, is a plank upon a low substantial framework, having the seat at one end, and working like an ordinary see–saw. That at Wootton Basset was of the tumbrel order, and was a framework on a pair of wheels, with shafts at one end, the stool being at the other. In this, as in the Leicester scolding cart, and other forms of tumbrels, the culprit was paraded through the town before immersion. The punishment was primarily intended for scolds, shrews, and cursed queens, but it was also applied to female brewers and bakers, who brewed bad ale and sold bad bread. It was inflicted pursuant to sentence in open court, but in some parts the bailiffs had the power, within their own jurisdictions, and the right of gallows, tumbrel, and pillory was often claimed by lords of the manor. The greatest antiquity is claimed for this sort of punishment. Bowine declares that it was used by the Saxons, by whom it was called cathedra in qua rixosae mulieres sedentes aquae demergebantur. No doubt the ducking was often roughly and cruelly carried out. We have in the frontispiece of an old chap–book, which relates how an old woman was drowned in Ratcliffe highway, a pictorial representation of the ceremony of ducking, and it is stated that she met her death by being dipped too often or too long. That the instrument was in general use through the kingdom is proved by numerous entries in ancient records. Thus Lysons, in his Environs of London, states that at a court of the manor of Edgware in 1552 the inhabitants were presented for not having a tumbrel and a ducking–stool as laid down by law. In the Leominster town records the bailiff and chamberlains are repeatedly brought up and fined either for not providing gum–stoles or not properly repairing them, while in the same and other records are numerous statements of bills paid to carpenters for making or mending these instruments. The use of them, moreover, was continued to very recent times. A woman was ducked under Kingston Bridge in 1745 for scolding. At Manchester, Liverpool, and other Lancashire towns the stool was in use till the commencement of this century. So it was at Scarborough, where the offender was dipped into the water from the end of the old pier. But the latest inflictions seemingly were at Leominster, where in 1809 a woman named Jenny Pipes was paraded and ducked near Kerwater Bridge, while another, Sarah Leek, was wheeled round the town in 1817, but not ducked, the water being too low. The ducking stool was not always an effectual punishment. It appears from the records of the King's Bench that in the year 1681 Mrs. Finch, a notorious scold, who had been thrice ducked for scolding, was a fourth time sentenced for the same offence, and sentenced to be fined and imprisoned. Other measures were occasionally taken which were deemed safer, but which were hardly less cruel. The branks, or bridle, for gossips and scolds, was often preferred to the ducking stool, which endangered the health, and, moreover, gave the culprit's tongue free play between each dip. The branks was a species of iron mask, with a gag so contrived as to enter the mouth and forcibly hold down the unruly member. It consisted of a kind of crown or framework of iron, which was locked upon the head, and was armed in front with a gag, a plate, or a sharp cutting knife or point. Various specimens of this barbarous instrument are still extant in local museums, that in the Ashmolean at Oxford being especially noticeable, as well as that preserved in Doddington Park, Lincolnshire. The branks are said to have been the invention of agents of the Spanish Inquisition, and to have been imported into England from the Low Countries, whither it had travelled from Spain. The brutality of the stronger and governing to the weaker and subject sex was not limited to the ducking stool and branks. It must be remembered with shame, in this more humane age, that little more than 100 years ago women were publicly whipped at the whipping post, near the stocks, or at any cart's trail. The fierce statute against vagrants of Henry VIII's and Elizabeth's reign made no distinction of sex, and their ferocious provisions to the effect that offenders should be stripped naked from the middle upwards, and whipped till the body should be bloody, long continued in force. Men with their wives and children were flogged publicly, and sometimes by the order of the clergyman of the parish. Girls of 12 and 13, aged women of 60, all suffered alike. Women distracted, in other words out of their minds, were arrested and lashed. So were those that had the smallpox, and all who walked about the country and begged. On the first introduction of the treadwheel in the early decades of the last century, its use was not restricted to males, and women were often made to suffer this punishment. Whipping females was not abolished until 1817. The constable's charge for whipping was 4d, but the sum was increased latterly to 1s. The whipping post was often erected in combination with the stocks. A couple of iron clasps were fixed to the upright which supported the stocks, to take the culprit's hands and hold him securely while he was being lashed. A modification of this plan has long been used at Newgate for the infliction of corporal punishment, and it may still be seen in the old ward at the back of the middle yard. Ferocious as were most of the methods I have detailed in dealing with offenders against the law, they generally, except by accident, fell short of death. Yet were there innumerable cases in those uncompromising and unenlightened ages in which death alone would be deemed equal to the offences. Rulers might be excused, perhaps, if they were satisfied with nothing less than a criminal's blood. As Maine says, "The punishment of death is a necessity of society in certain stages of the civilizing process. There is a time when attempt to dispense with it balks two of the great instincts which lie at the root of all penal law. Without it the community neither feels that it is sufficiently revenged on the criminal, nor thinks that the example of his punishment is adequate to deter others from imitating him." Hence all penal legislation in the past included some form of inflicting the death sentence. These have differed in all ages and in all climes. About some there was a brutal simplicity. Others have been marked by great inventiveness, great ingenuity, much refinement of cruelty. Offenders have been stoned, beaten, starved to death. They have been flayed alive, buried alive, cast headlong from heights, torn to pieces by wild animals, broken on the wheel, crucified, impaled, burnt, boiled, beheaded, strangled, drowned. They have been killed outright or by inches, enduring horrible agonies. After death their bodies have been dismembered and disemboweled as a mark of degradation. Irresponsible tyrants went further than lawgivers in devising pains. The Sultan Mehmed cut men in the middle, through the diaphragm, thus causing them to die 2 deaths at once. It is told of Croesus that he caused a person who had offended him to be scratched to death by a friller's carding combs. What the Vaivode of Transylvania did to the Polish leader, George Jekyll, may be read in the pages of Montaigne. The frightful barbarity to which he and his followers were subjected need not be repeated here. The tender mercies of continental nations towards criminals may be realized by a reference to 1 or 2 of their contrivances for the infliction of death. The iron coffin of Lissa, for example, wherein the convicted person lay for days awaiting death from the fell pressure of the heavily weighted lid, which slid down slowly, almost imperceptibly, upon his helpless frame, or the Virgin of Baden-Baden, the brazen statue whose kiss meant death with frightful tortures, the unhappy culprit being commanded to prostrate himself and kiss the statue, but as he raised his lips, a trap-door opened at his feet, and he fell through on to a spiked wheel, which was set in motion by his fall. There was the chambre à crucer, a short hollow chest lined with sharp stones, in which the victim was packed and buried alive. Or the bernicles, a mattress which clutched the sufferer tight, while his legs were broken by heavy logs of wood. Or the long lingering death in the iron cages of Louis XI, the occupant of which could neither sit, stand, nor lie down. Again, the devilish tortures inflicted upon the murderers Ravaillac and Damiens caused a shudder throughout Europe. Ravaillac was burnt piecemeal, flesh was torn from him by red-hot pincers, scalding oil and molten lead were poured upon his bleeding wounds, he was drawn and dismembered by horses while still alive, and only received his coup de grâce from the sticks and knives of the hellish bystanders, who rushed in to finish more savagely what the executioner had been unable to complete. As for Damiens, the process followed was identical, but the details preserved of an event nearer our own time are more precise and revolting. He was fastened down upon a platform by iron gyves, one across his breast, the other just above his thighs. His right hand was then burnt with brimstone, he was pinched with red-hot pincers, after which boiling oil, molten wax, rosin, and lead were poured upon his wounds. His limbs were next tightly tied with cords, a long and protracted operation during which he must have suffered renewed and exquisite torture. 4 stout, young, and vigorous horses were attached to the cords, and an attempt made to tear his limbs asunder, but only with the result of extending his joints to a prodigious length. And it was necessary to second the efforts of the horses by cutting the principal sinews of the sufferer. Soon after this the victim expired. Then his body was burnt, and the ashes scattered to the winds. In this country the simpler forms of executions have generally obtained. The stake was no doubt in frequent use at certain periods for particular offences, but the axe and the rope were long the most common instrument of dispatch. Death was otherwise inflicted, however. Drowning is mentioned by Stowe as the fate of pirates, and a horrible method of carrying out capital punishment remained in force until 1772. Pressing to death, or the peine forte Dieu, was a development of the ancient prison forte Dieu, the punishment of those who refused to stand to the law, in other words, stood mute, and refused to plead to a charge. Until the reign of Henry IV, such persons were condemned to penance and perpetual imprisonment, but the penance meant confinement in a narrow cell and absolute starvation. Some evaded the dread consequences, and therefore a more awful form of torture was introduced, with the object of compelling the silent to speak. An accused person who persistently stood mute was solemnly warned 3 times of the penalty that waited on his obstinacy, and given a few hours for consideration. If the prisoner continued contumacious, the following sentence was passed upon him or her: "That you be taken back to the prison whence you came, to a low dungeon, into which no light can enter; that you be laid on your back on the bare floor with a cloth round your loins, but elsewhere naked; that there be set upon your body a weight of iron as great as you can bear, and greater; that you have no sustenance, save on the first day 3 morsels of the coarsest bread; on the second day 3 draughts of stagnant water from the pool nearest the prison door; on the third day again 3 morsels of bread as before, and such bread and such water alternately from day to day, till you die." The press was a form of torture, with this difference that, when once applied, there was seldom any escape from it. The practice of tying the thumbs with whipcord was another form of torture inflicted to oblige an accused person to plead, and in force as late as the reign of Queen Anne. Regarding the peine forte Dieu, Holinshed said that when accused felons stood mute of malice on arraignment they were pressed to death "by heavy weights laid upon a board that lieth over their breasts, and a sharp stone under their backs, and these commonly hold their peace, thereby to save their goods unto their wives and children, which if they were condemned should be confiscated to the prince." There are continual references to the peine forte Dieu in the legal records throughout the 15th to the 17th century. In 1605, Walter Calverley, Esquire, of Calverley in Yorkshire, who was arraigned for the murder of his wife and 2 children, stood mute, and was pressed to death in York Castle. Another notable instance of the application of this fearful punishment was in the case of Major Strangways, who was arraigned in February 1657–58 for the murder of his brother-in-law, Mr. Fussell. He refused to plead unless he was assured that if condemned he might be shot as his brother-in-law had been. In addition, he said he wished to preserve his estate from confiscation. Chief Justice Glynn reasoned with him at length, but could not alter his decision, and he was duly sentenced to the peine forte Dieu. The sentence ran that he was to be put into the mean room where no light could enter, and where he was to be laid upon his back with his body bare. His legs and arms were to be stretched out with cords, and then iron and stone were to be laid upon him, "as much as he could bear, and more." His food the first day was to be 3 morsels of barley bread, and on the second day he was "to drink thrice of water in the channel next to the prison, but no spring or fountain water, and this shall be his punishment till he dies." Strangways suffered in Newgate. He was attended to the last by 5 pious divines, and spent much of his time in prayer. On the day of execution he appeared all in white, "waistcoat, stockings, straw, and cap, over which was cast a long mourning cloak," and so was guarded down to a dungeon in the press yard, the dismal place of execution. On his giving the appointed signal, "his mournful attendants performed their dreadful task. They soon perceived that the weight they laid on was not sufficient to put him suddenly out of his pain, so several of them added their own weight, that they might sooner release his soul." He endured great agonies. His groans were "loud and doleful," and it was 8 or 10 minutes before he died. After his death his body was exposed to view, and it was seen that an angle of the press had been purposely placed over his heart, so that he might the sooner be deprived of life, "though he was denied what is usual in these cases, to have a sharp piece of timber under his back to hasten execution." In 1721 Nathaniel Hawes, who had come to be what we should to day call a habitual criminal, and who had been frequently in Newgate, took to the road. After various successful adventures, he stopped a gentleman on Finchley Common, who was more than his match, and made him prisoner. He was conveyed to London and committed to Newgate. When brought to the bar of the Old Bailey he refused to plead, giving as his reason that he meant to die as he had lived, like a gentleman. When he was seized he said he had on a fine suit of clothes, which he intended to have gone to the gallows in, but they had been taken from him. "Unless they are returned I will not plead." he went on, "For no one shall say that I was hanged in a dirty shirt and ragged coat." He was warned what would be the consequences of his contempt of the law, but he obstinately persevered, and was accordingly sentenced to the press. He bore a weight of 250 pounds for about 7 minutes, and then gave in, being unable any longer to bear the pain. On return to court he pleaded "not guilty," but was convicted and sentenced to death. 2 years later, William Spigot and Thomas Phillips, arraigned for highway robbery, refused to plead, and were also sentenced to the press. Phillips, on coming into the press yard, was affrighted by the apparatus, and begged that he might be taken back to court to plead, a favour that was granted him. It might have been denied him. Spigot, however, remained obdurate, and was put under the press, where he continued half an hour with a weight to the amount of 350 pounds on his body. But an addition of the 50 pounds more he likewise begged to plead. Both were then convicted, and hanged in the ordinary course of law. Again, Edward Burnworth, the captain of a gang of murderers and robbers, which rose into notoriety on the downfall of Wild, was sentenced to the press at Kingston in 1726 by Lord Chief Justice Raymond and Judge Denton. He bore the weight of 1 hundredweight 3/4 and 2 pounds on his breast for the space of an hour and 3 minutes, during which time the High Sheriff, who attended him, used every argument to induce him to plead, but in vain. Burnworth all the time was trying to kill himself by striking his head against the floor. At last he was prevailed on to promise to plead, was brought back to court, and duly sentenced to death. The last instance in which the press was inflicted was at Kilkenny in Ireland. A man named Matthew Ryan stood mute at his trial for highway robbery, and was adjudged by the jury to be guilty of wilful and affected dumbness and lunacy. He was given some days' grace, but still remaining dumb, he was pressed to death in the public market of Kilkenny. As the weights were put upon him, the wretched man broke silence, and implored that he might be hanged, but the sheriff could not grant his request. In 1731 a new press was made and fixed in the press yard for the punishment of a highwayman named Cook, but it was not used. At length, in 1772, the law on this head was altered, and judgment was awarded against mutes as though convicted, or they had confessed. In 1778 one so suffered at the Old Bailey. Finally, it was provided that the court should enter a plea of not guilty when the prisoner refused to plead. The principal forms of capital punishment, however, as the derivation of the expression implies, have dealt with the head as the most vulnerable part of the body. Death has been, and still is, most generally inflicted by decapitation and strangulation. The former, except in France, where it came to be universal, was the most aristocratic method. The latter was long applied only to criminals of the baser sort. Until the invention of the guillotine, culprits were beheaded by sword or axe, and were often cruelly mangled by a bungling executioner. It is asserted by the historian that the executioner pursued the Countess of Salisbury about the scaffold, aiming repeated blows at her, before he succeeded in striking off her head. This uncertainty in result was only ended by the ingenious invention of Dr. Guillotin, the prototype of which existed in the time of the Scotch maiden. The Regent Morton, who introduced this instrument into Scotland, and who himself suffered by it, is said to have patterned it after the Halifax gibbet. Guillotin's machine was not altogether original, but it owed more to the Italian manière than to the maiden. Nor, according to Sanson, the French headsman, was he the actual inventor of the notorious instrument guillotine, which bears his name. The guillotine was designed by one Schmidt, a German engineer and artificer of musical instruments. Guillotin enthusiastically adopted Schmidt's design, which he strongly recommended in the Assembly, declaring that by it a culprit could not suffer, but only feel a slight freshness on the neck. Louis XVI. Was decapitated by the guillotine, as was the doctor, its sponsor and introducer. Strangulation, whether applied by the bowstring, cord, handkerchief, or drop, is as old as the hills. It was inflicted by the Greeks as an especially ignominious punishment. The sus per coll was not unknown in the penal law of the Romans, who were in the habit also of exposing the dead convict upon the gibbet, as a comfortable sight to his friends and relations. Section 10. of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.1, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 10. In London various places have been used for the scene of execution. The spot where a murder had been committed was often appropriately selected as the place of retribution. Execution Dock was reserved for pirates and sea robbers, Tower Hill for persons of rank who were beheaded. Gallows for meaner malefactors were sometimes erected on the latter place, the right to do so being claimed by the city. In the reign of Edward IV., however, there was a conflict of authority between the king and the corporation on this point. The king's officer set up a scaffold and gallows on Tower Hill, whereupon the mayor and his brethren complained to the king, who replied that he had not acted in derogation of the city liberties, and caused public proclamation to be made that the city exercised certain rights on Tower Hill. Executions also took place, according to Pennant, at the Standard in Cheap. 3 men were beheaded there for rescuing a prisoner, and in 1351 2 fishmongers for some unknown crime. Smithfield had long the dismal honour of witnessing the death throes of offenders. Between Hosier and Cow Lanes was anciently a large pool called Smithfield Pond, or Horse Pool, from the watering of horses there. To the south-west lay St. John's Court, and close to it the public gallows on the town green. There was a clump of trees in the centre of the green, elms, from which the place of execution was long euphemistically called the Elms. It was used as such early in the 13th century, and distinguished persons, William Fitz Osbert, Mortimer, and Sir William Wallace, suffered here. About 1413 the gibbet was removed from Smithfield and put up at the north end of a garden wall belonging to St. Giles's Leper Hospital, opposite the Pound, where the Crown Tavern is at present situate, between the end of St. Giles High Street and Hog Lane. But Smithfield must have still been used after the transfer of the gallows to St. Giles. In 1580 another conflict of jurisdiction, this time between the city and the lieutenant of the Tower. A gibbet was erected in that year in East Smithfield, at Hog Lane, for the execution of one R. Dodd, who had murdered a woman in those parts, but when the sheriff brought the malefactor there to be hanged, Sir Owen Hopton, the lieutenant of the Tower, commanded the sheriff's officers back again to the west side of a cross that stood there, and which probably marked the extent of the liberties of the Tower. Discussion followed. The sheriffs, with their prisoner, accompanied the lieutenant into a house to talk it over, whence after a good stay they all departed. The city gave way, the gibbet was taken down, and the malefactor carried to Tyburn in the same afternoon, where he was executed. The gallows were no doubt all ready for the business, for Tyburn had been used for executions as long as Smithfield. There were elms also at Tyburn, hence a not uncommon confusion between the two places of execution. Tyburn has been ingeniously derived from the two words Ty and Bourne, the last a bourne or resting place for prisoners who were taken bound. Pennant gives the derivation Ty the name of a brook or bourne which flowed through it. In Lofty's History of London he points out that the Tyburn of earliest times was a bleak heath situated at the end of the Marylebone Lane as we know it, and which, as it approached the town, had two branches. He suggests that the brook or bourne also divided into two, hence the name Teo Burn, or two streams. Mr. Waller gives the same derivation, and in one of the earliest mentions of the Tyburn, an ancient chapter at Westminster, dated 951, it is called Teoburn. There were many Tyburns, however, and as in London the gallows were moved farther and farther westward of the building of houses, so the name of Tyburn travelled from Marylebone Lane to Edgware Road. As time passed on it came to be the generic name for all places of execution, and was used at York, Liverpool, Dublin, and elsewhere. Tyburn was a kind of Golgotha, a place of infamy and disgrace. When Colonel Blood seized the Duke of Ormond in St. James's Street, it was with the avowed intention of carrying him to Tyburn, there to be hanged like a common criminal. The exact position of the Tyburn gallows has been a matter of some controversy. Mr. Robbins places the Elms Lane as the first turning to the right in the Uxbridge Road after getting into it from the Grand Junction Road opposite the Serpentine. In Smith's History of Marylebone he states that the gallows stood on a small eminence at the corner of the Edgware Road, near the turnpike. Other authorities fix the place in Connaught Square, because in the lease of one of the houses, No. 49, granted by the Bishop of London, the fact that the gallows once stood on the site is expressly mentioned in the parchment. It was commonly reported that many human bones were exhumed between Nos. 6 and 12, Connaught Place, as well as in the garden of Arklow House, which stands at the south-west angle of the Edgware Road. But Mr. Lofty states as a matter of fact that no such discovery was ever made. A careful but fruitless search at the time Connaught Place was built produced a single bone, probably part of a human jawbone, but nothing more. As to Arklow House, the report is distinctly denied by the owner himself. It is, however, pretty certain that at a later date the gallows were kept at a house at the corner of Upper Bryanston Street and the Edgware Road, in front of which they were erected when required. A detailed account has been preserved of the execution of Colonel John Turner in 1662, which presents a strange picture of the way in which the extreme penalty of the law was carried out in those days. The scene of the execution was not Tyburn, but a place in Leadenhall Street, at Lime Street End, a spot near the place where the deed for which Turner suffered was perpetrated. An immense crowd had gathered, as usual, to witness the convict's death. Pepys was there, of course, as he tells us, "and after sending my wife to my Aunt Wright's, to get a place to see Turner hanged, I to change." On his way he met people flocking to the place of execution, and mingling with the crowd, somewhere about St. Mary Axe, "got to stand upon the wheel of a cart for a shilling, in great pain above an hour before the execution was done, he delaying the time by long discourses and prayers, one after another, in hopes of a reprieve, but none came." Turner was drawn in a cart from Newgate at 11 in the morning, accompanied by the ordinary and another minister with the sheriffs, keeper of the gaol, and other officials in attendance. On coming to the gibbet he called the executioner to him, and presented him with money in lieu of his clothes, which his friends desired to keep. Then, standing in the cart, he addressed the crowd with great prolixity. He dwelt on the cardinal sins, he gave a circumstantial account of his birth, parentage, family history. He detailed his war services as a loyal cavalier, with his promotions and various military rewards. With much proper feeling he sought to lessen the blame attached to his accomplices in the murder, and to exonerate the innocent accused. At intervals in this long discourse he was interrupted now by the sheriffs with broad hints to dispatch, now by the ordinary as to the irrelevance and impropriety of such remarks from a man about to die. Again the keeper of Newgate taxed him with other crimes, saying, for example, "Pray, Colonel Turner, do you know nothing of a glass jewel delivered to the Countess of Devonshire in room of another?" Or, How about the fire in Lothbury, or the mysterious death of your namesake Turner, who died in your house?" The condemned man discoursed at great length upon these various points, and was again and again reminded that it would be better for him to prepare for his approaching end. Still he continued his harangue, and took a new departure when he remembered the condition of the condemned hold of Newgate, into which he had been cast after coming from the sessions. This hole, as it was called, he characterizes as "a most fearful, sad, deplorable place. Hell itself in comparison cannot be such a place. There is neither bench, stool, nor stick for any person there. They lie like swine upon the ground, one upon another, howling and roaring. It was more terrible to me than this death. I would humbly beg that hole may be provided with some kind of boards, like a court of guard, that a man may lie down upon them in ease, for when they should be best prepared for their ends, they are most tormented. They had better take them and hang them as soon as they have their sentence." This aspersion, however, on this part of his gaol, the keeper tried to refute by stating that 17 out of the 19 poor wretches confined in the hole managed to escape from it. But the reprieve for which Turner looked in vain still tarried. He was obliged now to fall to his prayers. These, by the Christian charity of the officials, he was permitted to spin out as long as he pleased. Then he went through the ceremony of distributing alms money for the poor, money for his wife, to be passed on to his young son's schoolmaster. At last he directed the executioner to take the halter off his shoulders, and afterwards, "taking it in his hands, he kissed it, and put it on his neck himself. Then after he had fitted the cap, and put it on, he went out of the cart up the ladder." The executioner fastened the noose, and, "pulling the rope a little, says Turner, 'What, dost thou mean to choke me? Pray, fellow, give me more rope. What a simple fellow is this! How long have you been executioner, that you know not how to put the knot?'" At the very last moment, in the midst of some private ejaculations, espying a gentlewoman at a window nigh, he kissed his hand, saying, "Your servant, mistress," and so he was "turned off," as Pepys says of him. "A comely looking man he was, and kept his countenance to the last. I was sorry to see him. It was believed there were at least 12 or 14,000 people in the street." There was nothing new in this desire to gloat over the dying agonies of one's fellow creatures. The Roman matron cried "habet," and turned down her thumb when the gladiator dispatched his prostrate foe. Great dignitaries and high-born dames have witnessed without a shudder the tortures of an auto da fe. To this day it is the fashion for delicately nurtured ladies to flock to the law courts, and note the varying emotions, from keenest anguish to most brutal sang-froid, of notorious murderers on trial. It is not strange, then, that in uncultivated and comparatively demoralized ages the concourse about the gallows should be great, or the conduct of the spectators riotous, brutal, often heartless in the extreme. There was always a rush to see an execution. The crowd was extraordinary when the sufferers were persons of note, or had been concerned in any much talked of case. Thus all London turned out to stare at the hanging of Vratz, Borowski, and Stern, convicted of the murder of Mr. Thynne, of which Count Königsmarck had been acquitted. The execution took place in 1682 on the gallows which had been set up in Pall Mall, the scene of the crime. Many hundreds of standings were taken up by persons of quality and others. The Duke of Monmouth, one of the most intimate friends of the murdered man, was among the spectators in a balcony close by the gallows, and was the cynosure of every eye, fixing the glance of even one of the convicts, Captain Vratz, who stared at him fixedly till the drop fell. The fashion of gazing at these painful exhibitions grew more and more popular. Horace Walpole satirizes the vile practice of thus glorifying criminals. "You cannot conceive," he says to Sir Horace Mann, "the ridiculous rage there is of going to Newgate. The prints that are published of the malefactors, and the memoirs of their lives set forth with as much parade as Marshal Turenne. George Selwyn, chief among the wits and beaux of his time, was also conspicuous for his craving of such horrid sights. He was characterized by Walpole as a friend whose passion it was to see coffins, corpses, and executions. Judges going on assize wrote to Selwyn, promising him a good place at all the executions which might take place on their circuits. Other friends kept him informed of approaching events, and bespoke a seat for him, or gave full details of the demeanour of those whose sufferings he had not been privileged to see. Thus Henry St. John writes to tell him of the execution of Waistcott, Lord Huntington's butler, for burglary, which he attended, with his brother, at the risk of breaking their necks, "by climbing up an old rotten scaffolding, which I feared would tumble before the cart drove off with the 6 malefactors." St. John goes on to say that he had a full view of Waistcott, "who went to the gallows with a white cockade in his hat as an emblem of his innocence, and died with some hardness, as appeared through his trial." Another correspondent, Gilly Williams, gives additional particulars. "The dog died game, went in the cart in a blue and white frock and white cockade. He ate several oranges on his passage, inquired if his hearse was ready, and then, as old Rowe would say, was launched into eternity." Again George Townshend, writing to Selwyn from Scotland of the Jacobites, promises him plenty more entertainment on Tower Hill. The joke went round that Selwyn at the dentist's gave the signal for drawing a tooth by dropping his handkerchief, just as people did to the executioner on the scaffold. He would go anywhere to see men turned off. He was present when Lord Lovat was decapitated, and justified himself by saying that he had made amends in going to the undertaker's to see the head sewn on again. So eager was he to miss no sight worth seeing, that he went purposely to Paris to witness the torture of the unhappy Damiens. "On the day of the execution," Jessie tells us, "he mingled with the crowd in a plain undress suit and bob wig, when a French nobleman, observing the deep interest he took in the scene, and imagining from the plainness of his attire that he must be a person in the humbler ranks of life, resolved that he must infallibly be a hangman. 'Eh bien, monsieur,' he said, 'êtes-vous arrivé pour voir ce spectacle?' 'Oui, monsieur.' 'Vous êtes bourreau?' 'Non, monsieur,' replied Selwyn, 'je n'ai pas l'honneur, je ne suis qu'un amateur.'" It was in these days, or a little later, when Newgate became the scene of action, that an execution was made the occasion of a small festivity at the prison. The governor gave a breakfast after the ceremony to some 13 or 14 people of distinction, and his daughter, a very pretty girl, did the honours of the table. According to her account, few did much justice to the viands. The first call of the inexperienced was for brandy, and the only person with a good appetite for her broiled kidneys, a celebrated dish of hers, was the ordinary. After breakfast was over the whole party adjourned to see the cutting down. That which was a morbid curiosity among a certain section of the upper classes became a fierce, hungry passion with the lower. The scenes upon execution days almost baffle description. Dense crowds thronged the approaches to Newgate, and the streets leading to Tyburn or other places of execution. It was a ribald, reckless, brutal mob, violently combative, fighting and struggling for foremost places, fiercely aggressive, distinctly abusive. Spectators often had their limbs broken, their teeth knocked out. Sometimes they were crushed to death. Barriers could not always restrain the crowd, and were often borne down and trampled under foot. All along the route taken by the procession, people vented their feelings upon the doomed convicts, cheering a popular criminal to the echo, offering him nosegays or unlimited drink, railing and storming, on the other hand, at those they hated, or, worse still, despised. When Earl Ferrers was hanged, in 1760, the concourse was so great that the procession took 3 hours to travel from Newgate to Tyburn. Lord Ferrers told the sheriff that passing through such a multitude was 10 times worse than death itself. The same brutality was carried to the foot of the gallows. The mob surged around the cart, conversing with the condemned, now encouraging, now upbraiding, anon making him a target for all manner of missiles, and this even at the last awful moment, when the convict was on his knees, wrapped in prayer. A woman named Barbara Spencer was beaten down by a stone when actually in supplication upon her knees. When Jack Sheppard, that most popular but most depraved young criminal, was executed, an incredible number of persons was present. The crowd was unruly enough, even before execution, but afterwards it grew perfectly frantic. When the body had hung the appointed time, an undertaker ventured to appear with a hearse to carry it off, but being taken for a surgeon's man about to remove Jack Sheppard to the dissecting room, he incurred the fierce displeasure of the mob. They demolished the hearse, then fell upon the undertaker, who with difficulty escaped with life. After that they seized the body and carried it off, throwing it from hand to hand, until it was covered with bruises and dirt. It was taken as far as the barley mow in Long Acre, where it lay some hours, and until it was discovered that the whole thing was a trick devised by a bailiff in the pay of the surgeons, and that the body had been forcibly taken from a person who really intended to bury it. The mob was now excited to frenzy, and a serious riot followed. The police being quite inadequate to quell it, the military were called in, and with the aid of several detachments of guards, the ringleaders were secured. The body was given over to a friend of Sheppard's to bury. The mob dispersed to attend it to St. Martin's Fields, where it was deposited under a guard of soldiers, and eventually buried. While these wild revels were kept up both before and after the execution, the demeanour of the doomed partook too often of the general recklessness. The calendars are full of particulars of the manner in which condemned convicts met their fate. Many awaited the extreme penalty and endured it with callous indifference or flippant effrontery. Only now and again did their courage break down at the 11th hour, and so prove that it was assumed. A few notable examples may be cited as exhibiting their various moods. Paul Lewis, once a lieutenant in the Royal Navy, but an irreclaimable scoundrel, who took eventually to the road, and was sentenced to death for highway robbery, was boldly unconcerned after sentence. In Newgate he was the leader of the revels. They dubbed him captain, like Macheath. He sat at the head of the table, swore at the parson, and sang obscene songs. It was not until the warrant of execution arrived at the prison that all bravado evaporated, and he became as abject as he had before appeared hardened. John Rann, the highwayman, better known as 16-string Jack, had a farewell dinner party after he was convicted, and while awaiting execution. The company included 7 girls. "All were remarkable cheerful, nor was Rann less joyous than his companions." Dick Turpin made elaborate preparations for his execution, purchased a new suit of fustian and a pair of pumps to wear at the gallows, and hired 5 poor men at 10 shillings per head to follow his cart as mourners, providing them with hat bands and mourning bands. Nathaniel Parkhurst, who, when in the Fleet for debtors, murdered a fellow prisoner, demolished a roast fowl at breakfast on the morning of his execution, and drank a pint of liquor with it. Jerry Abershaw was persistently callous from first to last. Returning from court across Kennington Common, he asked his conductors whether that was the spot on which he was to be twisted. His last days in the condemned cell he spent in drawing upon the walls with the juice of black cherries designs of the various robberies he had committed on the road. Abershaw's sang-froid did not desert him on the last day. He appeared with his shirt thrown open, a flower in his mouth, and all the way to the gallows carried on an incessant conversation with friends who rode by his side, nodding to others he recognized in the crowd, which was immense. The season was the summer, and on the Sunday following the execution, London was like a deserted city. Hundreds of thousands went out to see him hanging on chains. Still more awful was the conduct of Hannah Dago, a Herculean Irishwoman, who plied the trade of porter at Covent Garden. In Newgate, while under sentence, she was most defiant. She was the terror of her fellow prisoners, and actually stabbed a man who had given evidence against her. When the cart was drawn in under the gallows, she got her arms loose, seized the executioner, struggled with him, and gave him so violent a blow on the chest that she nearly knocked him down. She dared him to hang her, and tearing off her hat, cloak, and other garments, the hangman's perquisites, distributed them among the crowd in spite of him. After a long struggle, he got the rope around her neck. This accomplished, she drew her handkerchief from round her head over her face, and threw herself out of the cart before the signal was given, with such violence that she broke her neck and died instantly. Many ancient customs long retained tended to make them more hardened. Chief among these was the offer of strong drink by the way. When the gallows stood at St. Giles, it was the rule to offer malefactors about to be hanged a great bowl of ale, "as the last refreshment they were to receive in this life." This drink was long known as the St. Giles's bowl. The practice of giving drink was pretty general for years later, and in many parts of the country. In Yorkshire, at Bawtry, so the story runs, a saddler was on his way to be hanged. The bowl was brought out, but he refused it, and went on to his death. Meanwhile his reprieve was actually on the road, and had he lingered to drink, time sufficient would have been gained to save him. Hence came the saying that the saddler of Bawtry was hanged for leaving his ale. Other convicts are mentioned in an uncomplimentary manner because they dared to smoke on the road to the gallows. "Some mad knaves took tobacco all the way as they went to be hanged at Tyburn." This was in 1598, when the use of the weed introduced by Sir Walter Raleigh was still somewhat rare. 100 years later, the misbehaviour was in imprudently calling for sack, and drinking King James's health, after which the convicts affronted the ordinary at the gallows, and refused his assistance. There were few who behaved with the decency and self-possession of Lord Ferrers, who went to his shameful death in a suit of white and silver, that, it is said, in which he had been married. He himself provided the white cap to be pulled over his face, and the black silk handkerchief with which his arms were to be bound. His last words were, "Am I right?" and immediately the drop fell. In his case there had been an unseemly wrangle upon the gallows between the executioner and his assistant. Lord Ferrers had given the latter, in mistake for his chief, a fee of 5 guineas, which the head executioner claimed, and the assistant would not readily surrender. Some were in abject terror till the last act commenced. Thus John Aycliffe, a forger, was in the utmost agonies the night preceding his execution, his agitation producing an intolerable thirst, which he vainly sought to allay by copious draughts of water. Yet his composure quite returned on his road to Tyburn, and he behaved with decency at the fatal tree. It was just the reverse with Mrs. Meteyard, who with her daughter murdered a parish apprentice. She was in a fit when put into the cart, and she continued insensible all the way to Tyburn. Great efforts were made to restore her, but without avail, and she was in an unconscious state when hanged. It may be questioned whether that close attention was paid to the spiritual needs of the condemned which is considered indispensable in these more humane days. No doubt many rejected the offers of the ordinary, refusing to attend chapel, pretending to belong to out-of-the-way persuasions, and still declining the ministrations of clergymen of any creed. Others pretended, like Dean Swift's Tom Clinch, that they went off with a clear conscience and a calm spirit, without prayer book or psalm. but very probably this indifference to the ordinary and his ghostly counsels arose from a suspicion that he was not very earnest in what he said. The Newgate ordinary, although a sound Protestant, was a father confessor to all criminals. Not the least profitable part of his emoluments came from the sale of his account of the execution of convicts, a species of gaol calendar which he compiled from information the condemned men themselves supplied. That the ordinary attached great value to this production is clear from the petition made by one of them, the Reverend Paul Lorraine, to the House of Commons, that his pamphlet might be exempted from the tax levied upon paper. It is easy to understand that the ordinary might have been better employed than in compiling these accounts, however interesting they may be, as illustrating the crime of the last century. It is also pretty certain that, although doubtless blameless and exemplary men, Newgate chaplains were not always overzealous in the discharge of their sacred office in regard to the condemned. There were many grim jokes among the prisoners themselves as to the value of the parson's preaching. Thus, in the Reverend Mr. Cotton's time as ordinary, convicts were said to go out of the world with their ears stuffed full of cotton, and his interpretation of any particular passage in Scripture was said to go in at one ear and out at the other. Hence the intrusion, which must have seemed to them unwarrantable, of dissenting and other amateur preachers, or well-meaning enthusiasts, who devoted themselves with unremitting vigour to the spiritual consolation of all prisoners who would listen to them. It is impossible to speak otherwise than most approvingly of the single-minded, self-sacrificing devotion of such men as Silas Told, the forerunner of Howard, Mrs. Fry, the Gurneys, and other estimable philanthropists. Nevertheless, unseemly polemical wrangles appeared to have been the result of this interference, which was better meant than appreciated by the authorized clerical officer. Dr. Doran, referring to the execution of James Shepherd, Jacobite Shepherd, not Jack, gives an account of a conflict of this kind. "Shepherd's dignity," he says, "was not even ruffled by the renewed combat in the cart of the Newgate chaplain and the non-juror. Each sought to comfort and confound the culprit according to his way of thinking. Once more the messengers of peace got to fisticuffs, but as they neared Tyburn, the non-juror kicked Paul, the ordinary, out of the cart, and kept by the side of Shepherd till the rope was adjusted. There he boldly, as those Jacobite non-jurors were wont, gave the passive lad absolution for the crime for which he was about to pay the penalty, after which he jumped down to have a better view of the sorry spectacle from the foremost ranks of spectators." It was no doubt on account of the insufficiency of the spiritual consolations offered to the condemned that led old Richard Dove, or Dow, to make his endowment for tolling the prisoner's bell. He bequeathed £50 a year for ever, so Stowe tells us, for this philanthropic purpose. When condemned prisoners were being drawn to their executions at Tyburn, a man with a bell stood in the churchyard by St. Sepulchre's, by the wall next the street, and so to put them in mind of their death approaching. Later on these verses took the form of exhortation, of which the following is the substance. "You prisoners that are within, who for wickedness and sin, after many mercies shown you, are now appointed to die to-morrow in the forenoon, give ear and understand that to-morrow morning the greatest bell of St. Sepulchre's shall toll for you, in form and manner of a passing bell, as used to be tolled, for those who are at the point of death, to the end that all godly people hearing that bell, and knowing it is for you going to your death, may be stirred up heartily to pray to God to bestow his grace and mercy upon you whilst you live. I beseech you, for Jesus Christ his sake, to keep this night in watching and prayer for the salvation of your own souls, whilst there is yet time and place for mercy, as knowing to-morrow you must appear before the judgment seat of your Creator, there to give an account of all things done in this life, and to suffer eternal torments for your sins committed against him, unless upon your hearty and unfeigned repentance you find mercy, through the merits, death, and passion of your only mediator and advocate, Jesus Christ, who now sits at the right hand of God to make intercession for as many of you as penitently return to him." In times when scaffold and gallows were perpetually crowded, the executioner was a prominent if not exactly a distinguished personage. The office might not be honourable, but it was not without its uses, and the man who filled it was an object of both interest and dread. In some countries the dismal paraphernalia, axe, gibbet, or rack, have been carried by aristocratic families on their arms. The Scotch Dalziels bear sable, a hanged man with his arms extended. A Spanish hidalgo has in his coat armour a ladder with gibbet, and various implements of torture have been borne by German families of distinction. In France the post of executioner was long hereditary, regularly transmitted from father to son for many generations, and enjoyed eventually something of the credit vouchsafed to all hereditary offices. With us the law's finisher has never been held in great esteem. He was on a par rather with the Roman carnifex, an odious official, who was not suffered to live within the precincts of the city. The only man who would condescend to the work was usually a condemned criminal, pardoned for the very purpose. Derrick, one of the first names mentioned, was sentenced to death, but pardoned by Lord Essex, whom he afterwards executed. Next to him I find that one Bull acted as executioner about 1593. Then came Gregory Brandon, the man who is generally supposed to have decapitated Charles I, and who was commonly addressed by his Christian name only. Through an error Brandon was advanced to the dignity of a squire by Garter, King at Arms, and succeeding executioners were generally honoured with the same title. Brandon was followed by his son, young Brandon, by Squire Dunn, who gave place in his turn to John Ketch, the godfather of all modern hangmen. Many of the immediate successors of Brandon above mentioned were called Gregory. Jack Ketch did not give entire satisfaction. It is recorded in Luttrell that Ketch was dispossessed in favour of Pascal Roos, a butcher, who served only a few months when Ketch was restored. After Ketch, John Price was the man, a pardoned malefactor, who could not resist temptation, and was himself executed for murder by someone else. Dennis, the hangman at the Lord George Gordon riots, had also been sentenced to death for complicity, but obtained forgiveness on condition that he should string up his former associates. They did their work roughly, these early practitioners. Sometimes the rope slipped, or the drop was insufficient, and the hangman had to add his weight, assisted by that of zealous spectators, to the sufferer's legs to effect strangulation. Now and again the rope broke, and the convict had to be tied up a second time. This happened with Captain Kidd, the notorious pirate, who was perfectly conscious during the time which elapsed before he was again tied up. The friends of another pirate, John Gow, were anxious to put him out of his pain, and pulled his legs so hard that the rope broke before he was dead, necessitating the repetition of the whole ceremony. Even when the operation had been successfully performed, the hangman sometimes cheated the gallows. There are several well authenticated cases of resuscitation after hanging, due doubtless to the rude and clumsy plan of killing. To slide off a ladder or drop from a cart might and generally did produce asphyxia, but there was no instantaneous fracture of the vertebral column as in most executions of modern times. The earliest case on record is that of Thérèse de Bolsham, whom Henry III pardoned in 1264 because she had survived hanging. As she is said to have been suspended from one morning till sunrise the following day, it is difficult to believe the story, which was probably one of many medieval impostures. Females, however, appear to have had more such escapes than males. Dr. Ploto gives several instances. One, that of Anne Green, who in 1650 came to when in the hands of the doctors for dissection. Another of Mrs. Cope, hanged at Oxford in 1658, who was suspended for an unusually long period, and afterwards let fall violently, yet she recovered, only to be more effectually hanged next day. A third substantiated case was that of half-hanged Maggie Dixon, who was hanged at Edinburgh in 1728, and whom the jolting of the cart in which her body was removed from the gallows recovered. The jolting was considered so infallible a recipe for bringing to, that it was generally practised by an executed man's friends in Ireland, where also the friends were in the habit of holding up the convict by his waistband after he had dropped, so that the rope should not press upon his throat, the sheriff philanthropically pretending not to see. Sir William Petty, the eminent surgeon in Queen Anne's time, owed his scientific fame to his having resuscitated a woman who had been hanged. The body had been begged, as was the custom, for the anatomical lecture. Petty, finding symptoms of life, bled her, put her to bed with another woman, and gave her spirits and other restoratives. She recovered, whereupon the students subscribed to endow her with a small portion, and she soon after married, and lived for 15 years. The case of half-hanged Smith was about the date 1705. He was reprieved, but the reprieve arrived after he had been strung up. He was taken down, bled, and brought to. Smith afterwards described his sensations minutely. The weight of his body when he first dropped caused him great pain. His spirits forced their way up to his head and seemed to go out at his eyes with a great blaze of light, and then all pain left him. But on his resuscitation, the blood and spirits forcing themselves into their proper channels, gave him such intolerable suffering that he could have wished those hanged who cut him down. William Jewell, hanged in 1740, was carried to Surgeons' Hall to be anatomized, but as his body was being laid out, one of the servants who was washing him perceived that he was still alive. A surgeon bled him, and in 2 hours he was able to sit up in his chair. Later in the evening he was sent back to Newgate, and his sentence changed to transportation. In 1767 a man who had hanged for 28 minutes was operated on by a surgeon, who made an incision into the windpipe. In less than 6 hours the hanged man revived. It became a constant practice for a condemned man's friends to carry off the body directly it was cut down to the nearest surgeons, who at once operated on it by bleeding and so forth. The plan was occasionally, but rarely, successful. It was tried with Dr. Dodd, who was promptly carried to an undertaker's in Tottenham Court Road, and placed in a hot bath, but he had been too well hanged for recovery. A report was long current that Fauntleroy the banker, who was executed for forgery, had been resuscitated, but it was quite without foundation. The Tyburn procession survived till towards the end of the 18th century. It had many supporters, Dr. Johnson among the number. "Sir," he told Boswell, when Tyburn had been discontinued, "executions are intended to draw spectators. If they do not draw spectators, they do not answer their purpose." The old method was most satisfactory to all parties. The public was gratified by a procession, the criminal is supported by it. Why is all this to be swept away? The reason is given by the sheriffs in the year 1784, and it is convincing. In a pamphlet published that year it is set forth that the procession to Tyburn is a hideous mockery on the law. The final scene had lost its terrors. It taught no lesson of morality to the beholders, but tended to the encouragement of vice. The day of execution was deemed a public holiday, to which thousands thronged, many to gratify an unaccountable curiosity, more to seize an opportunity for committing fresh crimes. "If we take a view of the supposed solemnity from the time at which the criminal leaves the prison to the last moment of his existence, it will be found to be a period full of the most shocking and disgraceful circumstances. If the only defect were the want of ceremony, the minds of the spectators might be supposed to be left in a state of indifference; but when they view the meanness of the apparatus, the dirty cart, and ragged harness, surrounded by a sordid assemblage of the lowest among the vulgar, their sentiments are inclined more to ridicule than pity. The whole progress is attended with the same effect. Numbers soon thicken into a crowd of followers, and then an indecent levity is heard." The crowd gathered as it went, the levity increased, "till on reaching the fatal tree it became a riotous mob, and their wantonness of speech broke forth in profane jokes, swearing, and blasphemy." The officers of the law were powerless to check the tumult. No attention was paid to the convict's dying speech, "an exhortation to shun a vicious life, addressed to thieves actually engaged in picking pockets." The culprit's prayers were interrupted. His demeanour, if resigned, was sneered at, and only applauded when he went with brazen effrontery to his death. "Thus," says the pamphlet, "are all the ends of public justice defeated, all the effects of example, the terrors of death, the shame of punishment, are all lost." The evils it was hoped might be obviated, "were public executions conducted with becoming form and solemnity, if order were preserved, and every tendency to disturb it suppressed." Hence the place of execution was changed in 1784 from Tyburn to the great area that has lately been opened before Newgate. The sheriffs were doubtful of their power to make alterations, and consulted the judges, who gave it as their opinion that it was within the sheriffs' competence. "With this sanction, therefore," the sheriffs go on to say, "we have proceeded, and instead of carting the criminal through the streets to Tyburn, the sentence of death is executed in the front of Newgate, where upwards of 5,000 persons may easily assemble. Here a temporary scaffold hung with black is erected, and no other persons are permitted to ascend it than the necessary officers of justice, the clergyman, and the criminal, and the crowd is kept at a proper distance. During the whole time of the execution a funeral bell is tolled in Newgate, and the prisoners are kept in the strictest order." The horrors of executions were but little diminished by the substitution of the Old Bailey as the scene. 74 years were to elapse before the wisdom of legislators and the good sense of the public insisted that the extreme penalty of the law should be carried out in the strictest privacy within the walls of the gaol. CHAPTER XI.